Chapter 66. Of course, Wang Mang didn't devour the big psychic fish that was less than 5 meters. In fact, other than the fact that he didn't like it, he also planned to feed it. If he didn't care if it was big or small, he would eat it all. The psychic fish in the reservoir would disappear sooner or later. Only those with a bit of IQ would know this. At the same time, after Wang Mang saw dark light, he subconsciously used combat strength information detection again. The next moment, dark light's information appeared in Wang Mang's mind. Target: mutant black rock python. Age: 280 years. Body shape: 23 meters long, 5 meters wide, 2,200 kilograms weight. Combat strength: 3,800 kilograms. Bite force: 80 kilometers per hour. Realm: intermediate elite. Skills: defensive petrification, stacking strength. Danger level: no threat at all. After reading Dark Light's information, Wang Mang secretly nodded. Sure enough, this guy only had 2 skills, that's all. However, these 2 skills were very practical. However, his combat strength was also good. It didn't matter if it was a skill or strength, etc. It could be said that the current Dark Light couldn't be compared to Wang Mang. He was even worse than the weakened version. This was mainly because Wang Mang's strength increased too quickly. When Dark Light saw Wang Mang, he was even more shocked. How long had it been since they last met? His king's strength had reached such a level? Moreover, the last time he saw his king, it was only 2 days ago. In 2 days, his king's body had grown so much. Thinking of this, Dark Light was even more in awe of his king. As expected of his king, the speed of his growth was too fast. Moreover, when Dark Light faced Wang Mang, he felt an even more terrifying sense of suffocation. This proved that his guess was not wrong. Wang Mang had indeed become a lot stronger. This was also the reason why he was in awe of Wang Mang, because in Dark Light's eyes, Wang Mang, this king, was full of mystery and power. In Dark Light's opinion, his king had lived for at least 500 years, right? However, what he didn't know was that it hasn't even been half a year since Wang Mang turned into a python. As for Wang Mang, of course, he did not know what Dark Light was thinking. He nodded at Dark Light and said, "Guard your territory well. Inform me if anything happens." After saying that, Wang Mang swam towards the shore of Chu Lake under Dark Light's respectful gaze. But Wang Mang did not want to go ashore. On the contrary, the waters here were the deepest in the eastern waters. Moreover, because this body of water was close to the mountain wall, there were many uneven water caves and stone crevices. As a result, Wang Mang's old nest in the eastern waters was precisely this deep crevice between the mountain walls. The cave that Wang Mang used as an underwater nest was 3 meters high and 2 meters wide. The cave was extremely deep, and the 2 ends were connected. This used to be the nest of a giant catfish that was more than 10 meters long, but it was occupied by Wang Mang. Moreover, this underwater nest was very comfortable and spacious, so he did not build another nest. When night fell, Wang Mang continued to come out of the cave. Afterwards, Wang Mang once again began to kill crazily, chasing and killing the psychic big fish. At the same time, notifications kept ringing in Wang Mang's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have devoured a 6-meter-long psychic grass carp. Obtained 40,000 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have devoured a 7-meter-long variant giant bone tongue fish. Obtained 30,000 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have devoured an 8-meter-long variant giant bone tongue fish. Obtained 30,000 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have devoured a 9-meter-long psychic 6-whiskers giant catfish. Obtained 30,000 evolution points. This was a continuous stream of notifications. The notifications kept ringing for a long time, until the sun was about to rise. Wang Mang did not hear the notification that he could evolve. There was no doubt that his harvest tonight was not as good as last night or the night before. This was also something that Wang Mang could not do anything about. This was because, as he continued to hunt, Wang Mang was shocked to find that the number of psychic big fish in the reservoir had decreased by a lot. Even if there were, most of them were gathered in the western waters. However, the western waters were the territory of the two giant catfish, so Wang Mang did not dare to cross the boundary. Thus, Wang Mang's harvest, after busying himself for half the night, was not ideal. At the very least, it was not as good as the previous 2 nights. This also gave Wang Mang a signal. These were the psychic big fish in the Huanshan Reservoir. There were not enough for him to crazily kill and devour every day. Moreover, most of the psychic big fish had already become birds that were startled by the twang of a bow. They all swam to the western waters. It was clear that these psychic big fish were not idiots. They knew that the nearby waters, whether it was the east, north, or south, were not safe. That was because Wang Mang was crazily devouring, killing, and hunting them down. Therefore, most of the psychic big fish ran to the waters that they did not dare to run to in the past, which was the western waters. Although the 2 giant catfish in the western waters could also be eaten, the amount of food that they ate at one time was not large. Moreover, after eating once, they would not eat again for a long time. How was it like Wang Mang? It was simply treating them like leeks. They were harvested every day. However, even if they were leeks, they would not be able to endure being harvested like this every day. Moreover, they were psychic big fish, so they were naturally not stupid. Therefore, the once dangerous waters in the west had become the waters that they felt were relatively safe. This was because in these 3 days, regardless of whether it was the east, south, or north, Wang Mang was hunting and killing. In the entire reservoir, only the western part of the body of water remained calm and tranquil. Thus, it was inevitable that most of the psychic big fish would gather in the western waters. It seems that it will be difficult to obtain evolution points so easily in the future. Now, the big fish have all run to the western waters. Moreover, with my hunting these past few days, the number of psychic big fish has decreased a lot. Wang Mang helplessly smiled bitterly and gave up the idea of continuing to hunt. He also knew why the big fish in the reservoir were all running to the west. Wasn't he the main culprit? If he continued to hunt like this, he reckoned that in the future, the psychic big fish would dare to run here. Moreover, their numbers would only become fewer and fewer, because if he hunted every day, these psychic big fish would not have the time to recover their vitality. Thinking of this, Wang Mang decided to temporarily stop hunting the psychic big fish in the reservoir, or wait until he had the strength to kill the giant catfish in the western waters. At that time, the entire Huanshan Reservoir would be under his control. He could harvest these psychic big fish whenever he wanted. At the same time, Wang Mang also wanted to know, after a night of hard work, now, how many evolution points did he need to evolve again? Thinking of this, Wang Mang silently said, "System, open my personal information." In the next moment, his personal information appeared in front of his eyes. Host Wang Mang. Type, mutated Titan Python. Status, adult. Status, healthy. Body, 28 meters long, 0, 7 meters wide, 3,500 kilograms weight. Combat strength, 6,000 kilograms, bite force, 90 kilometers per hour. Skills, death coil, exceptional poison fong, skin camouflage, steel body, super healing, water breathing, bloodthirsty fury. Special, storage space, Combat Strength Information Detection. Evolution Points 1 932.000/2 After looking at his personal information, Wang Mang immediately smiled with satisfaction. He went ashore and ate the pigs in the small farm. It was almost time to evolve again, because tonight Wang Mang was hunting the psychic big fish and did not have time to eat the pigs. Dear readers, please read the update notice in the comments section of this chapter. Thank you. Chapter 67. Once he finished eating the 200 pigs, the evolution points he obtained would be enough for him to evolve once again. Thinking up to here, Wang Mang's mood was very good. He quickly moved his huge body and rushed towards the shore. He still wanted to go to his own small farm and finish eating the 200 pigs before daybreak. Then he would return to the nest on the shore and evolve once again. His body would reach 30 meters. Thinking up to here, Wang Mang swam back to the shore from the reservoir and rushed towards the small farm without stopping. When he got close to the small farm, Wang Mang was able to capture the heat and smell of the prey in the air. Wang Mang quickly rushed into the farm and began to crazily hunt the fat white pigs in the pig pen. At the same time, the system's familiar voice resounded in Wang Mang's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. Devoured an adult pig. Obtained 483 evolution points. Ding. Congratulations, host. Devoured an adult pig. Obtained 468 evolution points. Ding. Congratulations, host. Devoured an adult pig. Obtained 499 evolution points. A full 2 hours later, only then did the miserable shrieks in the small farm stop. At the same time, an incomparably huge black python that reeked of blood came out of the pig pen. This huge monster was Wang Mang. He raised his head and looked at the sky. It was already dawn. Luckily, after devouring the 200 pigs in the pig pen, Wang Mang had already gathered enough evolution points to evolve once again. Thus, Wang Mang prepared to quickly return to the nest and begin his evolution once again. However, when Wang Mang moved his body and prepared to leave, he bumped into someone. Yes, this was the first time Wang Mang bumped into someone. Outside the farm, a few middle-aged men and women were talking and laughing as they walked over. However, when they saw Wang Mang coming out of the farm, their expressions froze. At this moment, what appeared in their line of sight was a super huge monster. This was a super huge python that they had never seen before. This huge python's body was too big. To what extent? It was so big that it was unheard of and unseen. It was almost 30 meters long, and its body was as thick as 4 people's waists combined. Its entire body was as black as ink, and its scales shone brightly under the sun. No matter who saw this scene, they would tremble in fear. Because of this, the employees who came to work at the farm were all stunned. It wasn't until Wang Mang disappeared from their sight that they came back to their senses a few minutes later. Am I seeing things? Is there really a giant python near the Huanshan Reservoir? Yes, my son said that there was a super giant python nearby. I didn't believe him at first. That's too scary. He's about to turn into a demon. That snake is too big. At this moment, these middle-aged employees were clearly frightened to the point of overreacting. They even had a bold guess in their hearts. Could the super huge black python that had turned into a demon be Boss Wang's secret pet? Otherwise, why would Boss Wang not care about so many pigs being eaten every day? After thinking about this, they were horrified to find that the situation was similar to what they had guessed. After all, there were 200 pigs every day. 2 million. Every day, the pigs in the small farm would mysteriously disappear. After a long time, they already had doubts in their hearts. It seemed that this was the only explanation that could make sense. Otherwise, Why would the pigs that were sent to the small farm every day disappear without a trace? Thinking of this, these employees could only feel their scalps tingling. What should we do? A middle-aged man said with a pale face. Should we tell the news to Elder Yang? The middle-aged woman was still in shock. But I don't want to work here anymore. At this time, another woman said with a trembling voice and a pale face. Obviously, they were all very frightened. Even the scene that they saw just now. They would probably never forget it for the rest of their lives. What if Boss Wong kills us to silence us? That's right. Will Boss Wong let us go? At this time, the other employees were worried. After discussing for a long time, they quickly left the small farm. In the end, they still told Elder Yang about the disappearance. Elder Yang then informed Wang Mang's father. In the end, the solution that he got was the wages of these 5 employees would be doubled. Moreover, the working hours were also changed. From the original 8 o'clock in the morning, it was changed to 10 o'clock. Of course, these 5 employees were also fiercely warned by Elder Yang to pretend that they did not know anything. In the end, under the temptation of money, these 5 employees could only endure their fear and continue to work as usual. Although Wang Mang did not know about this news, Wang Mang believed that his father would definitely help him deal with it. Thus, after Wang Mang left the farm, he immediately returned to the nest. After returning to the nest, Wang Mang impatiently said, "System, begin the evolution." Just as he said that, the system's familiar voice sounded. Ding! Successfully deducted 2 million evolution points. Beginning evolution. Then, Wang Mang completely lost consciousness. Only 2 hours later, did Wang Mang slowly wake up from the evolution. When Wang Mang woke up, the first thing he saw was still a large snake skin. At the same time, Wang Mang also noticed his strength, defense, speed, size, and other attributes. It could be said that all of his attributes had improved by quite a bit. As for how much he had improved, Wang Mang did not know. However, every time he evolved, the system had never disappointed him. This was because every time he evolved, it was not only his body that improved. It was an all-around improvement. The only thing that Wang Mang felt was that he did not obtain any skills this time. Regarding this, Wang Mang, who was already mentally prepared, was not too disappointed. His current fighting strength and other attributes did not have any shortcomings. Thus, Wang Mang's desire for skills was not as strong as before. Thinking about this, Wang Mang's mood became a lot better. He silently said in his heart, "System, check my personal information." Following Wang Mang's words, his personal information appeared in his mind. However, what made Wang Mang slightly surprised was that his personal information seemed to have changed after the system update. Host, Wang Mang type, mutated Titan Python status, peak status, healthy body, 30 meters long, 0, 8 meters wide, for 1,000 kilograms weight fighting strength, 7,000 kilograms bite force, 92 kilometers per hour skills. Death coil, exceptional poison fong, skin camouflage, steel body, super healing, water breathing, bloodthirsty fury special, storage space, information detection evolution points, 22,000/4,000,000 shop, not open. Chapter 68. After looking at his personal information, Wang Mang discovered that there was a new function in his information. Shopping mall? Out of curiosity, Wang Mang asked, "System, what does the shopping mall sell? How do I open the shopping mall?" The system's familiar voice echoed, "You need a certain amount of evolution points to open the shopping mall. Everything in the shopping mall has a price tag. The host needs to work hard to earn evolution points to open the shopping mall." After listening to the system's explanation, Wang Mang suddenly understood and asked, "How many evolution points do I need to open the shopping mall?" The system explained, opening the shopping mall now requires the amount needed for the host's next evolution. Assuming that the host's next evolution requires 4 million evolution points, then opening the shopping mall now requires 4 million evolution points. After listening to the system's explanation, Wang Mang was speechless and could not help but secretly curse. This system is truly a profiteer. In short, if he wanted to open the shopping mall, he would need the evolution points for the next evolution. For example, if Wang Mang's strength increased, then he would need tens of millions of evolution points for the next evolution. Then, the evolution points needed to open the shopping mall would be tens of millions. In other words, the earlier he opened the shopping mall, the better. The longer he dragged it out, the more useless it would be. This was because the evolution points needed to open the shopping mall were closely related to his strength. In any case, the system wanted to cheat him of the evolution points for the next evolution. Thinking about this, Wang Mang felt somewhat helpless. However, he temporarily did not have the idea of opening the shopping mall. He needed 4 million evolution points for the next evolution. Thus, if Wang Mang wanted to evolve again, it would not be possible in a short amount of time. Thus, he could put the idea of opening the shopping mall aside for now. Something worth mentioning was, after this evolution, Wang Mang's strength had greatly increased. His weight had reached 4,000 kilograms. In other words, his weight had reached 4 tons. His body length had reached 30 meters. His body width had almost reached 1 meter. His bite force had reached 7 tons. He could bite a target that weighed 7 tons. His speed had also reached 92 kilometers per hour. Such speed was undoubtedly one of the best among the top predators on the continent. This kind of strength made Wang Mang's heart swell. If it wasn't for the fact that there were 2 giant catfish in the reservoir that could threaten him, Wang Mang would have already left. This kind of strength is not enough for me to be invincible. I still have to develop myself. Wang Mang, who was silently reminding himself in his heart, quickly adjusted his attitude. After that, Wang Mang raised his head and looked outside the lair. He then sat down cross-legged and entered a state of rest. Now that it was daytime, Wang Mang naturally didn't want to go out. Furthermore, he had met someone earlier. Wang Mang became even more cautious. If he were to be completely exposed to society, Wang Mang would definitely be in great danger, because at that time, there would always be people who would develop a strong interest in him. It was even possible that they would send professionals to capture him. Wang Mang was not worried about this. He was worried about attracting the attention of the Red Empire. After all, Wang Mang was still unable to fight against firearms at his current stage. In fact, there were many things that could threaten him. Rifle, machine gun, bomb, rocket launcher. Wang Mang might be able to withstand the first 3. But what if they used rocket launchers to bombard him? Even if he could withstand a few rocket launchers, what about more rocket launchers? Or what about even more exaggerated firearms? There was no doubt about the result. He definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it. Even if Wang Mang became very strong, he wouldn't be able to withstand firearms in a short period of time. Therefore, keeping a low profile was the way to go. Well, if he really wanted to be unreasonable, he could still bully the weak. After all, water nurtured people. What kind of person would raise what kind of dog? Wang Mang was the same as his Black Panther. When facing the strong, he was careful. When facing the weak, he attacked with heavy punches. Wang Mang only came out of the lair at night. In this 3-hectare territory, Wang Mang was the ruler. Wherever he passed, the animals in the jungle would tremble. This made Wang Mang feel very superior, because these animals were trembling. It represented his position as the ruler of this area. Soon, Wang Mang arrived at his small farm. He first ate the 200 pigs and obtained 90,000 evolution points. Then, Wang Mang, who had nothing to do, prepared to patrol his territory. Moreover, as he became stronger and stronger, his territory naturally had to expand a bit. In the past, his territory was only a 2-kilometer radius of the jungle. Now, his body had reached 30 meters. Then expanding his territory to a 10-kilometer radius shouldn't be a problem, right? Thinking about this, Wang Mang decided to include the jungle behind the mountain into his territory. Then he would earn another 10,000 evolution points every day. At least, he would earn 100,000 evolution points every day. Thinking about this, Wang Mang's mood became very good. He moved his body and began to move through the jungle. Moreover, in order to deliberately leave his scent, Wang Mang deliberately moved his body slowly. Wang Mang was telling other apex predators that this area would be his territory in the future. If they dared to cross into his territory, then it would be a provocation. However, when Wang Mang entered the mountain behind the mountain, he caught the scent of more than 10 humans in the air. Moreover, these scents were very dense. This proved that someone had passed by here not long ago. But it was the middle of the night. How could there be human scents? What were these guys doing deep in the forest in the middle of the night? Could it be that they came to the mountain in the middle of the night to look for ghosts? Holding on to his suspicions, Wang Mang caught the scent and quickly chased after it. 10 minutes later, Wang Mang saw more than 10 figures. They were currently using flashlights to search for something in the jungle. Then Wang Mang heard a few complaining voices. "Big brother, tell me, why did we run to the mountains in the middle of the night to catch a big python? Moreover, the big python in the video even killed 5 Manchurian tigers. Can we really do it?" Yes, the super black python in the video is too savage. I really don't want to look for that big guy. Hearing this, the Scarface man who was walking at the front with a shotgun coldly said, "The reward for this mission is 5 million. After doing this job, we can divide it evenly and each of us can get a few 100,000. Moreover, it's not like they want us to catch that big python. Boss Lou said that the dead ones will be 5 million and the living ones will be 10 million. We have guns in our hands. What are we afraid of? If we can't beat it, we can just run." Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up and they stopped complaining. This was because the reward for this mission was too high. If they could not beat it, they could just run. Moreover, they had guns in their hands. Could that super black python be more powerful than a spear? In a short period of time, they became full of confidence. They were determined to complete this mission. At the same time, Wang Mang, who was hiding in the dark, had a pair of extremely cold snake eyes. He never would have thought that these people were actually here for him. Chapter 69. Moreover, from the tone of these people, someone had paid them to come here. Thinking of this, Wang Mang fell into deep thought. Boss Lou? When did he offend this so-called Boss Lou? After thinking for a long time, Wang Mang still couldn't think of who he had offended. Wait! Suddenly, a name emerged in Wang Mang's mind. This caused Wang Mang's ice-cold snake eyes to become incomparably scarlet. He thought of a possibility. He didn't offend anyone. Only in the beast god space did he offend a lot of people. The only one with the deepest conflict was Elizabeth Liu, who had played him. That annoying Teddy. Thinking of this, Wang Mang became more and more certain. He still remembered the ruthless words that the other party said when he killed her. Moreover, this Elizabeth Liu's family was also very rich. More importantly, her surname was Liu. Her father's surname was naturally Liu. Moreover, this was the most likely. Thinking of this, Wang Mang finally found the culprit. The source of this disaster was Elizabeth Liu. Teddy Elizabeth Liu, is this your revenge? Wang Mang's killing intent rose. At the same time, he also felt that it was very funny. This Elizabeth Lou was looking down on him too much. Did she really think that with a few guns she could kill him? If these people had come to kill him some time ago and still brought hunting guns, then the threat to Wang Mang was indeed very big. But don't forget, it was not just some time ago. Wang Mang's speed of improving his strength was too fast, and he had obtained the steel body. Once a skill was used, Wang Mang's entire body was almost completely steel-like. At that time, even a gun couldn't kill him, unless a large number of bombs were used to blow Wang Mang into dregs, or use a rocket launcher to blow Wang Mang into dregs. Or perhaps they would use even more lethal firearms to deal with Wang Mang. Otherwise, just rifles and shotguns would not be enough to threaten Wang Mang. Of course, if they had a large number of hunting guns and rifles, they could also threaten him. However, a dozen hunting rifles were nothing to Wang Mang. This was because even though these shots could cause quite a bit of damage to Wang Mang, it was still not enough. However, if he wanted to threaten Wang Mang's life, it was still not enough. Thinking up to this point, Wang Mang's killing intent grew even stronger. His cold snake eyes stared coldly at the dozen or so figures in the forest in front of him. At this moment, the dozen or so people who had come to hunt Wang Mang were still searching for Wang Mang's tracks. Obviously, they still didn't know. The target they had been searching for was already watching them in the dark. As for when to kill them, was it possible for a target targeted by Wang Mang to escape? Of course. In fact, Wang Mang's mind was also in a fierce struggle. Originally, Wang Mang thought that he would not provoke others. Others would not come to find trouble with him. However, the problem was that trouble had already come to him. Moreover, these people were here for his life. It was inevitable that there would be conflicts with others. As for the problem that had troubled Wang Mang for so long, what was it? Actually, the problem was very simple. What he was troubled about was whether to eat them or not, although Wang Mang had eaten a cultivator last time. Moreover, the taste was not bad. It felt as crispy as eating fried dough twists. However, Wang Mang was afraid that he would be addicted to it. After pondering for a while, Wang Mang's scarlet snake eyes became incomparably cold and indifferent. He had already made a decision in his heart. Since the other party had come to kill him, he had to be prepared to die. He did not have the habit of being bullied. Even if he did not eat these guys, they would not be able to leave alive. Moreover, Wang Mang had thought about it carefully. How heavy could a person be? At most, it would be 100 kilograms. A person, at most, would be 100 or so evolution points. He did not care about this little bit of evolution points. Of course, if it was like the old cultivator Li Tianxing, it would be worth a lot of evolution points. Then please pretend that he did not say the above words. Thinking up to here, Wang Mang moved his body and quickly caught up with the group of people in front of him. At the same time, the small team that was searching for Wang Mang's tracks also heard the faint movement from behind. The leader, the scarred man, was shocked. He suddenly turned his head and tightly held the hunting rifle in his hand. He angrily shouted towards the darkness behind him, "Who is it? Come out!" Hearing this, the members of the small team shone the flashlights in their hands behind them. Each of them nervously held the hunting rifle in their hands, because in the deep mountains and old forests, there would often be wild beasts roaming about. If they were not careful, they might die. After all, these people were poachers and had developed a habit of being cautious, seeing that everyone had discovered him. Wang Mang, who was not prepared to launch a sneak attack, slowly moved his body and drilled out from the darkness. He arched his 7 to 8 meter tall pitch-black snake head, completely revealing his huge body. Seeing this scene, everyone present was stunned. One after another, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Even a few members who could not bear it were so scared that their faces turned pale, and they fell to the ground. For a moment, everyone was scared silly. They only felt their scalps go numb. They looked up at the huge monster in front of them in fright. They continuously swallowed their saliva. How is this possible? How can there be such a big snake in this world? Impossible. The black giant python in the video was at most 20 meters. It is definitely not this big. Is this really a snake? For a moment, this small team of people became restless. Voices filled with fear were heard one after another. Clearly, they who were originally prepared to hunt Wang Mang. After seeing their target, they were all scared to the point of talking nonsense. This was seriously inconsistent with the goal they were looking for. They were looking for the super giant python that was less than 20 meters long in the video some time ago. However, this super giant black python in front of them was at least 30 meters long. For a moment, even the leader of the team, the man with a scar face, saw Wang Mang. He was also scared to the point that his face turned green. He even wanted to curse out loud. This is not the target I am looking for. Just when this small team was in chaos and was so scared that they were doubting their lives, Wang Mang's cold snake eyes also stared at the group of prey in front of him. He said coldly, "Are you looking for me?" When they heard Wang Mang's words, the poaching team was so frightened that their eyes were wide open. How is this possible? He spoke. F***CK. I must be dreaming. Brother, you slapped me. I must be F***king dreaming. Impossible. Did it become a demon? Seeing that this small team was so scared that they were panicking, Wang Mang shook his head. Secretly, these guys were simply no threat to him. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were here to die. At this point, Wang Mang moved his body and quickly rushed towards these guys. What made Wang Mang even more speechless was that these guys had not recovered from their shock yet. At this moment, the first to recover was the leader of the team, the man with a scar face. His face was full of horror, and he shouted in a trembling voice, "Shoot! Quickly shoot! He is coming! He is rushing towards us! Quickly shoot him to death!" Happy New Year to all my book friends and brothers. May everything go well. Thank you very much for your support. Thank you. Chapter 70. But even he, the leader, didn't know what to do. How could the rest of the poachers be any better? In a panic, the scar-faced man pulled the trigger subconsciously at Wang Mang. The shotgun in his hand spat out flames. Bang! 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 Several gunshots were heard. The shotgun bullets hit Wang Mang directly, but Wang Mang was prepared and had already used his body of steel. Therefore, when the shotgun bullets hit his body, there was no scene of blood exploding. On the contrary, when the bullets hit his body, there were several sparks. At the same time, there were clanging sounds of steel hitting each other. Of course, Wang Mang also felt the sharp pain coming from his body. After all, although Wang Mang's body had turned into steel, but he didn't lose his sense of pain. The pain of being hit by the bullets made Wang Mang even more furious. The bullets hurt too much. Therefore, Wang Mang rushed to the crowd even faster. At the same time, seeing that the bullets couldn't hurt Wang Mang, the scar-faced man was completely stunned. He opened his mouth wide, and his face was full of astonishment. He really couldn't understand. Why are there sparks flying out of my bullets? Shouldn't this giant python's skin be torn open by his bullets? What he was holding was a hunting rifle with great power and lethality. How could this be? Was this giant snake demon in front of him invulnerable to weapons? Thinking of this, he only felt his scalp tingling. He was even more terrified. However, the current situation didn't allow him to think more. Seeing that Wang Mang was even faster, he pulled the trigger in horror. Similarly, the rest of the team members who had come back to their senses, when they saw Wang Mang rushing over, they also began to shoot wildly in panic. Da, 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 dang, 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 accompanied by more than 10 people shooting wildly. Dense bullets fell like raindrops. Countless sparks hit Wang Mang's body. Wang Mang was also grimacing in pain from these guys. At the same time, his anger had also accumulated to the extreme. Fortunately, these enemies were close at hand. When Wang Mang approached, these people subconsciously wanted to retreat. However, Wang Mang swung his strong and powerful tail and swept it away. Ah! Accompanied by several screams. 5 or 6 people didn't dodge Wang Mang's tail. These 5 to 6 people were directly sent flying by Wang Mang, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. He flew several meters away before crashing to the ground in a sorry state. In an instant, these 6 people instantly, their spines were all broken by Wang Mang. They lay on the ground to the ground. The rest of the team members, after seeing this scene, he was scared out of his wits. They kept retreating. They even had the urge to run. However, they were horrified to find that their legs didn't listen to them. If someone observed carefully, they would see that among the remaining 6 people who had just escaped, 2 of them were so scared that their legs had turned to jelly. One of them was so scared that he wet his pants. "Boss, what should we do? He can't be killed at all." "Yeah, bullets can't even hurt him. We're finished. We're finished." At this moment, the remaining few people were extremely emotional. They were even scared to despair by Wang Mang's terrifying methods. After all, the hunting rifles they relied on couldn't even hurt Wang Mang. What else could they do? Run. Could they really run away? Wang Mang's speed made them despair. Similarly, Wang Mang's strength made them despair. Was this the legendary monster? Thinking of this, fear welled up in their hearts. The leader, the Scarface man, was so scared that his face turned pale. Finally, under the gaze of Wang Mang's cold snake eyes, the leader, the Scarface man, threw away the hunting rifle in his hand and knelt in front of Wang Mang. "Snake Sage, please spare us. Snake Sage, we really didn't mean to offend you." As he spoke, the Scarface man kept kowtowing to Wang Mang, begging for mercy. "Great deity Snake, I beg you to spare us. Snake Sage, please have mercy, and let us go. I have an 80-year-old mother and children waiting to be fed. Snake Sage, half of my mother's body is paralyzed, and she's waiting for me to go home and take care of her. Great deity Snake, my father is suffering from Alzheimer's disease, and I have 2 retarded sons to raise. Please spare my pathetic life." Seeing that their boss was so spineless, the rest of the team threw away their hunting rifles and knelt on the ground to beg for mercy. Seeing this, Wang Mang, who was originally furious, was suddenly speechless. He didn't expect that these people who came to find trouble with him were all from poor families. Of course, Wang Mang naturally wouldn't believe such nonsense. Therefore, Wang Mang directly opened his bloody mouth. He bit one of them in half at the waist. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. The hot blood splattered the rest of the people, and they were stunned. However, they were stunned, but Wang Mang wasn't. After spitting out half of the body, Wang Mang opened his bloody mouth again, accompanied by shrill screams. Wang Mang bit another person in half. In almost a moment, 2 people had died. When the other 4 saw this scene, they were so frightened that they wanted to run away. But Wang Mang didn't give them a chance, and fiercely whipped out his huge tail. Bang! Accompanied by a loud noise. Wang Mang didn't hold back at all. His huge tail directly whipped the 4 people to death on the spot. Their heads exploded like watermelons and blood splattered everywhere. In addition, the corpses of these guys were twisted beyond recognition. Seeing this horrifying scene, the 6 people who had already lost their ability to fight in the distance were so frightened that their faces turned pale. One of them had just woken up and his eyes rolled back, and he fainted from fear. The other 5 people were even more frightened. Driven by fear, they crawled away, trying to escape, because they knew that if they stayed, they would also die. However, their spines were broken, and they couldn't run even if they wanted to. Therefore, they could only wait for death in the same place, terrified, especially when they saw Wang Mang approaching. They were so frightened that they screamed, "Woo woo! I don't want to die. Go away! Go away! Snake Immortal, please let us go. Don't come over." The few people were so frightened that they became emotional, and they screamed and shouted crazily, especially when they saw Wang Mang getting closer and closer to them. They widened their eyes in fear, because Wang Mang's speed wasn't fast, and he deliberately moved his body very slowly. This feeling of waiting for death, it was simply torture that they had never experienced before. This was triple torture on the mind, the body, and the spirit. 3 of them were eventually scared to death by Wang Mang. The other 2 were directly whipped to death by Wang Mang's tail. After doing all this, Wang Mang nodded in satisfaction, and he didn't plan to clean up the bodies, because the wild beasts in the forest would clean up the battlefield for him. They would smell the blood and rush over to eat these bodies. Thinking of this, Wang Mang happily moved his huge body and left the forest. But not long after Wang Mang left, he heard a burst of joyful laughter behind him. "Ahaha! I'm actually still alive. I'm actually still alive." Chapter 71. After hearing this loud laughter, Wang Mang was stunned and felt a little surprised. When he turned around to look, he really did miss one. At this moment, this fish that escaped the net was struggling to get up from the ground excitedly. He looked at all his companions who had died tragically around him and rejoiced in his heart. Clearly, he didn't expect that he would be able to escape. The joy of surviving a disaster was something that ordinary people couldn't understand. Just as he was looking around with a face full of joy, he inadvertently saw a huge creature behind him in the darkness, staring at him indifferently. When he saw Wang Mang, he felt as if he was struck by lightning. The happy smile on his face froze. Then, there was no then, because he couldn't smile anymore. Actually, Wang Mang was also very speechless. If this guy didn't cry out, Wang Mang really missed him. Too careless. Fortunately, this guy was very loyal. When he was about to leave, he even specially reminded him. In order to repay this guy, Wang Mang naturally wouldn't be merciful. Therefore, he directly sent him on his way. After that, Wang Mang left the nearby forest and continued to expand his territory. Moreover, he left his strong scent in the vicinity of his territory. This process was very smooth, because Wang Mang's body was too big. Any large predator that encountered Wang Mang in the forest would be scared away. It could be said that Wang Mang didn't even need to do anything. Once his body appeared, he could scare away the wild beasts in the forest. 2 hours later, Wang Mang successfully expanded his territory to a radius of 10 miles. After doing all this, Wang Mang returned to his own nest. Tonight, he didn't choose to enter the reservoir. Wang Mang also didn't plan to start harvesting leeks after leaving for just a day or 2. Although the fish's memory only lasted 7 seconds, Wang Mang didn't think so. Let's not talk about how much memory the fish had, but the psychic fish's memory was definitely more than 7 seconds. After devouring fish that were less than 5 meters, he would indeed gain some evolution points. However, This was drinking blood to quench one's thirst. Wang Mang didn't do that. Therefore, it was better to stay put for a period of time. However, sometimes things were not as simple as they seemed, because even if Wang Mang didn't look for trouble, there would always be trouble looking for him. The next day passed quickly. When night fell, after Wang Mang came out of the nest, the first thing he did was to go to the small farm and eat the 200 pigs that had been delivered. He gained another 90,000 evolution points. After eating the pig, Wang Mang passed through the forest and walked back to the nest. Then Wang Mang saw a flashlight beam coming from afar. It abruptly turned its huge snake head to look. Wang Mang saw more than 10 figures rushing over from afar. At the same time, a loud shout was heard. "Brothers, there's movement over here." After hearing the human voice, Wang Mang's heart sank again. Could it be that trouble was coming again? When more than 10 figures rushed over, Wang Mang's heart sank. He didn't choose to run away. Instead, he quickly coiled around the tree. In just a short moment, Wang Mang easily coiled his huge body around the tree. After a few minutes, Wang Mang saw more than 10 figures rushing over from afar. These people were also carrying hunting rifles. Moreover, their equipment was even better than last night's. This made Wang Mang very puzzled. How could guns be so easily obtained these days? So many hunting rifles, and pistols, and shotguns, and AK-47s. These equipment were usually very difficult to obtain. Wang Mang was a bit confused. He was even more puzzled. Where did these guys get their weapons? Thinking about this, Wang Mang calmed down and looked down at the 10 people under the tree. At this time, a muscular young man with a fierce expression frowned and said, "I can confirm that I heard movement here just now." Hearing this, a middle-aged man with a cold expression, who was blind in one eye, nodded and said, "Everyone, look carefully." According to the information provided by the employer, the nest of the black python is nearby. Hearing the one-eyed man's words, the rest of the people nodded. Then they took out their flashlights and carefully searched around. At this moment, how could Wang Mang, who was coiled around the tree, not know that these guys were also here to cause trouble for him? Thinking about this, Wang Mang's heart became extremely gloomy. Moreover, from their tone, they were still hired by someone. Wang Mang didn't even need to think to know that it must be that bitch Elizabeth Liu. Thinking about this, Wang Mang's killing intent rose. He had only come here once yesterday, so it was fine. Why was there no end to it? Did she really think that he was easy to bully? To be honest, Wang Mang just didn't want to be calculative with this bitch. After all, now he only wanted to develop wretchedly and wait until he was invincible before coming out. But Elizabeth Liu, this bitch, actually found these ants to kill him time and time again. Although Wang Mang didn't take these people seriously, but Wang Mang's anger was completely ignited. "Damn bitch, since you want to die, I'll kill you." Thinking of this, Wang Mang suppressed the strong killing intent in his heart. He had already decided that after getting rid of these people, he would also kill that bitch Elizabeth Liu. This way, he could completely solve the root of the problem. As the saying goes, if you cut the grass without removing the roots, it will grow again when the spring breeze blows. So, even if this bitch was thousands of miles away, this time Wang Mang had to kill her. At this moment, several exclamations suddenly came from under the tree. "Boss, there are active traces of the giant python nearby." "Everyone, be careful. That giant python is definitely nearby." Hearing this, more than 10 people under the tree became alert. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang slowly adjusted his muscles. His cold snake eyes looked down at these prey in front of him. When one of them walked to the tree where Wang Mang was, Wang Mang directly opened his bloody mouth and bit down on this person's waist from top to bottom, splitting him in two. This unlucky guy didn't even have time to scream before he died. This scene was often seen in movies. At this moment, it was completely seen by these people with their own eyes. That was because Wang Meng had caused quite a commotion. After he bit a guy to death, the rest of the people came back to their senses. They all stared at the black super python in front of them, its body coiled around the tree, its huge snake head vertical in midair. When they saw that Wang Meng's bloody mouth was still dripping blood and a pair of scarlet snake eyes were staring at them, they couldn't help but gasp, because the behemoth in front of them was really too big. It was simply beyond their expectations. Is this really the target we're looking for? That's impossible. It's too big. Everyone, be careful. This big guy is much more ferocious than an African lion. At this moment, the people who were talking about it all stepped back vigilantly. The one-eyed man in charge of leading the team couldn't help but be shocked. Wang Meng's body was bigger than he imagined, but they were all ruthless people who lived on the edge of a knife. After calming down, they didn't feel sad for the dead team members at all. Instead, they looked at Wang Meng curiously and playfully. The one-eyed man in charge even pulled the trigger and said with a grim smile, "So be it if it's big. When the time comes, we can find employers to pay more." Hearing the one-eyed man's words, the rest of the team members also laughed. "Ha ha, boss is right. Yeah, even if such a big python's corpse is sold to those who do biological research, they will definitely be very interested." End of 2 chapters. Thank you for your support. As long as I have time, I will definitely squeeze out more chapters. I ask for your support. Chapter 72. Obviously, everyone in this team was a ruthless character. They were not afraid at all. Instead, they were thinking of how to sell Wang Meng for a good price. After hearing their words, Wang Meng could not help but laugh. These guys were even crazier than the poaching team from last night. However, Wang Meng had to admit, the endurance and ruthlessness of these fellows were not something that the people from yesterday could compare to. Although those people from last night were poachers, they were far less ruthless than this team in front of him. The difference was obvious at a glance. From courage to boldness to equipment and so on. It was a gap of 2 different levels of strength. Of course, these differences did not make much of a difference to Wang Meng. In Wang Meng's eyes, these reckless people should all die. Did they really think that they could kill him with a few rifles and grenades? If Wang Meng was so easy to kill, he would have died last night. Therefore, with the experience of dealing with guns, Wang Meng directly used his skill, Body of Steel, super self-healing. After Wang Meng used his skill, his pitch-black body became thick and heavy, and his snake scales were so black that they shone brightly. After that, Wang Meng's huge body coiled down from the tree and returned to the ground easily. At this moment, following Wang Meng's actions, the people in this team immediately became vigilant. They all looked at Wang Meng with vigilance. All the muzzles were also aimed at Wang Meng. The one-eyed leader saw this and shouted, "Gather your firepower and kill this bastard." As soon as he finished speaking, the one-eyed leader pulled the trigger of the shotgun in his hand. With a loud bang, the muzzle spat out sparks. A series of gunshots were heard. Bang, bang, bang. Clang, clang, clang. Bang, bang, bang. After the intensive gunshots, as for Wang Meng, his entire body was covered in sparks from the beating. After the bullets hit his body, Wang Meng felt a sharp pain. Not only that, Wang Meng also realized that the power of the shotgun was really strong. Not only was the power of the bullets strong, but the impact was also very strong. Therefore, even if the bullets did not penetrate Wang Meng's huge body, however, his body was still drenched in blood and badly mutilated. Roar. After letting out an angry roar, Wang Mang quickly rushed towards the dozen people. The distance between the two sides was only 20 meters. To Wang Mang, this distance could be said to be extremely close. In the next moment, Wang Mang opened his bloody mouth and pounced towards one of them, because these people's speed of dodging was too fast. From the moment he was about to launch an attack, these people retreated while firing. As a result, Wang Mang only managed to kill one more person with his ferocious attack. At this point, the team of 13 people were left 11 people. The 2 people who died were bitten in half by Wang Mang. At this time, the team members who were distanced from each other had a heavy expression. They originally thought that Wang Mang would definitely not be able to survive the first round and would be shot into a sieve by them. However, the result was that Wang Mang was indeed beaten to the point where blood splattered everywhere, his flesh badly mangled. But not only did this not seriously injure Wang Mang, it angered this supergiant python. Boss, this guy's defense is too strong. It seems that only shotguns and AK-47s can hurt him. Yeah, the bullets hitting his body feel like they are hitting a thick iron pillar. Yeah, only the most powerful shotgun can break through his defense. At this moment, the team of 11 people looked at each other and discussed with a gloomy expression. Hearing this, the one-eyed man who was the leader also had an extremely ugly expression. Of course, he saw that shotguns were not very effective against this guy. AK-47s could only hurt him by wildly shooting at the same spot. The most effective way to hurt this supergiant python was to use shotguns. This was because the shotgun could hit Wang Mang's body and create bowl-sized bloody wounds. At this moment, after witnessing Wang Mang's strength, the one-eyed man's expression also became gloomy. When he saw Wang Mang rushing madly again, his expression changed, and he said, "Dodge." However, the one-eyed man dodged immediately. The rest of his teammates also wanted to dodge quickly, but Wang Mang's speed was too fast. Therefore, another person was whipped into a bloody mess by Wang Mang's tail. "Damn it! Blow him up with bombs." At this moment, the one-eyed man's face was distorted as he roared angrily. Obviously, he could not accept that 3 of his teammates had died in such a short time. After all, how long had it been? In just a few minutes, 3 of them had died so quickly. If this continued, they would not be able to hold on for more than half an hour. Therefore, the one-eyed man let his teammates use the most powerful grenades. Hearing the one-eyed man's words, the rest of the team members hurriedly dodged while throwing several bombs at Wang Mang. Seeing 6 or 7 bombs flying towards him, Wang Mang was also shocked. He subconsciously whipped his tail out. 2 of the bombs were directly whipped back by Wang Mang. As for the remaining 4 bombs, they fell around Wang Mang. Wang Mang subconsciously moved his body in an attempt to dodge the grenade. However, the explosion speed of the grenade was too fast. Accompanied by several explosions, Wang Mang was completely drowned by the sparks of the 4 bombs. However, this brutal team did not have it easy either, because Wang Mang had whipped back 2 bombs with his tail. In the situation where they could not dodge in time, 6 of them suffered the explosion of the bombs on the spot. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of the explosion, several trees nearby had been blown apart by the explosion. Dust flew everywhere. As the smoke gradually subsided, the one-eyed man and the rest of the team members stared at the place where Wang Mang exploded. If the bombs could not kill Wang Mang, then they would choose to run away without hesitation. That was because bombs were their strongest trump card. 1 minute later, as the smoke subsided, the one-eyed man and the remaining 5 team members looked nervously at the place where Wang Mang was. But when they saw the bloody and miserable black python, they could not help but swallow their saliva. That was because none of the 4 bombs they threw over could kill this super black python. Of course, injuries were inevitable. Moreover, it was a very serious injury. They saw that on the ground where the previous explosion occurred, there was a pit that was several meters wide. In the pit, Wang Mang struggled to stand up again, the huge snake head that was already covered in blood. His pair of blood-red snake eyes sent chills down one's spine. Large pieces of flesh on his huge black body were blown away, and many parts of his body were blasted into a bloody mess. However, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that he really withstood the grenade. His previous conjecture had now been confirmed. Even if it was a grenade, it would not be able to kill him instantly. In addition, if someone observed carefully, they would notice. At this moment, Wang Mang's horrifying wounds were healing at a terrifying speed visible to the naked eye. Many of the wounds on his body that were missing flesh and blood were flowing like molten iron, gradually healing. In less than 2 minutes, Wang Mang's horrifying wounds were all healed because Wang Mang used the third skill, bloodthirsty rage. The terrifying thing about bloodthirsty rage was that the more serious the injury, the more terrifying the combat power. Combat power, of course, included defense power, self-healing ability, and combat state. Therefore, Wang Mang, who had just recovered from his injuries, was in an unprecedentedly good state, and his combat power was unprecedentedly strong. Chapter 73. This was an incomparably magical scene. It simply stunned the one-eyed man and the remaining team members. What kind of monster was this? Could this giant python have mutated? 2 minutes ago, it was still covered in scars, and now its injuries were all healed after regaining their senses. The one-eyed man's scalp was numb, and his face suddenly changed, and he shouted, "Run!" As soon as his voice fell, the one-eyed man was the first to run. The rest of the team members also ran in all directions. How majestic they were when they came, and how embarrassed they were when they fled. When they came, there were clearly 13 people, but when they fled, there were only 6 people left. Moreover, these 6 people could be said to be running faster than the other. There was no other reason, although they were ruthless characters who licked blood from the blade. The problem was, it was useless for them to be ruthless against this supergiant python. They had already used all the means they could use, but the result was they couldn't even kill Wang Mang with grenades. So if they didn't run at this time, were they waiting for death? Of course, what they didn't know was they couldn't run, even if they wanted to now. Seeing the 6 people fleeing, Wang Mang's figure whistled out like a black shadow sweeping past. This speed had already surpassed Wang Mang's own speed of 92 kilometers per hour. This was obviously the terrifying effect of the bloodthirsty rage skill in battle. In just a few breaths, a scream sounded. Then, several more screams came one after another. Another 5 minutes later, 5 of the 6 people who escaped had been killed by Wang Mang. After killing these 5 people, Wang Mang turned around to chase the one-eyed man. Although the one-eyed man had been running for 5 minutes, and he was running quite fast. However, he was still caught by Wang Mang after he caught his breath. The one-eyed man who stopped clenched the shotgun in his hand, and his forehead was dripping with sweat. He stared closely at Wang Mang and said in a deep voice, "I know you can understand. You can't kill me. Why can't I kill you?" Wang Mang looked at him indifferently, and his tone was extremely cold. The one-eyed man swallowed his saliva in horror. He didn't expect this supergiant python to be able to talk. However, he didn't have time to think about the current situation. He stared at Wang Mang and probed, "Don't you want to know who hired us to kill you?" "I know. Therefore, you can die peacefully." Wang Mang grinned maliciously as he moved his huge body closer to One-Eyed Dragon. Seeing this, the one-eyed man's face revealed a crazed look. Since you won't let me live, then let's die together." After that, One-Eyed Dragon pulled out 2 grenades and ran towards Wang Mang like a madman. Seeing this, Wang Mang sneered in his heart. Then it swung its tail and sent the one-eyed man flying. Bang! Rumble! Along with the sound of an explosion, the one-eyed man didn't even leave behind a corpse. He was directly blasted into minced meat. However, even after killing everyone, Wang Mang's killing intent still surged to the heavens. "Damn little bitch, I'll definitely take your dog life." After that, Wang Mang moved his huge snake body and left the forest. He first went to his grandmother's house, then contacted his father through her. He asked his father to help investigate Elizabeth Liu's family information, specific address, and so on. When his father found out what happened and that his son was almost killed, he flew into a rage and immediately agreed. If Wang Mang didn't want to do it himself, Wang Fu was prepared to do it himself and kill the culprit. Therefore, Wang Fu directly asked Wang Mang to go back and wait. He promised that there would be news the next day. After receiving his father's guarantee, Wang Mang temporarily suppressed the anger in his heart and returned to the nest to wait for news. However, just as Wang Mang returned to the nest, the system's voice sounded. Detected Elizabeth Liu's deep malice towards the host. The host is specially given the following missions to choose from. Mission 1. Don't take revenge. Swallow the humiliation. Develop wretchedly. Mission time. Choose to receive. Mission reward. 2 million evolution points. Mission 2. Plan before taking action. A gentleman's revenge is a dish best served cold. Mission time. Complete your revenge within 10 years. Mission reward. 3 million evolution points. Mission 3. Once an ignorant man gets angry, blood flows for 5 steps. I can't take this injustice. Mission time. Complete your revenge within 3 days. Mission reward. 4 million evolution points. After hearing the 3 choices given by the system, Wang Mang was simply stunned. The system never gave him a choice before. He had always relied on himself and his family to develop wretchedly. Now he actually had a choice. Moreover, the choice of reward was too cruel. If he chose to complete the mission, he would be given evolution points. Moreover, the starting point was 1 million evolution points. Thinking about this, Wang Mang immediately cried tears of joy. He suddenly felt that the system was quite humane. Thus, after a short moment, Wang Mang made his choice. The 3 choices were very good. The first choice was, do not take revenge, swallow the humiliation, and develop wretchedly. The system directly gave him 2 million evolution points. This could be eliminated. If he really chose the first mission, then he would not be Wang Mang. Other people had already tried to kill him time and time again. How could Wang Mang endure it? He could not endure it with his temper. The second choice was complete the mission within 10 years. Reward, 3 million evolution points. This choice could also be eliminated. Wang Mang's temper could not wait for 10 years. If he waited for 10 years, the cucumber would be cold. Moreover, Wang Mang did not consider himself a gentleman. Anyways, whoever dared to provoke him, he would kill them, other than those he could not afford to provoke. The third choice was complete your revenge within 3 days. Reward, 4 million evolution points. After comparing the 3 missions, the choice was clear. Wang Mang's final choice was the third mission with the most rewards. Thus, Wang Mang said in his heart, "System, I choose the third mission." This choice was most in line with Wang Mang's requirements. This was because he already could not wait to kill that slut Elizabeth Liu. Moreover, the system did not give him a choice of mission. Wang Mang was determined to kill that little slut. Now, the system had given him a generous reward for the revenge mission. Wang Mang had one more reason to kill that slut. At the same time, after Wang Mang made his choice. The system's voice echoed. Ding. Host's choice of mission is successful. Host, please complete the revenge mission within the time limit and obtain the corresponding reward. Chapter 74. After choosing the quest, Wang Mang's mood became a lot better. 4 million evolution points as a mission reward. Now that he had completed the revenge quest, the reward was enough for him to evolve again. It was because of this that Wang Mang's mood became much better. Little bitch, just wait for me to kill you. After muttering to himself, Wang Mang curled up into a ball and fell asleep in the darkness of the nest. This was because the sky outside was gradually becoming brighter. On the second night, Wang Mang once again left the nest. He immediately went to the farm and ate the 200 pigs. Another 90,000 evolution points entered his account. After eating the pigs, Wang Mang nodded his head in satisfaction. He wanted to see how many evolution points he had accumulated. Thus, Wang Mang said in his heart, "System, open my personal information." As soon as he said this, his personal information appeared in front of his eyes. Host, Wang Mang type, variant Titan Python status, peak status, healthy body, 30 meters long, 0, 8 meters wide, for 1,000 kilograms weight fighting strength, 7,000 kilograms bite force, 92 kilometers per hour skills, death coil, exceptional poison fang, skin camouflage, steel body, super heal, water breathing, bloodthirsty fury special, storage space. Information detection evolution points. 210,000/4, 000,000 shop. Not open. After looking at his personal information, Wang Mang could not help but bitterly smile. Luckily, the system had begun to give out quests. If the system did not give out quests, and he relied on devouring to grow, his evolution speed would be a lot slower. However, Wang Mang was not worried. After killing the bitch, he could evolve again. Thinking about this, Wang Mang took advantage of the night and rushed to his grandmother's house. However, what surprised Wang Mang was that there was someone waiting for him at his grandmother's house. This person was none other than someone else. It was Wang Mang's father's trusted aide, Elder Yang, the person in charge of Huanshan Reservoir. When Elder Yang saw Wang Mang, he was also shocked. Although he had heard some rumors, Wang Mang's father had also told him about it during the day. However, when he saw Wang Mang with his own eyes, he was still shocked. Wang Mang's body was too big. Just by looking at each other, it was enough to make people shudder. However, Elder Yang was someone who had been through a lot. He quickly calmed down and asked tentatively, "Young master?" Hearing this, Wang Mang nodded his head and said, "Uncle Yang, have you made the arrangements for my dad?" After hearing Wang Mang's familiar tone, Elder Yang thought to himself, "As expected, it's my young master." Faced with Wang Mang's inquiry, Elder Yang nodded and said, "Master has already prepared a truck for you. The car is parked halfway up the mountain. We will send young master to the neighboring province overnight. The person in charge of driving you there is your Uncle Lu." Hearing this, Wang Mang was overjoyed. "Okay, thank you, Uncle Yang. I'll go there now." Hearing this, Elder Yang smiled and nodded. "Young master, I'll send you there personally." Hearing this, Wang Mang nodded. After chatting with his grandmother for a while, he left his grandmother's house with Elder Yang. Due to Elder Yang's poor physique and a lame leg, he was not fast. By the time Wang Mang arrived at the village halfway up the mountain, it was already half an hour later. At that moment, halfway up the vast and flat mountain, there was a large container truck parked there. This truck was clearly the transportation vehicle that Wang Mang's father had prepared for him. After all, the truck was too small to fit Wang Mang's body. Only a large container truck like this could barely fit Wang Mang. Also, the driver was Uncle Lu. Uncle Lu's full name was Lu Daniu. In his early years, he was the same as Uncle Yang. They were both his father's confidants. Therefore, Wang Mang was also very familiar with Uncle Lu. On the other hand, Uncle Lu, like Uncle Yang, was still shocked by Wang Mang's body size. Fortunately, they had received the news in advance and knew that this giant python was their young master. Therefore, after a simple greeting, Wang Mang said to Elder Yang, "Uncle Yang, you should go back quickly." After that, Wang Mang urged Uncle Lu again. "Uncle Lu, we can drive now." After hearing Wang Mang's words, Uncle Lu smiled and nodded. "Okay, old Yang, you should go back. I'll drive the young master there." Hearing this, Wang Mang nodded and got into the large container truck. Fortunately, although Wang Mang's body was very long, it was not too thick. The truck's container was just enough to fit Wang Mang's huge body. After entering the truck, Uncle Lu drove and set off. Wang Mang could feel that the journey was a little bumpy. However, this little bump did not affect Wang Mang in the slightest. Therefore, Wang Mang directly curled his body into a ball and began to sleep, because the journey to Elizabeth Lu's location was not short. The distance between Heilong province and the province where Wang Mang was located was at least 1,000 kilometers. Therefore, in order to kill Elizabeth Lu, Wang Mang could be said to have traveled 1,000 miles. Fortunately, there was a container truck arranged by his father to transport him. Otherwise, Wang Mang really had no way to find this little bitch for revenge. After all, if Wang Mang traveled 1,000 miles and went to Heilong province, once he entered the downtown area, he would definitely be discovered. Moreover, Wang Mang was also a directionally challenged person. Therefore, it was more comfortable for his father to send someone to pick him up. 20 hours later, Heilong province, XX City, around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, a huge container truck was parked on the side of a mountain road. This wide and flat half-mountain road was a wealthy area. There were many villas here, and many rich people gathered. This also gave Wang Mang, who was in the container, a headache, because according to the information given by his father, Elizabeth Lu's family information showed that she lived in a villa nearby. But this was a wealthy area. Needless to say, there were a lot of surveillance cameras, because these rich people cherished their lives very much. Fortunately, what made Wang Mang slightly relieved was there was a distance between these villas. Otherwise, Wang Mang would not be able to make his move even if he waited until night time. At the same time, at this moment, in the villa halfway up the mountain, in a luxurious room, Elizabeth Lu was in a good mood these 2 days, especially when she thought of the python that had been targeting her. Now it was probably going to die. Her mood was even better, because not only did that python target her, it also made the other teams in the Beast God space target her. Moreover, it caused her to fail many missions and caused her to suffer heavy losses. Her relationship with Wang Mang was like fire and water, not to mention how much she hated Wang Mang in her heart. At this moment, she was wearing a pink cartoon spaghetti strap pajamas. Her petite body was lying at the head of the bed, humming a little tune and playing Douyin on her mobile phone. She played for several hours. At 11 o'clock in the evening, she took out a small pink oval appliance from under the pillow at the head of the bed, preparing to do something to make her body happy and relax under the blanket before going to bed. But at this moment, there was a faint movement outside the room, which made Elizabeth Lu a little puzzled. Could it be that Dad was back? Thinking of this, she quickly put the small pink appliance under the pillow. Then, Elizabeth Lu went forward with a heart full of doubts and opened the door. But when she opened the door, the scene in front of her made her tremble in fear. She saw a huge black snake head appear in her line of sight. That pair of snake eyes, which were as big as light bulbs and filled with cold scarlet, were staring at her coldly. At the same time, when he saw this woman, Wang Mang judged her aura and immediately confirmed her identity. In front of him, this incomparably beautiful little beauty was the little slut Elizabeth Liu. Seeing this little slut, who had long been stunned and stood rooted to the ground, Wang Mang could not help but open his bloody mouth and let out a sinister laugh. "Little slut, are you surprised? Are you surprised?" Chapter 75. After hearing Wang Mang's familiar voice, Elizabeth Liu came back to her senses. Her pretty face turned pale, and her body went limp as she sat on the ground. She looked at Wang Mang with a pale face, and her voice trembled with disbelief. "How is this possible? Why aren't you dead yet?" Obviously, Elizabeth Liu would never have dreamed that she had hired a servant to kill Wang Mang the day before yesterday. She had thought that Wang Mang was dead, but what she never expected was that not only was Wang Mang not dead, instead he had found her. He had even come straight to her door. She really wanted to know how Wang Mang had done it. After all, other than revealing her name to Wang Mang, she hadn't revealed any other information. But Elizabeth Liu was still too young. She didn't know that as long as one had money, it was simply too easy to get some information. Looking at the despairing Elizabeth Liu, Wang Mang grinned sinisterly and said, "Little b***, Tsich, even if you die, you should die in peace. In order to kill you, I ran more than 1,000 kilometers. I'll send you on your way now." Hearing Wang Mang's words, Elizabeth Liu was completely panic-stricken. She looked at Wang Mang in horror and begged in a tearful voice, "Please don't kill me. I won't dare to do it again. I'll give you money. I'll really give you money. My father is very rich. As long as you don't kill me, I'll give you 50 million. No, I'll give you 100 million. Hearing this, Wang Mang sneered in his heart and looked at this little b*** tch indifferently. "You don't say." This little b** tch's tearful voice and pitiful appearance really made one's heart ache. Unfortunately, Wang Mang already knew her nature and naturally wouldn't let her go so easily. Moreover, if he took this little b** tch's money, things would become more troublesome. If they found out that it was his father, wouldn't he be in trouble? Therefore, Wang Mang wanted this little b** tch's life. This was because the little bitch's life was worth 4 million evolution points. Thinking up to this point, Wang Mang didn't want to delay any longer. He slowly opened his mouth and prepared to send her on her way. "No, don't kill me. Don't kill me. I beg you." Seeing Wang Mang open his bloody mouth, the terrified Elizabeth Liu kept shrinking back in fear. Because she wasn't in a mission mode right now, while carrying out a mission in the beast god space. Even if she died, it would just be a failure of the mission. But if he died in real life, he would truly die. Unfortunately, no matter how she begged, Wang Mang remained unmoved. He opened his mouth wide and bit down on the little bitch's waist, tearing her into 2 pieces. For a moment, blood splattered everywhere. The scene was extremely comfortable. At the same time, after Wang Mang killed Elizabeth Liu, the system's voice sounded out. "Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully completed the revenge mission. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 4 million evolution points. Ding. Congratulations, host. Host has met the requirements for evolution. Do you wish to begin evolution?" After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang silently said in his heart, "No." After saying this, Wang Mang used his storage space and threw Elizabeth Liu's corpse into a special space. This was because Wang Mang was a bit regretful that he wasn't able to exterminate this little b** tch's family. Therefore, to prevent this little b** tch's death from being exposed a bit later, he took the corpse with him. After taking away the little b** tch's corpse, Wang Mang quickly moved his body and left the villa. At the same time, Uncle Lu, who had also entered the villa, saw Wang Mang's figure leaving. He also quickly disappeared from the villa. Moreover, in order to clean up Wang Mang's mess, he had already destroyed all the surveillance equipment in the villa. A few minutes later, Wang Mang took advantage of the night and quickly returned to the container truck. After Uncle Lu arrived, he quickly drove the container truck and disappeared into the night. The afternoon of the second day, the container truck had already returned to the village and stopped halfway up the mountain. At night, Wang Mang would be able to return to his lair on the mountain. At this moment, Wang Mang, who was hiding in the container truck, was in a good mood. This was definitely the easiest time for Wang Mang to earn evolution points. It would be great if there was a reward mission every time. Thinking about this, Wang Mang couldn't help but ask in his heart, "System, how long will it take for a reward mission to be released?" The system's familiar voice sounded, "Host, there are no rules for releasing a mission. Everything is random and depends on the host." After hearing the system's explanation, Wang Mang was speechless. He also gave up on the idea of crazily doing missions. It seems that in the future he would have to rely on himself to grow. As for the missions released by the system, he could only treat it as earning extra money when he was lucky. When night fell, the container truck was opened. Uncle Lu waved at Wang Mang and said, "Young master, you can go back first. Old master will take care of the rest of the finishing work." Hearing this, Wang Mang nodded and said, "Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Lu." Uncle Lu smiled and waved his hand. "Hurry up and go. This truck also needs to be taken care of." Wang Mang immediately nodded. After exchanging a few words with Uncle Lu, he quickly moved his huge body and disappeared into the night. After returning to the Huanshan Reservoir, Wang Mang was in a good mood as he wantonly shuttled through the forest. As usual, the first thing he did was to rush to his small farm. This was because he didn't have time to eat the white pigs today. When he arrived at the small farm, he ate another 200 white pigs. Another 90,000 evolution points easily entered his account, taking advantage of the night. After Wang Mang finished eating, he rushed back to his nest. A few minutes later, Wang Mang returned to his nest and impatiently said, "System, begin the evolution." In the next moment, the system's familiar voice echoed, "Ding. 4 million evolution points have been deducted. Beginning evolution." Afterwards, Wang Mang completely lost consciousness. 2 hours later, the evolution was complete. Wang Mang slowly woke up. What entered his eyes was still the huge snake skin. However, Wang Mang quickly noticed the abnormality in his body. This time, his body had changed a lot. His body was a lot thicker than before. He had truly become a leviathan. Not only that, his body had become longer. Moreover, it was big and thick. Of course. How big was the change in his body this time? He wasn't too sure. Thus, Wang Mang said in his heart, "System, check my personal information." In the next moment, his personal information appeared in front of his eyes. Host, Wang Mang type, mutated Titan Python status. Peak status, mutating body. 33 meters long, 4 meters wide, 6,000 kilograms weight fighting strength, 8,000 kilograms bite force, 92 kilometers per hour skills, death coil, exceptional poison fong, skin camouflage, steel body, super healing, water breathing, bloodthirsty, fury special, storage space. Information detection evolution points, 210.000/8, 000 shop, not opened. Chapter 76. After reading his personal information, Wang Mang was surprised to find that he had changed a lot this time. First of all, the biggest change was his body width. His body width was originally 0. 8 meters, but now it had increased to 4 meters. No wonder he felt that he had become much thicker. In fact, he had indeed become much thicker. How wide was a body diameter of 4 meters? It was equivalent to the height of a teenager. In other words, Wang Mang was lying on the ground. His body height, or the thickness of his body, was 4 meters in diameter. This kind of body diameter was too big. Moreover, pythons could swallow things that were several times larger than their body size. Moreover, Wang Mang's head was really big. His head was at least 2 meters wide. He could open his bloody mouth to the extent of 3 to 4 meters. Now, he only needed to open his bloody mouth, and he could easily swallow a car, or even an off-road vehicle. In other words, Wang Mang could indeed do it, like the giant pythons in the movies, to the extent of swallowing a high-speed train in one bite. Not only that, Wang Mang's weight had increased by 2 tons. Now, Wang Mang's weight had increased from 4 tons to 6 tons. It was almost a direct increase of 2 tons. This was also the reason why. This was the reason why Wang Mang said that he had really become a huge monster. Moreover, his body length had also increased from 2 meters to 3 meters each time. In addition, Wang Mang's bite force had reached 8 tons. This should be the smallest increase that Wang Mang had found so far. However, his speed did not increase, and there was still not much change. In addition, his status had also changed. Status, from healthy to mutating. It seemed that after his body length had exceeded 30 meters, if it continued to grow, he had already entered a state of change. Thinking of this, Wang Mang could not help but feel happy. But at this moment, the system's familiar voice sounded. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Obtained rare beginner supernatural power. King's Slave. King's Slave. After use, the host can enslave a target weaker than the host and make it your most loyal slave. The enslaved target will not betray you even if he dies. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang was completely stunned. He originally thought that he might not be able to obtain any new skills from this evolution, but now he was actually given a divine ability. Although this divine ability wasn't too strong, it was still quite powerful, but it was still a divine ability. Moreover, this divine ability was also very heaven-defying. The heaven-defying thing was he could use the king's enslavement god art to enslave a subordinate. Furthermore, his enslaved subordinates would never betray him. This was the truly heaven-defying aspect of divine abilities. Compared to the life and death talisman of Tian Shan Tong in the Demigods and Semi-Devils novels, it was much more powerful. The only downside was that it could only enslave one target. However, it didn't matter. Wang Mang had already thought of how to use this skill. This skill was too awesome. He could enslave any target weaker than him. If his father were to invite a rich tycoon, then he could directly use the king's slave. Let that rich tycoon use a large amount of money to help him develop. Oh my God! It was unimaginable. Wang Mang was almost stunned by his own intelligence. He was really AF** king genius. As for enslaving subordinates, enslaving Dark Light in the Reservoir, what was the use of enslaving him? What Wang Mang needed was to become stronger. Moreover, there were simply too many places where this divine ability, King's Slave, could be used. He didn't need to be like the protagonists in those novels, using all kinds of methods to control their subordinates. That would be too stupid. What he needed was to control those rich people to help him develop. At that time, if that enslaved tycoon had no value, at most, he would let that tycoon commit suicide and find a new target. Thinking of this, Wang Mang simply had the urge to look up to the sky and laugh out loud. Ah ha ha! Good, good, Good. With this divine ability, I don't have to worry about development anymore. Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but laugh. Because with this divine ability, would he still need to worry about development? No need. With a flip of his hand, he could enslave a group of tycoons to provide him with resources. Wang Mang could be said to be in high spirits. His mood was indescribably wonderful. Well, the matter of inviting tycoons still needed his father to personally come. After all, Wang Mang didn't know any tycoons. Even if he knew them, how could he invite them? Therefore, Wang Mang still needed the help of his family. For example, his father knew a lot of tycoons. Because Wang Mang's father was also a tycoon with a net worth of more than 2 billion. Thinking of this, Wang Mang had already decided to tell his father about this matter. At that time, he would ask his father to help him invite the tycoons over. As for the big fish in the reservoir, there was no need to raise them. Raise their eggs. He would have the help of the tycoons' money in the future. Would he be afraid of not having enough resources to develop? This kind of worry didn't exist at all. Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't wait to start testing this divine ability. When night came, he could try using this divine ability and see the effect. Very soon, the sun during the day. Under Wang Mang's expectations, the sun finally set. When night came, Wang Mang still went to eat the 200 pigs in the small farm. More than 90,000 evolution points easily entered his account again. Then, Wang Mang couldn't wait to go to the reservoir. This time, the target he wanted to use to test wasn't someone else. It was the white giant python from the southern waters over there. Didn't this fellow dare to bully him before because he didn't have divine abilities? Now, he also had divine abilities. Moreover, his divine ability was even more awesome. As for whether it would succeed or not, Wang Mang wasn't sure in his heart, because he hadn't really defeated this white giant python. Moreover, this white giant python had divine abilities earlier than him. Obviously, its origin wasn't simple. However, how would he know if he didn't try? Therefore, Wang Mang set off confidently. He moved his huge body and came to the shore of the reservoir. As soon as he reached the shore of the reservoir, his arrival scared away many wild animals. Then, under the fearful gazes of a group of small and medium-sized animals, Wang Mang wantonly swam in the Huanshan Reservoir and entered the center of the reservoir. At the same time, Wang Mang also directly went to the southern waters. He was going to find trouble with that white giant python. Soon, Wang Mang successfully arrived at the southern waters. Along the way, the psychic big fish in the nearby waters fled in fear when they saw Wang Mang. However, Wang Mang didn't have time to deal with these psychic big fish. The target he was looking for was the overlord of the southern waters, the super white giant python. As for the two terrifying giant catfish in the western waters, Wang Mang couldn't afford to provoke them for the time being, nor did he plan to provoke them. What surprised Wang Mang was that not long after he entered the southern waters, in his sight, the super white giant python swam towards him from the distant waters. After seeing Wang Mang, the white giant python sent out a spiritual wave and asked coldly, "What are you doing here again? You've killed a lot of psychic big fish these days. If you continue to kill, the big fish will be driven to the western waters by you." Hearing this, Wang Mang couldn't help but sneer inwardly. He replied coldly, "My target this time is you." After hearing Wang Mang's words, the white super python was so angry that it laughed. "Do you think you can beat me?" Chapter 77. To be honest, Wang Mang, in a short period of time, from a giant python that was once more than 20 meters long, it grew to a super giant python that was now more than 30 meters long. This was beyond her expectations. She really couldn't understand what Wang Mang was eating. Wasn't it rising too fast? Even if he was taking hormones, it shouldn't be. Even taking hormones wouldn't be so exaggerated. For a moment, she was simply full of curiosity about Wang Mang. She wanted to know, what was Wang Mang's method of quickly becoming stronger? After all, she had spent hundreds of years to grow to her current level, but Wang Mang, he simply became stronger every few days. Moreover, the interval was too short, so short that this little bit of time, for demons like them who were psychic and had become spirits, it was simply negligible. But what made her feel ridiculous was Wang Mang actually wanted to attack her. He actually wanted to eat her. He simply didn't take her seriously. Even the two giant catfish old monsters in the western waters couldn't do anything to her. Where did this guy in front of her get his confidence from? Could it be that he became arrogant so quickly after becoming stronger? Thinking of this, she sneered in her heart, "You're overestimating yourself." Then she used her supernatural power on Wang Mang. At the same time, Wang Mang felt that his body was once again burdened with Mount Tai. For a moment, Wang Mang's body movements also became extremely stiff. Fortunately, Wang Mang had already experienced this guy's supernatural power. Therefore, compared to the first time he encountered this supernatural power, Wang Mang was incomparably calm. At the same time, Wang Mang also silently chanted in his heart, "King's slave." Obviously, Wang Mang also used his supernatural power. In the next moment, Wang Mang saw the white supergiant python that was hit by his supernatural power. Suddenly, her huge body stiffened and then began to struggle violently. He saw that this white giant python was madly rolling in the water in pain. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang also became extremely nervous. He couldn't help but secretly pray in his heart, "You must succeed." Half an hour later, this white supergiant python gradually stopped struggling and recovered. Her pair of cold and deep snake eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent as she stared at him. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang immediately knew that things were bad. Could it be that it failed? Then, Wang Mang heard the system's voice in his mind, frowny facing. Supernatural powers enslavement failed. The host's enslaved target strength has exceeded the host's current strength. Wang Mang felt helpless when he heard the system's notification. He even almost couldn't help cursing. How was this whites? Fortunately, after the system's explanation, Wang Mang came to a sudden realization. As it turned out, this white python also had a spiritual type divine ability. Moreover, the white Wangs of the spiritual god, however, the opponent's divine ability was a defensive type, not an offensive one. In comparison, Wang Mang's king's slavery was a very domineering offensive ability. At the same time, at this moment, Lord Whitewater was furious. Her heart was filled with shock and anger. She didn't expect the fellow in front of her, whom she had never taken seriously, to be so powerful. Now, he actually had a spiritual type divine ability. Moreover, it was a very domineering spiritual attack. If she didn't have a mental attack god art, she would have died in Wang Mang's hands. Thinking of this, she looked at Wang Mang with a gaze filled with disgust and killing intent. If it wasn't for the fact that he really couldn't do anything to Wang Mang, he would have been killed. She would definitely fight Wang Mang to the death, because she was a member of the White Spirit Python clan. White Spirit Python clan. But now, it was one of the few remaining powerful demon forces on Earth. If it was said that there were a few desolate sects among the cultivators, in that case, the power of the demon race would be much stronger. Of course, although the White Spirit Python clan was powerful, they were not that powerful. She was one of the 5 great elders of the White Spirit Python clan. One could imagine that whether it was the demon race or the cultivators, How weak were they on this earth? It seems that I have to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, I might die in the hands of this fellow that day. At this moment, Lord Whitewater secretly said to herself. Obviously, the divine ability that Wang Mang displayed had frightened her quite a bit. At the same time, Wang Mang naturally saw the white python's eyes filled with killing intent. But the white python didn't make a move. Wang Mang guessed the reason for a little while. This fellow definitely didn't have the ability to do anything to him. Thinking of this, Wang Mang's mood became much better. Wait, the next time I come to your door, it will be the day you die. If you don't want to die, get out of my reservoir as soon as possible. This will be my territory sooner or later. After putting down the ruthless words, only then did Wang Mang arrogantly twist his body and leave, looking at Wang Mang's arrogant figure leaving. The giant white python was both furious and helpless. At the same time, Wang Mang returned to the shore. He also understood how powerful his divine ability was. Now it was used to deal with ordinary people. It was simply a piece of cake. Thinking of this, Wang Mang went to his grandmother's house that night. He told his father about the divine ability. His father on the phone couldn't help but laugh excitedly after hearing about his son's ability. Good, good, good. My son really lives up to expectations. He actually has such a heaven-defying divine ability. Becoming a great demon is just around the corner. Ahaha! If my son has such a divine ability, I won't be able to do any business. When the time comes, my son will directly control a very rich man and let him transfer his property to me. Hearing this on the phone, his father laughed excitedly. After listening to his father's words, Wang Mang was also very speechless. He really didn't expect. His father had thought of the magical use of the divine ability before him, because he hadn't told him his plan yet. His father had already thought of it. Thinking of this, Wang Mang then discussed the plan in his heart with his father. On the phone, after listening to this, Wang Fu patted his thigh and said excitedly, "Good, good, good. Son, wait for my good news. I know a lot of rich people. Aha! My son has such a divine ability. I don't have to continue working hard at all. Directly plundering other people's wealth and property is the fastest way to accumulate wealth." After hearing his father's words, Wang Mang couldn't help but feel a little helpless. He found that he and his father were really too similar in many ways. However, thinking that he was about to control many rich people and plunder their wealth in exchange for resources, Wang Mang was in a very good mood. After chatting with his father for a while, only then did Wang Mang end the call. While the sky was still dark, Wang Mang also rushed back to the nest before dawn. After returning to the nest, Wang Mang still couldn't calm down, because he seemed to have seen the scene of a huge amount of evolution points crazily rushing towards him. Therefore, Wang Mang was also very much looking forward to it. With the help of a lot of wealth and resources, to what extent could he evolve? 40 meters? Or 50 meters? Or 100 meters? Chapter 78. Early the next morning, Wang Mang was still sleeping in his nest. However, what Wang Mang did not know was that his father had already started to act. At this moment, Wang Fu was sleeping with his wife in his arms. However, his phone started ringing. After being woken up, Wang Fu looked at the caller ID and walked to the balcony to answer the phone with a cold expression. "Old Wang, I didn't disturb your sleep so early, did I?" Boss Luo's smiling voice came from the phone. Hearing that, Wang Fu smiled innocently and replied, "No, old Luo, you're calling. Do you have some profitable business that you want me to do with you?" Hearty laughter came from the phone again. "It's a profitable business. Old Wang, how about selling that reservoir to me? I'll take it for 50 million. After all, you didn't spend much when you contracted the reservoir. You must have made a lot of money these days. 50 million is about right, old Wang. My son is only interested in your reservoir. Otherwise, I wouldn't want it. Hearing that, Wang Fu sneered and thought to himself, I've made 30 to 40 million in half a month. Do you think I'm short of your 50 million? However, Wang Fu did not reject him directly. It would be easy to offend him. That was because this guy was also a ruthless character. He started out as a coal miner. Later, he successfully changed his business to real estate. Although Boss Luo's real estate business was not big, he was still considered a big shot in the province. To be honest, Wang Fu would not easily offend him if there were no benefits. However, after thinking about it, Wang Fu's eyes suddenly lit up, and he thought to himself, that's right. I haven't thought about who to deal with yet. Old Luo, since you came to me yourself, don't blame me for being ruthless. That's great. I'll gladly accept your billions of assets. Thinking of that, Wang Fu did not refuse again this time. He pretended to hesitate and said, Old Luo, how about this? When the time comes, you can come and see for yourself how my reservoir is. I'll give you 100 million. It's really not expensive. Moreover, I receive 2 to 3 million every day. Do the math yourself. How long will it take for you to earn back 100 million? After a long silence, the voice came from the phone again. Old Wang, I don't think there's a need to talk about 100 million. You're too insincere. Wang Fu smiled and said, when the time comes, you can take a look at the reservoir and we can talk about the price. After a long silence, old Luo's voice came from the phone. Okay, I'll come and take a look in 3 days. We can talk about the price then. After hanging up the phone, Wang Fu was elated, especially when he thought about how his son had used his mystique to control this guy. At that time, he would be able to easily plunder the other party's wealth. If he were to rashly kill the other party and take over the other party's property, he would not be able to do so. Not to mention that Lao Wang did not dare to do so. No one else would have the guts to do so. However, if the other party cooperated with him, there would be no problem, because there was too much room for manipulation and methods. Now, he already had a target. He had to make arrangements in advance and be fully prepared. At the same time, Wang Mang was still sleeping in the cave. It was not until dark that Wang Mang slowly opened his eyes. His light bulb-sized snake eyes were cold. After walking out of the lair, Wang Mang still went to the small pig farm as soon as possible. When he arrived at the small pig farm, Wang Mang found that his father was smoking a cigarette and had been waiting for a long time. After seeing Wang Mang, Wang Fu was grinning from ear to ear. Son, you're here. Dad will invite a rich man over in 2 days. Do you have the confidence to control him? Wang Mang moved his huge body and came to the empty space of the small pig farm. He said confidently, Don't worry, Dad. My mystique is very powerful. It's easy to control a person. I can even control a monster weaker than me. Hearing his son's confident words, Wang Fu was relieved. He took 2 deep breaths of the cigar and nodded. Okay, son, when the time comes, I'll bring him to your lair. You can do as you see fit. This guy is very rich. He started out in the coal mining industry and later changed to real estate. He's a famous rich man in the province. His net worth is around 5 billion. After hearing this, Wang Mang became excited. 5 billion worth of assets. If all the money was turned into pigs, how many pigs would it be? It would be more than 500,000 pigs. 100 million could buy 10,000 pigs. 10,000 pigs would be more than 4 million evolution points. 5 billion worth of assets. If it was converted into pigs, it would be more than 500,000 pigs. More than 500,000 pigs were equivalent to more than 20 million evolution points. It would be enough for Wang Mang to evolve 2 more times. Thinking up to this point, Wang Mang's heart was filled with excitement. Thus, after discussing with his father, Wang Mang confirmed the plan with his father. However, only the father and son knew about the plan to hunt the rich man. After all, if this matter was exposed, it would cause a huge commotion. At that time, who wouldn't be afraid of Wang Mang? It could be said that the fewer people who knew about this, the better. Once it was exposed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Countless people's expressions would change. It might even bring about a disaster to Wang Mang. After all, this ability was too frightening. Half an hour later, Wang Mang and his father had already discussed the plan. Under Wang Mang's escort, his father left the Huanshan Reservoir. After escorting his father, Wang Mang returned to the small-scale farm and finished eating the 200 pigs. At this point, the 90,000 evolution points for the day were easily earned. After eating the pig, Wang Mang, who was in a good mood, moved his huge body and took a stroll around the banks of the large reservoir that surrounded the mountains. This scared the beasts on the shore and caused them to flee in all directions. However, at this time, Wang Mang didn't know if he saw wrongly. He seemed to have vaguely seen a huge creature floating on the surface of the lake in the east. Did I see wrongly? The doubtful Wang Mang immediately moved his body and entered the water, swimming towards the depths of the water. However, when Wang Mang got close to the eastern waters, he realized that he didn't see wrongly. A huge creature was quietly floating on the surface of the water. This huge monster wasn't anyone else. It was his subordinate, the super black python Dark Light. Not only that, Dark Light died miserably. Many parts of his body were bitten to the point that they were about to break. Half of his huge black snake head had been bitten off. Even the water around his body was dyed red with blood. When he saw this scene, Wang Mang was both shocked and furious in his heart. He really couldn't figure out who killed his subordinates. Moreover, the eastern waters. This was his and Dark Light's territory. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was extremely angry, but more than that, he was puzzled. Could it be that the 2 giant catfish in the west did it? Thinking of this, Wang Mang wandered around the entire reservoir, but didn't find anything. There weren't any powerful characters in the Huanshan Reservoir. On the contrary, the white super python in the southern waters was gone. Could it be that the white super python did it? Thinking of this, Wang Mang searched the eastern waters twice again. The result was that he didn't find the white super python. This also made Wang Mang a little surprised and doubtful. Finally, Wang Mang caught a giant catfish that was more than 10 meters long. After asking, he learned the ins and outs of the matter. It turned out that his own subordinate, it was indeed killed by the white super python. Moreover, it was because he had been implicated. That was because after killing his lackey, the white python ran away. After learning the truth, Wang Mang was so angry that his teeth itched. This white super python was simply provoking him. If the other party was still in the reservoir, Wang Mang would have taught her a good lesson, so that the white super python would know who was the overlord of the Huanshan Reservoir. Alas, forget it. Dark Light. It's not that I don't want to help you, Your Majesty. When did you die, Your Majesty? I don't even know. But don't worry. If there's a chance, Your Majesty, I will definitely avenge you. Looking at the huge body of Dark Light in front of him, Wang Mang said very sadly. Then Wang Mang seemed to think of something, and suddenly his snake eyes lit up. After all, Dark Light used to be his underling. Now his subordinate was dead. This subordinate's body. he couldn't just leave it alone, right? Moreover, as the king, he had the obligation to help him deal with the funeral. Thinking of this, Wang Mang, who was grieving in his heart, swallowed the body with tears in his eyes. Chapter 79. After Wang Mang swallowed his little brother's body, the system's voice sounded. Ding. Host has devoured a mutated black rock python, obtained 280,000 evolution points. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang's grief was alleviated a lot. Actually, he did not want to eat dark light. After all, dark light was his little brother. However, if he did not eat dark light, the psychic fish in the Huanshan Reservoir would not be polite. Rather than letting the psychic fish take advantage of him, he might as well enter Wang Mang's stomach. He believed that after getting his promise, dark light would be able to rest in peace. However, then again, Wang Mang was still very angry. This white giant python was really sinister. It could not beat him, so it actually bullied his little brother. What made Wang Mang even angrier was that, if the white giant python wanted to leave, so be it. Before it left, it wanted to kill his little brother. This was a slap to his face. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was very depressed. If the white giant python did not run away, Wang Mang would not let it go if it dared to kill his little brother. Unless this giant white python could bring him even more benefits. Fortunately, the white giant python did not take away his little brother's body. Otherwise, he would have lost a little brother for nothing and gained nothing. Thinking of this, Wang Mang turned his grief into strength. He began to vent his anger in the reservoir. In an instant, the psychic fish in the reservoir suffered again. Because ever since he did not have to worry about his growth, he did not even care about his face. A 5-meter-long fish. He ate it without hesitation. Fish under 3 meters were an exception. Therefore, on this night, Wang Mang began to hunt crazily in the entire Huanshan Reservoir. At the same time, following Wang Mang's crazily killing, the system's voice kept ringing. Ding. Congratulations, host. Devoured a 10-meter-long mutated giant catfish. Gained 60,000 evolution points. Ding. Congratulations, host. Devoured a 5-meter-long mutated giant bone tongue fish. Gained 30,000 evolution points. Ding. Congratulations. Host swallowed a 5-meter-long variant grass carp. Obtained 80,000 evolution points. It was a night of slaughter. This lasted all the way until dawn. Blood dyed the surface of the lake red. These psychic fishes would never have dreamed of this. They had just come out of the western waters not long ago. This devil that instilled fear in countless psychic fish had appeared again. Furthermore, he was even more shameless this time. Even more shameless. He didn't even let go of a 5-meter-long psychic fish. There was simply no humanity to speak of. If they continued to eat like this, they would be eaten to extinction. They had never seen such a shameless monster. This was simply unethical. At the same time, after stopping the slaughter, Wang Mang couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Although he didn't evolve this time, Wang Mang definitely hunted a lot of psychic fish. Wang Mang had hunted for an entire night, so he was well aware of this. At the same time, Wang Mang was curious as well. After a night of hard work, now, how many evolution points did he accumulate? Thinking of this, Wang Mang silently said in his heart, "System, open my personal information." In the next moment, his personal information appeared in front of his eyes. Host, Wang Mang type, mutated Titan Python status, peak status, mutating body, 33 meters long, 4 meters wide, 6,000 kilograms weight fighting strength, 8,000 kilograms bite force, 92 kilometers per hour skills, death coil, exceptional poison fang, skin camouflage, steel body, super healing, water-breathing, bloodthirsty fury divine ability, king's slavery special, storage space, information detection evolution points. 3. 8 million/8 million shop, not opened after looking at his personal information. Wang Meng nodded in satisfaction in his heart. It seems like tonight's harvest was at least 3 million evolution points. Thinking of this, Wang Meng's mood became even better. Now, he only needed to quietly wait for his father's good news. Thinking of this, Wang Meng went to the underwater nest and began to sleep. Only when the sky turned dark did Wang Meng come out from the crack in the wall and rush towards the shore. After returning to the shore, Wang Meng went to the small-scale farm as usual and ate 200 pigs. Another 90,000 evolution points easily entered his account. After eating the pigs, Wang Meng returned to the cave on the shore. Such days continued for 2 full days. Wang Meng ate another 400 pigs. His evolution points increased from 3.8 million to 4.08 million. Of course, this was only the appetizer. Wang Meng's main course was the magnate that was about to arrive. Once he controlled the magnate, his father would sell off the magnate's property. 5 billion was more than enough for Wang Meng to evolve 2 more times, maybe even more. In the blink of an eye, another day had passed. On the morning of the 3rd day, Wang Meng was waiting in the cave. This was because today was the day he had agreed to meet with his father. Today, his father would invite the magnate. At that time, he would use his divine ability to control the magnate. After that, Wang Meng would not need to worry. His father would take the magnate's wealth. However, what made Wang Meng puzzled was that no one came even when he waited until noon. It was only in the afternoon that Wang Meng heard the sound of footsteps and conversations from outside the cave. Soon after, Wang Meng caught a familiar aura in the air. At the same time, Wang Meng also heard his father's familiar voice. At this moment, outside the cave, Wang Fu smiled as he chatted with the middle-aged boss. This middle-aged boss was none other than Boss Luo. Moreover, Boss Luo was very confident in Wang Fu, so he did not bring any bodyguards. Although the two sides had a lot of business conflicts more than 10 years ago. However, that was already a long time ago. Boss Luo did not think that Wang Fu would do anything to him. After all, this was a legal society. At this time, Boss Luo smiled and said, "Since the business is almost done." Then, "Oh Wang, I'll go back first. I'll send someone to go through the contract process another day." Hearing this, Wang Fu smiled and said, "Let's go. I'll take you to the cave in front to see something good." After that, Wang Fu hugged Boss Luo and walked toward the cave where Wang Meng was. Boss Luo, who was dumbfounded, teased, "What good thing? Did you find 2 girls to play with? Are you going to play outdoors like young people?" Hearing this, Wang Fu laughed and said, "You'll know when you go in." After that, Wang Fu pulled Boss Luo and walked into Wang Meng's cave. At the same time, Wang Meng, who had been waiting for a long time, saw his father and this fake magnate appear in front of him. "Oh Wang, what the hell are you doing?" At this time, looking at the dark cave, Boss Luo could not help but frown. Hearing this, Wang Fu said with a smile, "Old Luo, have you seen my son?" Boss Luo was stunned and felt very puzzled. He could not help but whisper to himself, "Your son? Isn't your son King dead?" At this time, deep in the cave, a huge black shadow slowly emerged from the darkness. When he saw the behemoth that appeared in the darkness, he was completely stunned. He looked at Wang Meng in disbelief, and his eyes almost popped out. It was as if he had seen a ghost, because he had never seen such a huge python. It was even bigger than the black python he saw in the video some time ago, after coming back to his senses. He looked at Wang Mang in horror. His body slumped to the ground, and his voice trembled in horror. How can there be such a huge python? Hearing this, Wang Mang slowly opened his bloody mouth and grinned. Of course I'm waiting for you. I've been waiting for you for 3 days. Seeing Wang Mang speak human language, the already terrified tycoon's eyes rolled back, and he fainted from fright. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang was speechless. This guy was too cowardly. However, Wang Mang did not care, because Wang Mang knew about this supernatural power of his. Even if the target fainted, he could still use King's slavery. Thinking of this, Wang Mang suddenly muttered in his heart and used the supernatural power. King's slavery. 10 minutes later, under Wang Fu's expectant gaze, the magnate woke up. He knelt on the ground devoutly and kept kowtowing to Wang Mang. He looked at Wang Mang with a fanatical face and said in an extremely excited tone, "Great master, I am your most loyal servant." This scene made Wang Fu, who was watching from the side, immediately open his eyes wide and his face full of shock, because his son's supernatural power was even more terrifying and abnormal than he had imagined. Chapter 80. Oh my God! Is he directly controlling him? Old man Wang, who had regained his senses, still muttered to himself in disbelief, because this scene was too strange. In just a few minutes, he easily enslaved a person. Moreover, he directly treated his son as his master. Wasn't this a little too terrifying? This kind of divine ability was simply heaven-defying. Looking at his father's shocked expression, Wang Mang smiled and explained, "Dad, it's more than that. Even if I told him to die, he wouldn't even frown." After hearing Wang Mang's words, the rich man kneeling on the ground said with a face full of fanaticism and excitement, "To be able to die for my master is my greatest honor." After hearing Boss Luo's excited and fanatical words, Wang Fu was speechless. He finally experienced the terror of his son's divine ability. It was simply incomparable to brainwashing, because even brainwashing wouldn't be so exaggerated. Look, his son told this guy to die, but this guy was still so excited with a face full of happiness. Was this something that brainwashing could do? This was a complete enslavement of the soul. In fact, this was indeed the case. Wang Mang's king's enslavement divine ability was a spiritual attack. Once the target's strength was inferior to Wang Mang's, after being enslaved by Wang Mang's divine ability, the target would obey him. The target would listen to Wang Mang's every word and be willing to die for him at any time. Because in the depths of the target's soul, Wang Mang was the target's everything. Any order that Wang Mang gave would be completed by the target with fanaticism. Wang Fu, who originally didn't quite believe it, after Wang Mang gave a few orders to the rich man. Seeing that his former business rival actually obeyed his son's orders, Wang Fu was completely convinced. "Aha! Good, good, good. My son did well. Just wait for the good news." Wang Fu nodded in satisfaction and said excitedly. Hearing this, Wang Mang nodded and continued to order the target. "In the future, my father's words are my orders. You have to listen to him." Boss Luo, who was kneeling on the ground, kowtowed fervently and said, "Respected masters, it's my greatest honor to be able to listen to your orders." Wang Fu nodded with satisfaction. Then, he happily led Boss Luo away. Needless to say, Wang Mang also knew that his father wanted to extort the other party's wealth. Thinking of this, Wang Mang's heart was filled with joy. Now, all he needed to do was to wait for the good news. But what Wang Mang didn't expect was that he had to wait for half a month. Half a month later, Wang Mang spent every day as usual. Moreover, in addition to eating 200 pigs every day, it was to go down to the reservoir to catch the psychic fish. Therefore, in this half a month's time, Wang Mang had accumulated a lot of evolution points. However, he was still short of 1,000,000 evolution points to evolve. In these days, Wang Mang had been hunting the psychic fish in the Huanshan Reservoir, as well as eating 200 pigs every day. Only then did he manage to accumulate 7,000,000 evolution points. This made Wang Mang feel helpless. That was because sometimes one's imagination was perfect, but reality was cruel. The plundering of these rich people's wealth was more troublesome than he had imagined. Luckily, his father had successfully obtained the other party's wealth in this half a month. Now, the remaining wealth was mostly untouched assets. It would be difficult to deal with them in a short amount of time. This also made Wang Mang realize that he had taken things for granted before. After all, even if he sold off the fixed assets, it couldn't be done in a short amount of time. Luckily, Wang Fu, who had obtained a lot of wealth, had already started to support Wang Mang. After the phone call last night, Wang Fu found out that his son was short of 3,000 pigs to evolve. Wang Fu straightforwardly agreed. He would first transport 2,000 pigs for Wang Mang to eat and evolve. However, it was obviously not easy to transport more than 2,000 pigs. Luckily, Wang Fu had previously built a large-scale farm for Wang Mang. Thus, Wang Fu let Wang Mang go to the large-scale farm to eat pigs tonight. Therefore, when night fell, Wang Mang immediately went to the small-scale farm. After eating the 500 pigs in the small-scale farm, he obtained another 500,000 evolution points. Afterwards, Wang Mang rushed to the large-scale farm without stopping. The large-scale farm was originally built for Wang Mang. Thus, the large-scale farm was extremely large. It could accommodate more than 10,000 adult pigs. Its scale could be imagined. Thus, after entering the large-scale farm, Wang Mang searched for a long time before finding the other 1,500 adult pigs. After crazily killing and swallowing, Wang Mang spent a total of 2 hours. Only then did he successfully eat the 1,500 adult pigs. At the same time, Wang Mang had finally accumulated enough capital to evolve again. When he was swallowing, the system had already notified him that he had met the requirements for evolution. This clearly meant that Wang Mang had accumulated enough evolution points to evolve. Thinking about this, Wang Mang was extremely emotional. The accumulation of half a month. Now, he had finally accumulated enough capital to continue evolving. Another thing worth mentioning was Wang Mang's current body was too big. Therefore, swallowing the adult pigs was like eating a pig in one mouth. Otherwise, Wang Mang would have to eat 2,000 pigs for a long time. Now, his body was only big, so it was convenient for him to eat the pigs. Half a month. It's already been half a month. Now, I've finally accumulated enough evolution points. Finally, I can start evolving again. Thinking about this, Wang Mang's heart was filled with emotions. Until this moment, the gloomy mood he had been in for the past half a month had finally dissipated. His mood was extremely good. Wang Mang glanced at the piglets in the nearby pigsty and muttered to himself, "That's right. Little guys, you have to grow up quickly. It's best if you grow up big and fat. I'm still waiting for you to grow up." After saying this, the happy Wang Mang moved his huge body and left the large-scale farm. He first went to the shore of the Huanshan Reservoir, washed off the blood on his body, and then returned to the nest. After returning to the nest, he curled his huge body into a ball. Then Wang Mang couldn't help but excitedly say in his heart, "System, start evolving." The next moment, the system's familiar voice sounded again. Ding! Successfully deducted 8,000,000 evolution points. Beginning evolution. Chapter 81. Following the system's voice, Wang Mang completely lost consciousness and entered the evolution state. 2 hours later. Only then did Wang Mang awaken from his evolution state. After Wang Mang observed for a bit, he was even more shocked. His body had actually become a lot thicker. At the same time, it was not only his body that increased. Wang Mang could feel that the power contained in his body was much stronger than before. Of course, Wang Mang still had to check his information to know the specific changes. Thinking to this point, Wang Mang said in his heart, "System, open my personal information." In the next moment, his personal information appeared in front of his eyes. Host, Wang Mang type, mutated Titan Python status, peak status, mutating body, 36 meters long, 8 meters wide, 8,000 kilograms weight fighting strength, 9,000 kilograms bite force, 93 kilometers per hour skills, death coil, exceptional poison fang, skin camouflage, steel body, super heal, water breathing, bloodthirsty fury special, storage space, information detection evolution points, 60,000/16 million evolution point shop, not opened. After looking at his personal information, Wang Mang nodded in satisfaction. His sturdiness had reached 8 meters. His weight had also increased to 8 tons. His body length had also reached 36 meters. No wonder he felt that the nest was a bit crowded. It turned out that after this evolution, he had become a lot stronger. With this kind of strength, Wang Mang even had the confidence to wrestle with the 2 giant catfish in the reservoir. This kind of confidence naturally came from his body size. His body was really too thick and strong. A 8-meter thick body. It was even taller than an adult. With his current body length and thickness, he definitely had the strength to fight with the giant catfish. He believed that once he evolved again, he would be able to try to occupy the Huanshan Reservoir. Thinking to this point, Wang Mang's mood became even more joyous. Moreover, those 2 giant catfish were too big. If he could devour them, he might be able to obtain a lot of evolution points. Thinking of this, Wang Mang could not help but drool, because if he really ate the 2 giant catfish, he would definitely gain a lot. Just as Wang Mang was happily thinking about how he could dominate the Huanshan Reservoir as soon as possible, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Congratulations, you've obtained a new skill, Corrosive Venom. Ding! Corrosive Venom can be fused with Peerless Poison Fang. Fusing in progress. Ding! Congratulations, you've obtained a new skill, Corrosive Poison. Its toxicity has increased to 500 times that of the king cobra. Corrosive Venom can be used to kill the target with a spray or to inject the venomous fangs into the target's body. It was 500 times more poisonous than the king cobra. It can instantly corrode ordinary metals. After listening to the system's explanation, Wang Mang was completely stunned. Did he acquire a new skill and fused into an even stronger venom? What made Wang Mang the happiest was that after the 2 skills were combined, not only did the poison increase, but it could also shoot attacks from the fangs, which had an extremely strong corrosive ability. It could even corrode ordinary metals in an instant. One could only imagine how powerful it was. Moreover, after acquiring this new skill, Wang Mang didn't have to worry about anyone trying to harm him anymore, because after acquiring this new skill, Wang Mang could also use group attacks. Moreover, the attack range was huge. After acquiring this skill, Wang Mang recalled a Python movie that he had watched before. He remembered that the python in the movie could also shoot corrosive venom, and people would die instantly upon contact with it. All in all, after this upgrade, Wang Mang finally had a long-range attack method. Although the attack range wasn't too far, this skill was very practical. If there were many targets during a battle, he could directly shoot the corrosive venom, and he wouldn't have to worry about being surrounded. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was in a good mood, and even had the urge to fight, because all this while he had been hiding all the way until now. To be honest, this kind of life wasn't good, but He couldn't not hide. Especially when his body size was getting bigger, if he was exposed, he might be targeted by people with bad intentions. Thinking of this, Wang Mang knew that he had to occupy the Huanshan Reservoir as soon as possible. The possibility of being exposed in the water was much lower than being exposed on land. At least, after occupying the Huanshan Reservoir, he wouldn't have to worry for a long time. Even if his body size reached 100 meters, he could still hide in the reservoir. However, Wang Mang believed that the day when he occupied the reservoir wouldn't be too long. When he evolved again, and his body size was close to 40 meters, it would be the day of his final battle with giant catfish. If he won, everyone would be happy, and he would become the true overlord of the Huanshan Reservoir. If he lost, he would have to leave the reservoir temporarily, because once he challenged giant catfish's position as the overlord, if he lost, giant catfish would definitely not allow him to stay in the reservoir. Now, giant catfish probably felt that he wasn't much of a threat. Just then, the familiar voice of the system sounded again, frowny-faced Ding. Detected that the host is in a difficult situation. The host is given the following missions to choose from. Mission 1. Live in harmony. Build a good relationship with giant catfish. Mission reward. 3 million evolution points. Mission time. Available upon selection. Mission 2. Seize back the reservoir. Expel giant catfish from the reservoir. Mission reward. 8 million evolution points. Mission time. Available upon completion. Mission 3. Get rid of giant catfish. Completely occupy Huanshan Reservoir. Mission reward. 10 million evolution points. Free access to the shopping center. Mission time. Available upon completion. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang stared blankly for a long time. Then he became very happy. It seems like the system also wanted him to fight with giant catfish. Moreover, the system's missions this time did not have a time limit. The rewards of the 3 missions were also very clear. Wang Mang didn't even need to think to know what to choose. After completing the 3rd mission, the reward was the most. Why? Because Wang Mang's next evolution required 16 million evolution points. In other words, he needed 16 million evolution points to activate the shopping center. Now it was good. After completing the 3rd mission, not only would he be able to activate the shopping center for free, he would also receive 10 million evolution points. This was already a very good reward. Thinking about this, Wang Mang did not hesitate and said, "System, I choose the 3rd mission." At the same time, the system's familiar voice sounded. Ding. Host has successfully chosen the mission. Ding. Host, please quickly complete the mission and obtain the corresponding reward. Chapter 82. When night came, Wang Mang came out of the nest again. He went to the farm as usual. The number of pigs sent by the farm had also increased. After Wang Fu knew that he needed more to evolve, he sent 200 pigs a day. Now, he was sending 500 pigs a day. Thus, Wang Mang was guaranteed to get 90,000 evolution points a day. Now, he was guaranteed to get around 220,000 evolution points a day. Because of this, Wang Mang still actively came to the pig pen to eat pigs every night. After eating the pigs, Wang Mang began to wander around his territory alone. In truth, Wang Mang was actually lonely deep down in his heart, because he had been living like this day after day for a few months. Even though Wang Mang's body size was increasing rapidly, it was still not enough. However, the problem was that he would be bored if he stayed alone for a long time. As for the Black Panther that accompanied him, he had already returned to his grandmother's house. This was because Wang Mang did not fall in the nest every day. A few days ago, he was still in the reservoir around the mountain. After a while, the Black Panther did not follow him. Perhaps the strong were destined to be lonely under the moonlight, facing the breeze of the night. Wang Mang wantonly moved his huge body. His heart was filled with sorrow. In this half a month. Oh, that's not right. It should be said that ever since Wang Mang became stronger and stronger, there were no more apex predators that dared to come to his territory. Thus, in this half a month, Wang Mang would wander around his territory every night. At this time, Wang Mang saw a small honey badger biting a 3-meter-long king cobra in the forest far away. This small honeypot with a flat head and a grayish-black body was a little too ferocious. In the past, he had only seen this little guy in the animal world. It was very fierce in the African grassland. He never thought that he would see it with his own eyes one day. Needless to say, this little guy was not a little fierce. The 3-meter-long king cobra was bitten to death by this little thing in no time. Not only that, the 3-meter-long king cobra was still alive, and this little thing had already started eating it. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang moved his huge body forward with interest. He wanted to see if this honey badger was really not afraid of anyone. He was enjoying himself as he chewed on the king cobra's honey pot. When he saw Wang Mang, he was stunned. The little thing's legs stood up, and it was still eating the king cobra with its claws while it stared blankly at Wang Mang. After a while, the little thing bared its fangs at Wang Mang, looking like it was not to be trifled with. Wang Mang felt happy for no reason. He opened his bloody mouth and roared at the little thing. However, what Wang Mang didn't expect was that not only was this little thing not afraid of him, it also bared its teeth and roared at him, looking extremely fierce. "You little thing, it seems like you're really not afraid of death." Wang Mang laughed. He casually moved his tail and swept it towards the little thing. Together with the spicy strips in the little thing's hand, they all fell to the ground. Of course, Wang Mang didn't plan to kill this little thing. Otherwise, with Wang Mang's tail, not to mention this little thing, it could even break a huge tree or a big blue stone that was as thick as a person. GG. The little thing angrily got up and ran towards Wang Mang. Not only that, this little thing ran in front of Wang Mang and wanted to jump up and hit him. However, Wang Mang's snake head and body were 7 to 8 meters tall. Therefore, this little thing couldn't hit him at all. It could only bite Wang Mang's body angrily. However, this little thing's bite force didn't affect Wang Mang at all. Therefore, after biting for a while, this little thing had no choice but to pick up the spicy strips and continue eating. However, to be able to come out from here, this little thing was indeed stupid. It wasn't afraid of anyone. Forget it. I'll bring this little thing back and treat it as my little toy. Wang Mang, who suddenly had an idea, started tormenting this little thing again. Every time it was angered by him, this little thing would chase after him and beat him for a while. Every time he saw that this little thing had no willpower, Wang Mang would provoke this little thing again. Therefore, this little thing persevered and really chased him to Wang Mang's nest. It was still biting him. However, after a while, this little thing could more or less tell that this big guy didn't have any ill intentions towards it. Therefore, after a few times, this little thing stopped paying attention to Wang Mang. However, every time Wang Mang provoked it, this little thing would still roar at Wang Mang. In the blink of an eye, another 5 days passed. In these 5 days, Wang Mang felt really bored. It had almost been a month, but he still hadn't met a member of the beast god space. His little brother, Dark Light, had also died. There were only 2 giant catfish left in the reservoir, waiting for him to challenge them. Moreover, Wang Mang's speed of accumulating evolution points wasn't that fast. Therefore, these 5 days passed very peacefully. It was worth mentioning that during these 5 days, Wang Mang obtained 1 1 million evolution points from the 500 pigs his father sent him every day. Through his own efforts, he caught a few psychic fish in the Huanshan Reservoir and obtained 3 million evolution points. Currently, Wang Mang only had 4 million evolution points. He still needed 12 million evolution points for his next evolution. Therefore, if Wang Mang wanted to evolve again, he still had a long way to go. At the same time, Wang Mang also found out that the system was cheating him. The more he evolved, the harder it was to evolve. Every time he evolved, the evolution points he needed would double. At first, Wang Mang didn't feel it. Only recently did he realize how terrifying the difficulty of evolving was. In truth, if the system didn't give him a reward, Wang Mang would have cried. Now, he only hoped that he could evolve faster and kill the giant catfish in the decisive battle. After completing the mission, he would look at the store and see if there was anything that could help him quickly become stronger. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days passed. It had already been half a month since Wang Mang's last evolution. During this half a month, it was very peaceful, unusually peaceful, extremely peaceful. His life didn't have any waves. He slept during the day, every day, ate at night. There was no sense of ritual. Only last night did Wang Mang receive some good news. After a month, his father had successfully digested that rich man's wealth. The wealth and cash that he had successfully extracted was about 5 billion. Moreover, his father knew that Wang Mang needed a large amount of evolution points. Therefore, he directly used the 5 billion to help Wang Mang evolve first. After receiving this news, Wang Mang was naturally very happy. Therefore, at night, Wang Mang couldn't wait to leave the nest. After arriving at the farm, only then did Wang Mang realize that his father had already taken action. That was because his father had sent over 10,000 pigs tonight. If it wasn't for the fact that this was a large-scale farm with 10,000 piglets and couldn't fit any more pigs, his father would have sent over even more pigs. At this moment, Wang Mang's mood, which had been gloomy for half a month, was finally lifted, because just the 10,000 pigs tonight could give him around 5 million evolution points. If he had 10,000 pigs to eat every day, Wang Mang only needed 3 consecutive nights, and he would be satisfied with evolving again. Chapter 83. When Wang Mang had swallowed 10,000 pigs, he had gained a total of 53 million evolution points. It was almost the same as what he had guessed. After swallowing 10,000 pigs, Wang Mang nodded in satisfaction. Now, he only needed 20,000 more pigs to help him evolve. Thinking about this, Wang Mang's mood was very good. He moved his huge body and left. He first went to the bank of the reservoir and washed off the smell of blood on his body. Then he returned to the nest. After returning to the lair, Wang Mang saw that the little fellow Bro Flat Top had caught a few poisonous snakes out of nowhere and was currently chewing on them with relish. Seeing that Wang Mang had returned, the little guy crawled to Wang Mang's side and continued to eat the chili strips. This was because these days Wang Mang's relationship with the little guy was pretty good. The little guy had even placed its new home in Wang Mang's cave. Normally, when it had nothing to do, it would go to Wang Mang's territory and eat 2 chili strips. Life was very enjoyable. With the little guy's company, Wang Mang's life for the past half a month could be considered interesting. After teasing the little guy for a while, Wang Mang curled up his body and fell asleep again. It was worth mentioning that Wang Mang calculated that it had been almost 4 months. In summary, he had grown so much in the past 4 months. This was something that Wang Mang had never expected. He had never thought that there would be a day when he would become the legendary supergiant python. In the blink of an eye, when Wang Mang opened his eyes again, it was already night time. After Wang Mang left the nest, he once again rushed to the farm. What made Wang Mang happy was that his father had prepared another 10,000 pigs for him. Thus, Wang Mang did not hold back, and once again ate the 10,000 pigs. At this point, he had gained another 56 million evolution points. Now, he only needed to wait until the sky turned dark and eat the pigs. Then, he would be able to evolve again. After evolving, his body would reach a terrifying size of nearly 40 meters. At that time, it would naturally be the day of the decisive battle between Wang Mang and the giant catfish in the Huanshanshui vault. Thinking of this, Wang Mang could not help but feel his blood boil. It had been almost a month since he last fought. Even after evolving, Wang Mang didn't have a chance to fight. Other than the two giant catfish in the Huanshan Reservoir, there was no other worthy opponent that could make Wang Mang fight. After all, Wang Mang's current size was too terrifying. Almost none of the ordinary creatures on the surface were his match. Oh, of course, except for the vast and endless ocean. Wang Mang was also looking forward to the ocean. However, Wang Mang also knew that when he had enough strength, it would naturally be the day when he would conquer the 4 seas. However, it was still too early for that. After all, he was only 30 meters away. Even if he entered the ocean, he might not be invincible. Just on land alone, there were all kinds of demons and monsters. Who knew what terrifying things existed in the ocean? Moreover, Wang Mang didn't believe that there wouldn't be any terrifying existences in the ocean. After all, how big was the ocean? How many unknown, mysterious existences were there? Even today's technologically advanced humans were still exploring the ocean, because the ocean was really too big, occupying nearly 70% of the Earth's surface. One could imagine how big the ocean was. The land only occupied 30% of the Earth's surface. With such a big ocean, it wasn't too much to say that some sea creatures had become spirits, right? It couldn't be said that the creatures on land could become spirits, but the big guys in the ocean couldn't, right? It was with this kind of awe. Before Wang Mang's body size reached nearly 100 meters, he had never thought of entering the ocean. This wasn't fear of death. This was low-key and wretched development, because wretched development had always been Wang Mang's purpose of survival. There was nothing wrong with being careful. He only had one life, and if he lost it, he might not have another. After all, ever since he became a giant python, Wang Mang had seen too many things that he had never seen before. Who knew how many monsters and monsters there were on Earth? It was precisely because he didn't know that he was in awe of nature and afraid of the unknown. After returning to the nest, Wang Mang slept for the whole day. When night fell, Wang Mang couldn't wait to leave the nest. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and came to the farm. Sure enough, another 10,000 white pigs had been prepared, waiting for him to enjoy the good fortune. Wang Mang, who had long been hungry and thirsty, rushed into the farm again and crazily slaughtered. 2 hours later, Wang Mang's huge body, covered in blood, came out of the pigsty. At this moment, Wang Mang had successfully devoured the 10,000 pigs tonight. Moreover, Wang Mang could evolve again. When he was devouring the pigs, Wang Mang heard the system notification. Thus, the amount of evolution points Wang Mang obtained had already exceeded the amount needed for evolution. Thinking about this, Wang Mang couldn't help but become excited. He couldn't wait to go to the bank of the reservoir. After washing away the smell of blood on his body, he quickly returned to the nest. After returning to the nest, Wang Mang couldn't help but say, "System, begin evolution." Following Wang Mang's words, the system's familiar voice echoed. Ding. Successfully deducted 16 million evolution points. Beginning evolution. In the next moment, Wang Mang completely lost consciousness and entered the evolution process. 2 hours later, after the evolution process ended, Wang Mang slowly woke up. After inspecting his body, Wang Mang was not surprised to discover that his body had become even thicker and larger. As for how big the changes were, Wang Mang also wanted to know. This was because every time he evolved, his strength would increase in all aspects. Thinking about this, Wang Mang said in his heart, "System, open my personal information." In the next moment, his personal information appeared in front of his eyes. Host, Wang Mang type, mutated Titan Python status, peak status, mutated body, 39 meters long, 2 meters wide, 10,000 kilograms weight fighting strength, 10,000 kilograms bite force. Speed, 93 kilometers per hour skills. Death coil, corrosive poison, skin camouflage, steel body, super healing, water breathing, bloodthirsty fury special, storage space, information detection divine ability, King's slavery evolution points. 1. 56 million/32 million shop, not opened. Chapter 84. After reading his personal information, Wang Mang was overjoyed. Awesome. Now, his body size had reached 39 meters. It had grown by 3 meters. Moreover, his weight had reached 10 tons. His weight had increased by 2 tons. In addition, his body width had reached 2 meters. It had increased by 0.4 meters. How wide was 2 meters? The height of a room door seemed to be only about 2 meters. Moreover, this was only the width of Wang Mang's body. In addition, Wang Mang's head was at least 3 meters wide. Once he opened his bloody mouth, one could imagine how terrifying the scene would be. At this moment, Wang Mang's blood was boiling. With his current strength, he could already start a fight with the giant catfish. This was because Wang Mang had long been prepared. When his body reached 39 meters, it would be the day he would fight with the giant catfish. Now was the time, and now was the time. If he wanted to continue to improve his strength, he still needed a lot of time. Moreover, his mutated Titan Python bloodline template had developed to the extreme. If he wanted to continue to evolve, he would have to buy a new bloodline template, and naturally, he would need to spend evolution points. Because of this, Wang Mang planned to wait until he killed the giant catfish before slowly evolving. At that time, he would have to change to a new template bloodline. Thinking of this, Wang Mang's cold snake eyes were full of fighting spirit. He moved his body and couldn't wait to fight with the giant catfish. However, after Wang Mang raised his head and looked outside the nest, he finally gave up on this idea. Because although the sky was not bright yet, Wang Mang guessed that it would be soon. Moreover, his battle with the 2 giant catfish in the Huanshan Reservoir would definitely not end in a short time. By then, once the sun rose, he would probably be exposed to the eyes of countless fishermen. This was not what Wang Mang wanted to see, so for the time being, he could only wait until the sky turned dark before he set off into the Huanshan Reservoir. One night was more than enough for him to fight the 2 giant catfish in Huanshan Reservoir. Thinking up to this point, Wang Mang could only temporarily suppress his feelings of urgency. He sat down cross-legged and began to sleep. When night fell, Wang Mang went to the farm as usual and ate 10,000 pigs. At this point, another 5 million evolution points entered his account. After eating 10,000 pigs, Wang Mang couldn't wait to rush to the Huanshan Reservoir. After passing through the forest, Wang Mang arrived at the shore of the Huanshan Reservoir. After scaring away countless small and medium-sized animals, Wang Mang shook off the little thing on his body. "Little thing, return to the nest and wait for me." After saying that, Wang Mang's blood boiled. He twisted his huge body and entered the reservoir. His huge body twisted rapidly on the surface of the water, causing huge ripples on the surface of the water. After entering the water, Wang Mang's goal was to swim towards the western waters. This was the territory of the 2 giant catfish. It was also the hiding place of many big psychic fish. Thus, after entering the western waters, Wang Mang saw many big psychic fish. When these big psychic fish saw Wang Mang, they were so scared that they scattered in all directions. Moreover, there were many of them. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang couldn't help but secretly say, "After I finish dealing with the two giant catfish, where can you big psychic fish hide?" Thinking up to this point, Wang Mang's fighting spirit was high. He quickly swam in the water and quickly entered the western waters. In fact, Wang Mang had thought about whether he should fight one of the giant catfish first or both of them together. However, after thinking about it carefully, Wang Mang realized that the two giant catfish basically never left the western waters. If he wanted to fight, he could only fight with the two giant catfish at once. Since there was no way to defeat them one by one, Wang Mang gave up on this idea. At most, he would fight them head-on. The current Wang Mang was no longer who he used to be. He had also changed from a 20-meter-long giant python to a 40-meter-long giant monster. Therefore, Wang Mang was of course not afraid at all. When they first met, the difference in size was too big. At this moment, Wang Mang's swimming speed slowed down. There was no other reason, but the target he was looking for had appeared. In Wang Mang's line of sight, there was a body of water 200 meters in front of him. It was a huge black giant catfish. Its body was as big as a ball, and its body was 36 meters long. Its body was as big as a mountain, and it was like a huge cruise ship. At this moment, this huge creature that covered the entire body of water was swimming towards him at a terrifying speed. At the same time, Wang Mang was not afraid at all, and his huge body swam even faster. After a while, Wang Mang was less than 50 meters away from the huge black catfish. However, something that surprised Wang Mang happened. Just when the two were about to collide and fight, the behemoth gradually slowed down and finally came to a stop. Its pair of basketball-sized fish eyes were sizing up Wang Mang for a long time. The next moment, an old voice sounded in Wang Mang's mind. "Coexist. Share the geocentric marrow." After hearing this, Wang Mang was a little surprised. He did not expect this huge creature to not make a move. On the contrary, it actually gave in to him. However, after thinking for a while, Wang Mang knew the reason. Perhaps, last time, whether it was his size or his strength, he was not a threat to the giant catfish. But now, his size was so huge that the giant catfish was paying attention to him. In other words, it was enough to make the giant catfish feel threatened. Therefore, the giant catfish started to look at him seriously and treated him as an existence on the same level. Perhaps if Wang Mang's size had not reached 40 meters, the giant catfish would definitely not talk nonsense with him. Thinking of this, Wang Mang could not help but sigh in his heart. Strength was respected. No matter where it was the same principle. In fact, Wang Mang's guess was not far from the answer. It was because Wang Mang's size had reached 40 meters that the giant catfish took his strength seriously. Moreover, the giant catfish felt a strong sense of threat from Wang Mang. Therefore, the giant catfish agreed to allow Wang Mang to share the benefits with them. Of course, Wang Mang did not have such thoughts. Because the mission that Wang Mang chose was to kill these two giant catfish, it was destined that if Wang Mang wanted to complete the mission, it would be impossible for him to get along with the giant catfish. Moreover, sharing the benefits would not be as comfortable as enjoying it alone. Thinking of this, Wang Mang's eyes turned scarlet. He replied coldly, "No need. In this big reservoir, one master is enough." Chapter 85. This giant black catfish was indeed an old monster that had lived for nearly 1,000 years. The meaning behind Wang Mang's words infuriated the giant black catfish even more. Good. It's not easy for you to reach this level. Since you don't know how to cherish it, I'll send you on your way. It's been a long time since I've eaten such a powerful python demon. I wanted to keep you alive until you're about to transform into a flood dragon before eating you. It's a pity that you've messed up our plans. You're courting death. You deserve to die." After listening to the giant black catfish's words, Wang Mang felt a burst of astonishment and shock. He didn't expect these two giant catfish to be so cunning. They actually wanted to wait until the other 3 pythons in the Huanshui Reservoir were about to transform into flood dragons before eating them. This was indeed to maximize the benefits. If they really ate the 3 pythons, the harvest would be very impressive. Thinking of this, Wang Mang had to admit that these old monsters that had lived for a long time were indeed very cunning. In the Huanshan Reservoir, the 4 sides seemed to be living in harmony on the surface. In fact, these 2 giant catfish wanted to raise pigs. Moreover, they wanted to raise them until they were fat before killing them. However, facing the giant catfish's anger, Wang Mang didn't care at all. He came here today to send these 2 giant catfish on their way. As for why the other giant catfish didn't come out, Wang Mang didn't care. Then he would send this giant catfish on its way first. Thinking up to this point, Wang Mang used 3 skills in an instant. They were super self-healing, bloodthirsty rage, steel body. After Wang Mang used the skills, his body became even darker and more dazzling. Snake scales the size of a palm were embedded on his enormous body, shining brightly like a layer of indestructible steel armor. At this moment, the giant black catfish moved. His huge body carried a huge and terrifying water current, surging towards Wang Mang. He opened his terrifyingly large mouth, attempting to swallow Wang Mang in one gulp. At the same time, the terrifying giant catfish opened its bloody mouth that was more than 10 meters long. Wang Mang could feel a terrifying suction force around him. The water around Wang Mang's body was being sucked away. Many psychic fish in the nearby waters were struggling violently. However, in the end, these psychic fish were easily sucked into this bloody mouth. On the other hand, Wang Mang's huge body was moving and was not affected by the suction force. After all, Wang Mang's size was there for all to see. Seeing that Wang Mang hadn't been sucked into his bloody mouth, he was shocked. The giant catfish opened its bloody mouth and swam towards Wang Mang. On the 10-meter-long mouth of the giant catfish, there were rows of teeth that were as sharp as blades and looked like sawtooth. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang quickly swam his body and nimbly avoided the giant catfish's bloody mouth. Moreover, when he swam past the giant black catfish, Wang Mang seized the opportunity to counterattack. He opened his bloody mouth, and 2 huge poisonous fangs pierced into the giant catfish's body. What made Wang Mang relieved was that although the giant black catfish's skin was as hard as rock, it was still bitten open by him. When the poisonous fangs pierced into the giant catfish's body, Wang Mang also injected the corrosive poison in the fangs into it. After Wang Mang let go of the bloody mouth, the giant black catfish struggled. Its huge body began to crazily hit the bottom of the water. The place where it hit the bottom of the water was exactly where Wang Mang injected the poisonous fangs. The thick flesh of the giant black catfish that was bitten by Wang Mang's poisonous fangs was rapidly rotting and spreading. The flesh of the wound was corroded to the point that it turned into pus and blood. After seeing the power of the corrosive poison, Wang Mang couldn't help but secretly rejoice. The power of the corrosive poison really didn't disappoint him. It was so strong that it was beyond his expectations. If they weren't fighting in the water, but on land instead, Wang Mang could totally rely on the corrosive poison to kill the giant catfish easily. But very quickly, Wang Mang realized that although his corrosive poison was very harmful, the giant catfish was much stronger than the giant catfish. However, This giant catfish was even more vicious. It directly scraped off a huge chunk of its own flesh. After the huge piece of flesh fell off the giant catfish's body, it was turned into blood by the corrosive poison and spread in the water. Then Wang Mang saw that the giant catfish's huge wound was growing new tender flesh at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang's heart sank. The giant catfish was really not easy to deal with. Just its self-healing speed alone wasn't as fast as Wang Mang's self-healing speed, but it wasn't far from it. Thinking of this, Wang Mang began to rely on his flexible body to swim around the giant black catfish. He was looking for a way to quickly kill the giant catfish. At the same time, this giant black catfish, on the other hand, was enraged and started attacking Wang Mang again. Back and forth a few times, facing the giant catfish's attacks, Wang Mang was nimbly dodging. This made the giant black catfish extremely angry. Wang Mang was too cunning, because Wang Mang didn't fight with him face to face, nor did he fight with him in close combat. On the contrary, Wang Mang relied on his flexible body to swim around and dodge his attacks. Moreover, he didn't know what he was planning to do to him. In fact, Wang Mang was indeed looking for a way to quickly kill this big guy. As for the close combat between the two of them, fight my ass. If it was a competition of physical strength, Wang Mang would definitely not be able to win against the giant catfish. There was no doubt about this. The width of the giant catfish's body was 7 to 8 meters. Wang Mang truly felt helpless against the giant catfish's enormous body. Could it be that he had to rely on death entanglement to strangle this 180-ton giant catfish to death? That's impossible, all right? The body of the giant catfish was 7 to 8 meters wide, and its body was like a huge rubber ball. Wang Mang wanted to rely on death entanglement to kill the giant catfish. This was completely impossible. Luckily, after Wang Mang searched for a while, he finally found the giant catfish's weakness. The giant catfish's body was indeed huge, and its skin was thick. However, this guy's eyes couldn't possibly be that strong in defense, right? Thinking of this, Wang Mang immediately moved his body and attacked the giant catfish. After seeing Wang Mang swimming over, the furious giant catfish opened its mouth again and wanted to bite Wang Mang to death. However, Wang Mang still easily dodged his gaping maw and even seized the opportunity to quickly coil around his body. Wang Mang's actions made the giant catfish a little flustered, although it didn't think that Wang Mang could kill it. The problem was Wang Mang was coiled around its body. How could it attack Wang Mang? Moreover, its divine skills were all for strengthening itself and not suitable for fighting. Otherwise, the giant catfish would have used its divine skills to deal with Wang Mang. The only reason he could dominate the reservoir was because of his huge body. Good chance. Now, at this moment, Wang Mang had already found the opportunity. Then he opened his mouth and quickly bit towards the giant catfish's eyes. Chapter 86. PFFF. Wang Mang's sharp fangs pierced through one of the catfish's eyes. Blood splattered everywhere. At the same time, Wang Mang injected a large amount of corrosive poison into his fangs. At this point, this huge catfish went completely crazy. One of the catfish's eyes was rapidly corroding into pus and blood. At the same time, the catfish began to struggle wildly. It began to scuttle around in the water, trying to shake off Wang Mang. However, not only did the catfish fail to shake off Wang Mang, but it also gave Wang Mang a chance to blind the other eye of the catfish. At this point, the catfish completely lost its vision. This also made the catfish go completely crazy. He struggled painfully and scurried around like a five-headed fly. Its eyes were also rapidly corroded by the corrosive poison. As the catfish struggled wildly, Wang Mang also opened his bloody mouth and bit the catfish's body, injecting a large amount of corrosive poison into his fangs. At the same time, in the distant waters, the other catfish that rushed over was even more shocked and angry after seeing this scene. He didn't expect that in just a moment. His brother that had accompanied him for nearly 1,000 years was about to be killed by this giant python. "You deserve to die." A furious roar of mind energy was suddenly transmitted to Wang Mang's mind. Wang Mang raised his huge snake head and saw that in the distant waters, another black catfish that was 36 meters long was rushing over here quickly. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang sneered in his heart and couldn't help but think in high spirits. "If these two catfish only have this much ability, then I'll send them to hell tonight." Thinking of this, Wang Mang's battle intent was awe-inspiring. Seeing this giant catfish rushing towards him, Wang Mang quickly let go of this giant catfish that was about to be killed by him. Then Wang Mang twisted his huge body and swam towards the other giant catfish. As for the giant catfish that he had injected with a large amount of corrosive poison, it was already dead. Wang Mang had injected a large amount of corrosive poison into the catfish's head, heart, and other parts of its body. Therefore, this giant catfish was basically done for. It could only wait for its death. Therefore, Wang Mang was able to free himself to deal with the other giant catfish. Similarly, Wang Mang did not choose to fight the giant catfish head-on. Wang Mang also chose to swim. After a few exchanges, Wang Mang had a good grasp of the giant catfish's strength. Its combat power was about the same as that of the previous giant catfish. What made Wang Mang the happiest was that these two giant catfish didn't have any combat abilities. Therefore, Wang Mang was completely at ease. He could use the same method to deal with this giant catfish without any worries. 10 minutes later, Wang Mang seized the opportunity again and immediately coiled around the giant catfish. Then, Wang Mang used the same method to attack this giant catfish. This giant catfish was extremely flustered after being coiled around by Wang Mang. He hit the bottom of the water one moment and jumped out of the water the next, creating huge waves on the surface of the lake. However, no matter how he struggled, Wang Mang was not shaken off his body. Moreover, in order not to end up like his brother, he shook his head. He scuttled around in the water and even stuck his head into the mud. He was afraid that his eyes would be bitten blind by Wang Mang. Unfortunately, no matter how the giant catfish struggled, it was useless against Wang Mang. Helpless, the giant catfish even begged Wang Mang for mercy. Wang Mang couldn't help but feel pleased with himself, but he ignored it. He kept opening his bloody mouth and biting the giant catfish. This giant catfish also struggled in pain, but to no avail. In the end, the giant catfish ended up in the same state as its brother. First, Wang Mang blinded his eyes. Then, Wang Mang injected a large amount of corrosive poison into his heart. At this point, these two giant catfish were on the verge of death. Their strength to struggle was getting weaker and weaker. It was almost dawn. These two big guys gradually stopped struggling. At the same time, these two huge bodies gradually floated to the surface of the water. After killing the two giant catfish, Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Wang Mang felt that it was unbelievable. To be honest, the strength of these two giant catfish. It simply made his eyes pop out. They were 2F * King Week, just a little rough skin and thick flesh. They didn't seem to have any powerful skills. At this moment, Wang Mang still felt like he was dreaming. It simply felt unreal. He didn't expect to kill these two giant catfish so smoothly. If he had known that these giant catfish were so weak, they were just tanks with rough skin and thick flesh, Wang Mang didn't even need to wait until his body size reached almost 40 meters. But what Wang Meng didn't know was that if he hadn't upgraded his poisonous fangs, he might not have been able to defeat these two giant catfish so easily, because the corrosive poison was too strong. It could even corrode ordinary metals in an instant. The defensive power of these two giant catfish was comparable to hard rocks. Their skin was indeed rough and thick. However, if Wang Meng didn't evolve and become stronger, if he didn't increase his bite force, and if he didn't improve his strength in all aspects, then it was impossible for Wang Meng to end the battle so easily. Therefore, every time Wang Meng improved his strength, it was an all-round improvement. What surprised Wang Meng a little was that these two giant catfish's vitality was really tenacious. The two giant catfish actually tenaciously held on until dawn before they finally died unwillingly. At the same time, these two huge bodies floated on the water after they died. Seeing this scene, Wang Meng began to feel a headache. He felt very helpless because the sky was already bright. If he wanted to eat these two big guys, he would have to float to the water surface. At that time, he would be exposed under the eyes of the fishing crowd. However, to let Wang Meng give up on these two big guys? But how could Wang Meng be willing to give up on them like this? These were all evolution points. These two fellows, each of them weighed 180 tons. If he swallowed them, how many evolution points would the bodies of these two big guys give him? Although Wang Meng didn't know, he guessed that it wouldn't be a small number. Therefore, Wang Meng couldn't give up on these two giant catfish no matter what. Forget it. If I'm exposed, then so be it. In any case, I've already been exposed twice before. Moreover, in the future, when I stay in my own reservoir for a long time, I don't have to worry about being targeted on land. Thinking about this, Wang Meng moved his huge body and prepared to eat these two huge creatures. At this time, the system's familiar voice sounded again. Ding. Congratulations, host. Mission completed. Successfully killed the giant catfish. Ding. Congratulations, host. Reward obtained. Free access to the shopping center. Ding. Congratulations, host. Reward obtained. 10 million evolution points. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Meng was simply bursting with joy, because this time the harvest was really big. There were simply too many benefits. Not only did he obtain 10 million evolution points, additionally, the system also rewarded him with free access to the shopping center. Of course, the current Wang Meng didn't have time to study the shopping center, because these two giant catfishes' huge bodies were still waiting for him to enjoy. At the same time, Wang Meng also wanted to know, these two enormous catfish that had lived for close to 1,000 years, how many evolution points could they bring him? Chapter 87. Thinking of this, Wang Meng was very excited, because there were too many things for him to be happy about. Let's not talk about the reward first. The two huge carcasses of the giant catfish in front of him were a good reward, and from now on, he was the real overlord of the Huanshan Reservoir. From the moment he defeated and killed the two giant catfish, he was the real overlord of the Huanshan Reservoir. In the past, he could only be considered as the overlord of the reservoir, but he was not the overlord of the Huanshan Reservoir, because the giant catfish were the real overlords. But at this moment, he had killed all the existences in the reservoir that could compete with him. In the future, the resources of the psychic fish in the reservoir would truly belong to him alone. Now, just thinking about it made his heart burst with joy. Forget it, I'll eat these two giant catfish first. Then I'll sort out the rewards of this battle. Thinking of this, Wang Meng looked at the carcasses of the two giant catfish on the surface of the water. The carcasses of the two giant catfish were so big that they occupied a large part of the water surface like a small cruise ship. At the same time, some psychic fish, also noticed that the two giant catfish were dead. But these two giant catfish had been the overlord of the reservoir for too long, and their power was still there. Therefore, although these psychic fish wanted to eat the carcasses of the two giant catfish, they did not dare to get close. At the same time, Wang Meng twisted his huge body and swam up to the surface of the water happily. He was worried about how many people were fishing in the reservoir now. "I hope there are fewer of them," Wang Meng muttered in his heart. But Wang Meng's hope was obviously going to come to nothing, because at this moment there were already many people on the shore of the Huanshan Reservoir. At this moment, these fishermen inadvertently saw two huge black objects floating on the surface of the lake in the middle of the reservoir. For a moment, everyone was talking about it, but they wanted to see what it was, but because they were too far away, they could not see the huge objects floating on the surface of the water. Among these fishermen, there was the beautiful streamer who became famous because of Wang Meng, Xiao Su. At this moment, Xiao Su was fishing happily on the shore. At the same time, she said to the camera in the live broadcast room, "Babies, let me put it this way. This is the most amazing reservoir I've ever seen. Over the past few days, there have been a lot of giant pythons, water monsters, and even a lot of big fish. Yesterday, someone caught a nearly 2-meter-long fish in the reservoir. 2 meters! Babies in the live streaming room, can you imagine how big it is?" Hearing the beautiful streamer's words, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room immediately changed. "Gun steel. I don't want to listen to that bastard's chanting. I just want to see the streamer pee in her pants. Female raid night. Streamer, don't forget your roots. Your popularity is all thanks to the giant python. Hurry up, everyone wants to see the giant python. Anti-pornography brigade. That's right. Streamer, everyone is here to watch you spray water, not to watch you fish. Tourist 7568. Excuse me, is this streamer the female lead of the giant python sect incident? Fujoshi loves abs. Upstairs, what Anaconda Gate incident? I've only heard of the Yellow Eel Gate, pornographic photo gate. Could it be that this old lady was ignorant and inexperienced? After seeing the style of the live broadcast room, the beautiful host Xiao Su was speechless. Ever since she became popular, the style of the live broadcast room had completely changed. There were even many rich bosses who sent her private messages. They said that they wanted to see her perform snake drilling hole. The price was negotiable. If it weren't for her good temper, she would have cursed them out. What kind of people were they? How could they come up with such a perverted request? At this moment, the beautiful streamer Xiao Su suddenly heard a series of exclamations. F***CK. Quick, look. That black giant python has appeared again. Oh my God. There's an unknown giant black object on the water surface in the middle of the reservoir. It looks like a fish. Oh my God. Could it be that the super water monster in the reservoir was killed by this super giant python? Looking at the beautiful streamer, Xiao Su was even more shocked. At this moment, on the surface of the reservoir, a huge black giant python jumped out of the water. Then, the black giant python dragged the unknown giant object into the water. Seeing this scene, Xiao Su came back to her senses and quickly turned the camera of the live broadcast room to the surface of the lake. At the same time, she explained in an excited tone, "Babies, the giant python that you want to see just appeared." According to the guesses of other fishing friends, it seems that the unknown giant black object in the water may be the water monster. I heard from other fishing friends that the water monster was probably killed by the black giant python in the reservoir. I just saw with my own eyes that the giant python dragged a huge black object into the water. Oh my God! I feel that this black supergiant python is too powerful. At the same time, at this moment, The rest of the fishing crowd on the shore was also boiling and talking about it. Many of the fishermen were even seeing this super black python for the third time. At this moment, a middle-aged man said in a trembling voice, "This giant python does live in this reservoir." Another young man said with an equally excited expression, "If it weren't for the fact that my drone couldn't fly so far, I would definitely record it." The rest of the fishing crowd also spoke one after another. "Damn, it seems that we can't come here to fish in the future. It feels so dangerous." Yeah, although there are many big fish in this reservoir, there are water monsters and supergiant pythons. I feel that my life is in danger when I'm fishing. Luckily, I haven't heard about this super giant python attacking people. It's better to be safe than sorry. I feel that we can invite Bear Grylls. Isn't he known as the man at the top of the food chain? What's the use of Bear Grylls? It's useless if he comes. Why don't you see how big this giant python is? While the fishing crowd on the shore of the reservoir was still discussing spiritedly, at this moment, Wang Mang, who was in the reservoir, had been tossing and turning for a full 2 hours. He relied on the corrosive poison to devour the giant catfish. At the same time, the system's voice sounded. Ding. "Congratulations, host! Successfully devoured the fish monster giant catfish. Obtained 5 million evolution points." After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang was completely stunned. He only devoured one giant catfish and obtained 5 million evolution points. Although these two catfish were unprecedentedly large in size, they were still extremely large. But wasn't it a little too valuable? What did 5 million evolution points mean? It was comparable to Wang Mang eating 10,000 pigs. However, when he thought about how these two big guys had lived for close to 1,000 years, they were extremely rare. Furthermore, it was extremely rare. Thus, Wang Mang felt relieved. After all, Wang Mang had never heard of a catfish that could grow to a size comparable to a blue whale. At the same time, Wang Mang was even more happy. He obtained 5 million evolution points from one giant catfish. His harvest from 2 giant catfish was 10 million evolution points. Didn't this mean that he was about to evolve again? Thinking about this, Wang Mang was simply too excited. He even had the urge to raise his head and laugh. This time, he had obtained 20 million evolution points. Chapter 88. Thus, Wang Mang impatiently spent another 2 hours. The giant catfish was also divided and devoured. When Wang Mang finished devouring the giant catfish, the system's familiar voice resounded frowny-faced ding. "Congratulations, host. Devoured giant catfish. Obtained 5 million evolution points." After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang was bursting with joy. Comfortable. Truly comfortable. At the same time, Wang Mang also wanted to see how many evolution points he had accumulated. Thinking about this, Wang Mang said in his heart, "System, open my personal information." In the next moment, his personal information appeared in front of his eyes. Host, Wang Mang type, mutated Titan Python status, peak status, mutated body, 39 meters long, 2 meters wide, 10,000 kilograms weight fighting strength, 10,000 kilograms bite force, 93 kilometers per hour skills, death coil corrosive poison, skin camouflage, steel body, super healing, water breathing, bloodthirsty fury special, storage space, information detection divine ability. King's slavery evolution points, 26. 36 million/32,000,000 shop. Unlocked after looking at his personal information. Wang Mang was wild with joy. As expected, his evolution was just around the corner. Thinking about this, Wang Mang could not help but feel excited. This was definitely the fastest time he had ever accumulated evolution points. As expected, every time the system issued a mission, the rewards would be bountiful. Thinking about this, Wang Mang was extremely happy. He wantonly swam around the Huanshan Reservoir. Currently, he was the true overlord of the Huanshan Reservoir. He could go anywhere he wanted. This place would be his territory in the future. It would be his territory alone. This made Wang Mang sigh with sorrow. After so long, he had finally conquered his own reservoir. In the future, he would also be the overlord of a body of water. If the current me is considered a demon's territory, I can be considered the king of a mountain, right? Wang Mang, who was in high spirits, moved his body and arrived at the western waters. Sure enough, not only was the area of the western waters incomparably vast, there were also a lot of psychic fish. It could even be said that because of Wang Mang's crazy massacre, these psychic fishes were scared to the western waters. Not only that, but when these big psychic fish saw Wang Mang, they were so scared that they fled in all directions. They were scurrying all over the reservoir. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang smiled proudly. This time, the entire Huanshan Reservoir has been occupied by me. Let's see where you can run to. Thinking up to this point, Wang Mang's mood became even better. He was prepared to raise his butcher's knife against the psychic fish once again. Since he still lacked a few million evolution points, he would use these large spiritual fish to make up for it. Thinking of this, Wang Mang began to slaughter these psychic fish. Of course, the entire Huanshan Reservoir was his now. Wang Mang naturally would not eat all of these big psychic fishes. Thus, Wang Mang was still very gentle. He did not eat any of the big psychic fishes that were less than 5 meters. After all, there were still giant catfish eating the big psychic fishes in the reservoir before, so he did not have any misgivings. The problem now was that the entire reservoir was his now. The big psychic fishes in the reservoir had naturally become his resources. This was also the reason why Wang Mang chose to pick up his moral integrity. At the same time, following Wang Mang's crazy devouring, the system notification continuously sounded frowny-facing. Congratulations, host. You have devoured an 8-meter-long variant giant catfish. Obtained 40,000 evolution points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have devoured a 9-meter-long giant bone tongue fish. Obtained 50,000 evolution points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have devoured an 11-meter-long giant bone tongue fish. Obtained 60,000 evolution points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have devoured a 12-meter-long variant giant catfish. Obtained 60,000 evolution points. This kind of slaughter continued until the sky turned dark. If the fishermen on the shore frequently observed, they would notice that blood would frequently appear on the surface of the water. This was completely because of Wang Mang's crazy slaughter. Only when the sky turned dark did Wang Mang hear the system notification about his evolution. In the end, Wang Mang finally recovered from the excitement of the slaughter. Could it be that I can evolve again? Wang Mang thought excitedly. At this time, the system's familiar voice sounded frowny-facing. The host's evolution points have accumulated enough. However, the host's current variant Titan Python template is unable to evolve again. Ding! Requesting the host to purchase a new template in order to complete the evolution again. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang was immediately stunned. After thinking about it carefully, Wang Mang finally remembered. It seems that his body size has already grown to the limit of the variant Titan Python. Thinking of this, Wang Mang suddenly understood and immediately said, "System, start choosing the evolution template." In the next moment, the system's familiar voice sounded. The following templates for the host to choose have appeared. Requesting the host to choose. Name: Deep Sea Giant Python. Description: the Deep Sea Giant Python is a legendary giant python that lives in the deep sea. This kind of deep sea giant python has lived on Earth for 300 million years. Its growth limit can reach 60 meters, and its weight can reach 50 tons. Price: 15 million evolution points. Name, Jianghai Flood Dragon. Description: this is an evolved giant python. Because of the horn on its head, it is rumored to be a flood dragon. It is active in the rivers of the people and is extremely rare. Its growth limit can reach 200 meters. Price: 10 billion evolution points. Name, 9 swimming hell python. Description: this is a giant python that lives in a fantasy world. Rumor has it that it came from the netherworld because it is incomparably fierce. Even ghosts and gods fear it. It is also known as the 9 swimming hell python. Its growth limit is unknown. Price: unknown. Name, 9 colored heaven swallowing python. Description: this is a giant python that lives in a Do-Chi world. Rumor has it that after passing through the heavenly tribulation, it can fight against the heavens and the earth. Its growth limit is unknown. Price: 10 billion evolution points. Name, Starry Sky Giant Python. Description: this is a giant python that lives in the universe. Rumor has it that it can swallow the sun and the moon when it reaches its growth limit. Its growth limit is unknown. Price: unknown. After looking at the choices given by the system, Wang Mang was completely dumbfounded. Is this a choice? There is no choice at all. This was because he could only afford the deep-sea giant python. As for the other template bloodlines, he couldn't afford them at all. Wang Mang could not help but want a curse. If he could not afford it, why did the system introduce it to him? Thinking about this, Wang Mang felt somewhat unhappy. At this time, the system's voice resounded. Frowny face host. It is recommended that you open the system store and take a look. The system store has newbie benefits. After hearing the system's notification, Wang Mang became happy. He never thought that the system store would have such benefits. Thinking about this, Wang Mang was immediately elated. He immediately said, "System, open the system store." In the next moment, a large and smooth compass appeared in front of Wang Mang. This huge, round compass looked a bit like a lottery wheel. Wang Mang carefully looked at it. It really is a lottery wheel. Additionally, there were a total of 9 prizes on the lottery wheel. Among them, there were a total of 9 prizes on the compass. They were: prize, Starry Sky Giant Python; prize, Deep Sea Giant Python; prize, 10 million evolution points; prize, 100 million evolution points; prize, 10% evolution card; prize, 10% evolution card; prize, 1 million evolution points; prize, 50% evolution card; prize. Thank you for participating. Prize. One more time. Chapter 89. Other than that, after looking at the 9 prizes, Wang Mang also saw that he seemed to have 2 free lottery chances. Thinking about this, Wang Mang became excited. System, the store's benefit is letting me draw twice for free? The system's familiar voice resounded. Yes, the store's newbie benefit. The host can draw twice for free. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang could not help but become happy. 2 chances. I can just randomly draw 2 on, for example, obtaining the star python's bloodline. This reward is not bad. Or giving me a 10% evolution card. As for why Wang Mang wanted the 10% evolution card, it was because this thing only needed 10% to evolve. For example, Wang Mang needed 32 million evolution points to evolve again. However, if he used the 10% evolution card, he would only need to spend 2 million evolution points. He could evolve again. Although a 10% evolution card could only be used once, a 10% evolution card was too awesome. Imagine how many evolution points would Wang Mang need to evolve to the later stages. It was simply unimaginable. However, with this thing, he only needed 10% evolution points to evolve. Of course, Wang Mang did not know whether he could obtain it or not. Thus, Wang Mang impatiently said, "System, start the lottery." In the next moment, the system's familiar voice resounded. Ding. Currently drawing. As soon as the system finished speaking, Wang Meng saw the lucky roulette wheel start spinning rapidly. Give me a 10% evolution card. Oh, the Star Python template is also fine. If it's really not possible, give me 100 million evolution points. Wang Meng could not help but become nervous as he stared at the wheel. 1 minute later, the lucky wheel finally stopped spinning. Wang Meng's heart could not help but tighten. In the next moment, the system's familiar voice resounded. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained a 10% evolution card. Hearing the system's notification, Wang Meng could not help but feel gloomy. In the end, the lucky roulette wheel was firmly pinned onto the 10% evolution card. However, now that he had drawn it, Wang Meng could do nothing about it. 10% evolution card. It would also save him 10% of his evolution points. It was better than nothing. Thinking of this, Wang Meng could only comfort himself in this way. Then Wang Meng said in his heart, "System, start the lottery again." Just as he finished speaking, the system's familiar voice sounded. Ding! Drawing in progress. Then the wheel of fortune started spinning rapidly again. Blessed by the goddess of fortune, drop something good for me. Wang Meng was very nervous. If he didn't get anything good this time, he wouldn't have a chance to draw anything for free. 1 minute later, under Wang Meng's nervous and apprehensive mood, the wheel of fortune finally slowed down. At the same time, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host! Obtain Deep Sea Python Bloodline Template. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Meng couldn't be said to be happy, but he also couldn't be said to be disappointed. The only flaw was that he couldn't get a better prize. However, his luck wasn't too bad. At least he got a Deep Sea Python Bloodline Template for free. The Bloodline Template of the Deep Sea Python was worth 15 million. At least it was enough for him to use for now. Thinking of this, Wang Meng's mood became a lot better. Forget it, forget it. That's it. At the same time, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully changed your template. Ding! Host's old template has been successfully sold. Obtained 10,000 evolution points. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Meng knew that he should find a place to evolve. He didn't lack templates or evolution points to evolve. Thinking of this, Wang Meng calmed himself down. He moved his huge body and swam towards the shore. He planned to go back to the shore to eat the pigs and then go back to the nest to evolve. 10 minutes later, Wang Meng returned to the shore of the Huanshan Reservoir. Soon after, he moved his body towards the farm. After arriving at the farm, Wang Meng found that his father had already prepared 10,000 pigs. Thus, Wang Meng impatiently went to the farm and ate the 10,000 pigs. 2 hours later, after eating the pigs, Wang Meng obtained another 5 million evolution points. Soon after, Wang Meng went to the shore of the reservoir and washed away the smell of blood on his body. After returning to the nest, Wang Meng impatiently said in his heart, "System, begin evolving." In the next moment, the system's familiar voice sounded. Ding! Successfully deducted 32 million evolution points. Beginning evolution. Following the system's voice, Wang Meng gradually lost consciousness. 2 hours later, only then did Wang Meng wake up from his evolution. First of all, his body had become much thicker. Soon after, Wang Meng discovered that his body's strength was also much stronger than before. Of course, Wang Meng wasn't too sure how much he had improved. Thus, Wang Meng said in his heart, "System, open my personal information." In the next moment, his personal information appeared in front of his eyes. Host, Wang Meng type, Deep Sea Python status. Adult status, healthy body, 42 meters long, 5 meters wide, 13,000 kilograms weight fighting strength, 13,000 kilograms bite force, 93 kilometers per hour skills, death coil, corrosive poison, skin camouflage, steel body, super healing, water breathing, bloodthirsty fury special, storage space, information detection, 10% evolution card divine ability, King's slavery evolution points, 11,000/64,000,000 merchant shop, unlocked after looking at his personal information. Wang Mang nodded in satisfaction. After this evolution, he had become a lot stronger. His weight had increased from 10 tons to 13 tons. It had increased by 3 tons. His body length had increased from 39 meters to 42 meters. Now, he was truly a huge monster. His body width had also increased to 2.5 meters. Although it did not seem to have increased by much, 2.5 meters was already very exaggerated. If he were to lie on the ground, his huge body would be able to block the road. The current Wang Mang really wanted to find another target to fight. At the same time, Wang Mang guessed that if he were to fight against another 2 giant catfish, with his current strength, he would be able to easily get rid of the 2 giant catfish. Thinking about this, Wang Mang's mood became very good. Actually, if he were to seriously calculate the time, he had already developed wretchedly for a few months. Now, he had finally reached 40 meters. Now, with his current size, there were no creatures on land that could contend against him. With such a huge size, Wang Mang had a mysterious confidence. He felt that he was almost invincible. It could be said that the current Wang Mang had become very arrogant. Chapter 90. This feeling of invincibility made Wang Mang happy for a long time before he finally calmed down. At the same time, he also had a feeling of invincibility. After all, even the reservoir was taken back by him. Now, it seemed like he was about to reach the peak of his life, right? Oh, no. Based on the current situation, at most, he could only be considered to be living a well-off life. Thinking of this, Wang Mang once again told himself not to be too arrogant. However, with his current size, it was indeed very arrogant. He felt that on land, he should be the biggest python, right? Thinking of this, Wang Mang could not hide the pride in his heart. Looking at the sky gradually brightening outside the nest, Wang Mang also gave up on the idea of going out. He had originally planned to find a better lair. This was because the current nest was a little too crowded for Wang Mang. As his body continued to grow, the environment he lived in would naturally be different. Forget it. I'll think of a way to find a better nest on land at night. After muttering to himself, Wang Mang looked at the little fellow and suddenly had an idea. If this little fellow ate the psychic fish, would its intelligence increase? After remembering this sudden idea in his heart, Wang Mang curled up into a ball and fell into a deep sleep. When night came, Wang Mang opened his cold snake eyes and prepared to leave the nest. At this time, the little fellow was chirping nonstop and immediately got up to follow behind him. Seeing this, Wang Mang did not mind. The longer this little fellow was with him, the more it liked to follow him. Now, he was used to the little fellow's existence. After leaving the nest, Wang Mang began to look for a new nest. The nest he needed was best in the shape of a cave, and the bigger the cave, the better. After all, Wang Mang's body was 2.5 meters wide and more than 40 meters long. An ordinary cave would not be able to accommodate a giant like Wang Mang. Another factor to consider was that the nest could not be too far away from the farm. If it was too far away, it would be inconvenient for him to go to the farm every night. Therefore, this time, Wang Mang searched for a long time before he found a cave that looked decent. This was a cave that leaned against the mountain. Weeds grew outside the cave, almost covering the entire cave. After finding the cave, Wang Mang was just about to enter when he heard the roar of a bear coming from the cave. A 3-meter-tall, dark-skinned bear rushed out of the cave. The originally aggressive black bear was stunned when it saw Wang Mang at the entrance of the cave. His originally ferocious and terrifying posture immediately shrank into a ball and let out a whimper. Its black eyes were filled with fear. Seeing this, Wang Mang was speechless. Who said the bear was stupid? She knew how to be afraid. Okay? Thinking of this, Wang Mang thought to himself, I'm in a good mood today. I'll spare your bear life. After that, Wang Mang ignored the black bear and entered the cave. Seeing that Wang Mang did not attack it, the black bear was very happy and ran away. As for the fact that the nest was occupied, compared to its life, it was a small problem. Obviously, all living things had spirits. Animals were not stupid. Perhaps their intelligence was not very high, but they were definitely not stupid. At this moment, after entering the cave, Wang Mang looked around and was very satisfied. The entrance of the cave was about 3.5 meters wide. The inside of the cave was even more spacious. The only imperfection was that there was only one entrance to the cave. However, Wang Mang was still very satisfied. From now on, this will be my nest. This place is not too far from the farm, and not too far from the reservoir. Not bad. Let's settle here. Wang Mang nodded his head in satisfaction. Other than the piles of animal bones, the cave was very clean. After confirming the location of the new nest, Wang Mang came out of the cave and hurried to the farm with the little fellow's followers. After arriving at the farm, Wang Mang ate another 10,000 pigs and successfully obtained 5 million evolution points. Afterwards, Wang Mang left the farm in satisfaction. He then went to the reservoir and washed the blood off his body. After washing off the blood on his body, Wang Mang entered the reservoir. He wantonly swam in the reservoir and patrolled his territory. At this time, Wang Mang saw a huge eagle in the sky. It spread its 4-meter-long wings and circled in the sky. It even let out an ear-piercing cry, "Jiu, Jiu." Seeing this scene, Wang Mang raised his large serpent head, somewhat puzzled. At this time, Wang Mang's mind sent a mental message. Where is the giant catfish king? Wang Mang's cold snake eyes stared intently at Old Eagle in the sky after hearing the meaning of this mental wave. At the same time, Wang Mang opened his mouth and replied, "Why are you looking for the giant catfish king?" The eagle in the sky sent a mental message. You are the giant catfish king's subordinate. Go and inform the giant catfish king that tomorrow is our tree demon king's 3,000th birthday. Don't forget to send a congratulatory gift. Hearing this, Wang Mang could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. 3,000th birthday? Didn't the tree demon king that the eagle spoke of already lived for 3,000 years? F***CK. Didn't this mean that the tree demon existed in the Qin dynasty? No, it even existed before the Qin dynasty. Thinking about this, Wang Mang was even more shocked. It had at least 3,000 years of cultivation. This tree demon probably became a spirit in ancient times, right? Otherwise, why would it ask the 2 giant catfish kings to send a congratulatory gift? Thinking about this, Wang Mang knew that he could not afford to offend this antique that had lived for 3,000 years. Before knowing its strength, it was best not to offend this so-called tree demon king. Thinking about this, Wang Mang replied helplessly, "But the 2 giant catfish kings are already dead." What? Dead? Those 2 giant catfish kings have already lived for thousands of years. How could they die so easily? Old Eagle, who was circling in the sky, almost couldn't help but fall into the water. Clearly, he found this inconceivable. Facing the eagle's question, Wang Mang was speechless. He could not possibly say that he killed them. However, without waiting for Wang Mang to reply, the eagle sent a mental message. Since the two giant catfish kings are dead, then this is your territory? That's right. Send a subordinate with me tomorrow to send a congratulatory gift. Don't try to fool the Tree Demon King with some lousy stuff. Otherwise, if the Tree Demon King gets angry, you're dead. Little Python King, let me tell you, even the few flood dragons in the Chiantang River and the many small demons in the Daxing and Mountain do not dare to act rashly in front of our king. Chapter 91. Hearing this, Wang Mang was secretly shocked. He did not expect so many monsters to exist. Just from this message alone, he could tell that there were quite a number of demons in the Red Empire. Furthermore, for the old eagle to warn him, it was likely that they were no ordinary demons. Thinking of this, Wang Mang felt helpless. He had just evolved to 40 meters. He had not even started to be high-spirited. Now, in the eagle's mouth, he was just a small python monster. To be honest, this was a blow to Wang Mang's confidence. Originally, Wang Mang thought that he was almost invincible. But from the eagle's tone, he was thinking too much. Were there really demon dragons in the Chiantang River? Dragons! Of course, Wang Mang knew. This was an evolved creature that evolved from pythons. Dragons were also known as the creatures that most resembled dragons, but they were definitely not dragons. As for dragons, Wang Mang only had a rough impression of them from watching movies. He had never seen one in real life, not even a dragon. But Wang Mang knew that dragons were not something he could provoke at the moment. Not only dragons, he might not even be able to provoke dragons. Flood dragons evolved from pythons. And these fellows who became flood dragons obviously wanted to transform into dragons. However, it was obviously not possible to become dragons. Even now, Wang Mang still remembered the words of the old cultivator he killed. Now that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was thin, it could not support these dragons to become dragons. Moreover, the system said that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was extremely thin. It was hard to even see monsters, and to want to become dragons was simply a dream. Therefore, Wang Mang did not have much thoughts about becoming a dragon, as long as it did not affect his growth. So what if he stayed as a python? But on second thought, Wang Mang felt a headache. He did not have any treasures to give to this so-called Tree Demon King. Even if he did have treasures, he would not be willing to give them to other monsters. Wouldn't it be better for him to enjoy it alone? Thinking of this, Wang Mang replied to the eagle above his head, "Brother Eagle, it's not that I want to offer up my treasures. I really don't have any treasures that I can take out." Wang Mang's words angered the eagle, and it immediately replied in an angry voice, "All right, I asked you to send a birthday gift, and you dare to refuse? I'm going to report this to the Treant King and teach you a lesson. You little python demon, you actually don't know how to appreciate kindness." With that, the big eagle prepared to flap its wings and leave. Seeing this, Wang Mang hurriedly replied, "Brother Old Eagle, please wait. Brother Old Eagle, give me some suggestions. I really don't know what treasure to give." Listening to Wang Mang's tone, he did not seem to be lying. After circling for a while, the eagle's huge body landed on Wang Mang's body and said, "Little demon python, what do you have to give me?" After hearing this, how could Wang Mang not understand that this old eagle wanted benefits? The problem was that Wang Mang really did not know what benefits this old eagle wanted. After all, this was his first time in the demon circle, and he was practically a greenhorn. Wang Mang could only ask probingly, "Brother Old Eagle, what do you like? What do you like?" After staring at Wang Mang for a while, the eagle said, "I see that there are quite a few psychic fish demons in this reservoir. Can you catch a few for me to try?" Wang Mang was speechless for a while and could only catch 2 7-meter-long psychic fish for the eagle. After seeing the psychic fish, the eagle demon directly pecked open the psychic fish's stomach. It took out 2 round beads from the big psychic fish's stomach and swallowed them. Then it said with satisfaction, "Actually, the gifts that the giant catfish demon gave to the tree demon king in the past were just for show. But this time is different. This is the Treant King's 3000th birthday. Of course, the gift can't be too bad. How about this? Brother Giant Python, since you don't have any treasures, you can go take a look on the way. It just so happens that I need to inform an old Treant demon and a tiger demon. Their territory is not far from here. Brother Giant Python, why don't you come with me to see what they have sent, and then think of a way to get a gift?" Hearing this, Wang Mang's eyes lit up. If that was the case, wouldn't he have successfully infiltrated the demon circle? At the same time, he could also meet this so-called Treant King, as well as the other demons. This was indeed a very good opportunity, and he could also see the strength of these demons. With this thought, Wang Mang said with interest, "All right, Brother Old Eagle, I'll set off with you." Seeing that Wang Mang was willing to listen to its suggestion, the eagle demon was even more satisfied with Wang Mang. "Then let's set off." Hearing this, Wang Mang was a little worried. "Brother Old Eagle, do you think we should take the mountain forest route? It wouldn't be good if we were discovered by humans." Old Eagle flapped its wings nonchalantly. "Don't worry, we demons won't easily interact with humans. Moreover, the route we're active on is basically devoid of human habitation. In today's world, the fate of empires is too strong. It's best that we demons don't provoke these humans." Hearing this, Wang Mang secretly heaved a sigh of relief, and then set off with Old Eagle. Fortunately, Wang Mang's speed was not bad, and his huge body passed through the mountains and forests. After a full 2 hours, only then did Wang Mang arrive at a large mountain. At this moment, Wang Mang was already 100 miles away from his territory. Once he entered this mountain forest, Wang Mang could sense a strong aura in this mountain forest. At this moment, Wang Mang also stopped and saw the eagle continue to circle in the air, crying out. Not long after, a 7-meter-long multicolored tiger appeared from a cave at the peak of the mountain. It leaped horizontally, and its speed was astonishing. With a leap, it could actually cover more than 10 meters. In a short while, he arrived at Old Eagle's location. At the same time, Wang Mang also realized that the giant multicolored tiger's aura was too strong. It was even stronger than the 5 giant Manchurian tigers in the beast god space. Moreover, it could even give Wang Mang a faint sense of danger. This made Wang Mang not dare to underestimate the giant multicolored tiger in front of him. Moreover, after careful observation, Wang Mang realized that the giant multicolored tiger gave off a ferocious aura that was too strong. It was completely incomparable to the 5 Manchurian tigers in the beast god space. "This is a tiger demon," Wang Mang muttered to himself as he sized up the giant tiger. At this moment, Wang Mang saw the giant multicolored tiger speak in human language. "Thank you, Brother Eagle, for informing me. The gift has already been prepared for the Tree Demon King." Hearing this, Old Eagle nodded in satisfaction and said, "Brother Giant Python is also going to celebrate the Tree Demon King's birthday like you." After hearing Old Eagle's words, this terrifyingly large multicolored tiger finally looked at Wang Mang. After seeing Wang Mang, the giant multicolored tiger was also very shocked. Wasn't he too freaking big? This python demon's cultivation was probably close to 2,000 years old, right? Moreover, it felt a fatal threat from Wang Mang's body. Therefore, the giant multicolored tiger was very friendly to Wang Mang and said, "Greetings, Brother Giant Python." To be able to meet Brother Giant Python, this little demon is truly fortunate. The giant multicolored tiger's enthusiasm and friendliness were beyond Wang Mang's expectations. After regaining his senses, Wang Mang replied with the same enthusiasm, "Brother Shanjun, our territories are very close to each other. If you have time, you should visit each other more often. After all, one should not hit a smiling person." However, what Wang Mang did not know was that, after hearing his words, the giant multicolored tiger was no longer happy. In fact, the giant multicolored tiger was even more frightened. That was because he did not expect Wang Mang's territory to be so close to him. What if Wang Mang wanted to expand his territory? Wouldn't he be done for? Moreover, this guy invited me to his territory as soon as we met. This guy must be up to no good. He can't be thinking of eating me, right? The bewildered Shanjun had already made a decision in his heart. He had to move. He had to move as soon as possible. The sooner the better. Chapter 92. If Wang Mang knew what the tiger was thinking, he would obviously tell the tiger that he was overthinking. Under Wang Mang's enthusiastic response, the big multicolored tiger replied with a smile, "Of course, of course." Hearing that, Wang Mang nodded with satisfaction. Then he asked enthusiastically, "Brother Shanjun, what kind of birthday gift have you prepared?" The big multicolored tiger's heart skipped a beat. In the face of Wang Mang's question, he answered honestly, "Brother Giant Python, you must be joking. The birthday gift I prepared for the Tree Demon King is a 500-year-old Lingji." At this point, Wang Mang could clearly hear the pain in the big multicolored tiger's voice. Wang Mang, who was suddenly enlightened, immediately knew what he should give. Spiritual items of heaven and earth were rare treasures that were hard to come by. The problem was that Wang Mang really did not have any spiritual items of heaven and earth. Then Wang Mang turned his attention to the big multicolored tiger. He said enthusiastically, "Brother Shanjun, do you have any extra spiritual items of heaven and earth? I can give them to the Tree Demon King as a birthday gift." Hearing that, the big multicolored tiger secretly felt bitter. He even wanted to curse. "Do you really think that spiritual items of heaven and earth are common goods? Even if I have extra, why should I give them to you? Isn't it better if I keep them for myself?" Of course, although that was what the big multicolored tiger thought, he did not dare to say it out loud. He did not want to offend Wang Mang. At least, he could not afford to offend Wang Mang. Their strengths were not on the same level. Therefore, the big multicolored tiger could only smile brightly and say, "Brother Giant Python, I have a 600-year-old Chinese knotweed here. If Brother Giant Python needs it, I'll give it to you." Hearing that, Wang Mang was overjoyed. He was just worried about not having a birthday gift. Not bad, not bad. This big multicolored tiger demon was very sensible. With that thought, Wang Mang said enthusiastically, "Then I won't refuse Brother Shanjun's kindness." The gigantic tiger demon, who felt bitter in his heart, could only say, "Brother Anaconda, give me a moment. I'll be right back." With that, the big multicolored tiger demon turned around and leaped back into the cave. Not long after, the tiger returned with a wooden box in its mouth. Wang Mang was naturally overjoyed. Satisfied, he said, "If that's the case, thank you, Brother Shanjun." After saying that, Wang Mang did not take the box. Although he had a storage space to store things, he did not want to reveal it in front of these monsters. At this point, Wang Mang was in a good mood and set off with Lord Hushan. Under the guidance of Old Eagle, they arrived at the territory of an old tree demon. The old tree demon's territory was not far from Lord Hushan's territory, and it was also less than 100 miles away from Wang Mang's territory. It was worth mentioning that this old tree demon was an old locust tree demon. Its main body was very large, with a diameter of 1 meter and a height of more than 30 meters. If one looked at its appearance, one would not be able to tell that this old tree demon was actually a monster. This was because its appearance was too ordinary. It looked like an old tree and definitely did not look like a monster. If this old tree did not speak human language, Wang Mang would have been deceived by this old tree demon. This old locust tree demon's appearance was really too inconspicuous. However, Wang Mang learned from Lord Hushan that this old tree demon's cultivation was higher than his. It had been 500 years. In addition, Wang Mang also learned from Lord Hushan that the strength of monsters was divided. The strength of monsters was also divided into realms. They were psychic, spirit, demon, great demon, and earth immortal. As the saying goes, it takes 10 years for an animal to become psychic, 100 years to become a spirit, 300 years to become a demon, 1,000 years to become a great demon, 3,000 years to become a demon king, and 9,000 years to become an earth immortal. In addition, Lord Hushan also told him that in addition to cultivation realms, monsters were also divided into strong and weak. However, the higher the cultivation of a monster, the stronger it was. In addition, there had not been an earth immortal monster for a long time. According to Lord Hushan's explanation, there were earth immortals during the ancient Qin dynasty. As for now, according to Lord Hushan's estimation, there were no such existences now. At this point, Wang Mang finally had a clear understanding of the strength of monsters today. At the same time, Wang Mang was very curious about what level his strength had reached among the monsters. Thinking of this, on the way to the birthday celebration, Wang Mang quickly asked the system in his heart, "System, what level am I?" The next moment, the system's familiar voice sounded. Ding! Detecting the host's strength, beginning calculation and evaluation. Ding! Detection successful. Please check your personal information. Hearing this, Wang Mang quickly said in his heart, "System, open my personal information." In the next moment, Wang Mang found that his personal information page had changed. Host, Wang Mang type, deep sea giant python status, adult cultivation experience, 1,800 years body shape, 42 meters long, 5 meters wide, 13,000 kilograms weight combat strength, 13,000 kilograms bite force, 93 kilometers per hour skills, death coil corrosive poison, skin camouflage, steel body, super healing, water breathing, bloodthirsty fury special, storage space, information detection, 10% evolution card divine ability, King's Slavery evolution points, 15. 5 million/64 million shop. Unlocked after looking at his personal information. Only then did Wang Mang come to a realization. His strength was comparable to a monster with 1,800 years of cultivation experience. According to the system's explanation, he did not need a realm. As long as he continued to evolve, he could continue to grow stronger. As for the 1,800 years of cultivation experience, it represented his strength. It was equivalent to a monster with 1,800 years of cultivation experience. Thinking of this, Wang Mang felt happy. The system's conditions for him to evolve were very rough, so he did not need to worry too much. Moreover, if he walked the path of a monster's cultivation after becoming 1,000 years old monster, he would need to go through the heavenly tribulation. This was also the reason why Wang Mang was not interested in walking the path of a monster's cultivation. What if he was targeted by the heavens and was directly struck to death by the heavenly tribulation? Wang Mang did not think that he would be lucky enough to not be struck to death by the heavenly tribulation every time. He also did not think that he was the protagonist of the heavenly tribulation. On the way, Wang Mang's interest was piqued. He used information detection on Lord Hushan. In the next moment, Lord Hushan's information appeared in front of him. Target, Lord Hushan cultivation experience, 1,008 years realm. Early great monster body shape, 7, 5 meters long, 2, 5 meters tall, 900 kilograms weight divine ability, tiger roar bewildering evaluation, threat level is average. After looking at Lord Hushan's information, Wang Mang understood why this guy was so friendly to him. This Lord Hushan's strength was clearly far from his own. No wonder he was so friendly to him. Your Majesty, giant python, our Majesty said that you should visit more often when you have time. Our Majesty will definitely welcome you with open arms. At this time, the cheetah demon sent by the old locust tree demon fawned over Wang Mang. Hearing this, Wang Mang indifferently glanced at the cheetah demon sent by the old locust tree demon and said, "If I have time, I will visit." After that, Wang Mang ignored the cheetah demon. This little demon was not qualified to talk to him. The only ones who were qualified to talk to Wang Mang were his two neighbors, Lord Hushan and the old locust tree demon. Seeing that Wang Mang ignored him, the cheetah demon was embarrassed, but he did not dare to offend Wang Mang. He was just a little demon that had lived for more than 500 years. He was indeed not qualified to talk to Wang Mang and Lord Hushan. If not for the fact that he was sent by the old locust tree demon to deliver a congratulatory gift, he would not have been qualified to travel with Wang Mang and Lord Hushan. In an instant, the python, tiger, and leopard all lowered their heads and hurried along with the eagle and the little demon in the sky. 5 hours later, under the eagle's lead, Wang Mang came to a primitive forest. In this primitive forest, there were many trees and lush greenery. At the same time, Wang Mang could feel that there were many powerful auras in this forest. Not long after, Wang Mang saw that in the forest ahead, there were hundreds of demons gathered. There were all kinds of demons. They surrounded a towering tree and whispered to each other. It was very lively. With the arrival of Wang Mang and the others, the hundreds of demons all looked over. Chapter 93. Among these monsters, there were simply too many of them. There were weasels, wolves, dogs, centipedes, cows, sheep, pigs, rabbits, crocodiles, and so on. There were even a few snake demons and python demons. In short, there were a lot of these monsters, and their bodies were also very large. For example, the python demon that Wang Mang was very concerned about had also reached a length of more than 30 meters. There was even a python demon that had reached a length of about 40 meters. This python demon was snow white all over, and its width was at most 2 meters. Its appearance was uniform and beautiful, very similar to the white water lord that Wang Mang encountered in the reservoir. The rest of the python demons that were more than 30 meters long were also not to be underestimated. Apart from that, what made Wang Mang extremely surprised was that there was actually a stone demon. This stone demon was 7 or 8 meters tall, as if it was formed by stone men. Not only that, when Wang Mang was sizing up this stone demon, these monsters were also sizing up Wang Mang and the others, including this stone demon. Moreover, Wang Mang also felt a strong sense of threat from this stone demon, even stronger than Lord Hushan. This made Wang Mang couldn't help but secretly use information detection. Then, this stone demon's information appeared in front of his eyes. Target, sure how cultivation, 2,300 years realm. Middle stage great demon's eyes, 8 meters tall magical ability. Rock fusion evaluation, extremely threatening. After reading the information, Wang Mang secretly nodded. This stone demon's strength was indeed not to be underestimated. It was simply much stronger than Lord Hushan. Its cultivation was even 500 years higher than Wang Mang's. It was no wonder Wang Mang felt a strong sense of threat from the other party. At this time, Wang Mang's line of sight suddenly saw 2 women in plain clothes. After seeing these 2 women, Wang Mang was completely stunned. He was sure that he didn't see wrong. These 2 women were standing next to the tree demon. Their faces were plain but beautiful, and their figures were wonderful and full. After seeing these 2 women, Wang Mang was even more confused. How could there be humans in this place where monsters gathered? At this time, Lord Hushan obviously noticed Wang Mang's gaze and whispered beside Wang Mang, "Brother Giant Python, don't be offended. These two humans are servants of the Tree Demon King. The Tree Demon King likes humans, so every once in a while there will be monsters who are lucky enough to catch humans and offer them to the Tree Demon King." Hearing this, Wang Mang replied in a low voice, "That towering tree is the Tree Demon King?" "Yes, Lord Hushan, Lord Hushan, Lord Hushan, King, Lord Hushan, Lord Hushan, Lord Hushan, and Lord Hushan. Lord Hushan, Lord Hushan, Hushan, Lord Hushan, Lord Hushan, Lord Hushan. Lord Hushan, Lord Hushan, Huanshan Reservoir's giant python demon, respectively, send a 500-year-old Lingji and a 600-year-old Chinese knotweed, wishing the Tree Demon King good fortune and longevity." As he spoke, Lord Hushan strode forward. The two women beside the towering tree immediately came forward to receive the gift box respectfully. At the same time, Wang Mang saw a human face appear on the trunk of the towering tree. It was a benevolent-looking old man. He smiled and said, "Good. Thank you for your concern, Shan Jun. However, this little friend looks a little unfamiliar." Looking at the kind old man's face on the trunk, Wang Mang immediately felt a sense of crisis, as if he was being watched by a terrifying existence. Faced with the Tree Demon King's inquiry, Wang Mang honestly said, "Tree Demon King, when I took over the Huanshan Reservoir, the giant catfish demon was already dead." Hearing this, the Tree Demon King smiled kindly and said, "Young friend, don't be nervous. Since the giant catfish demon is dead, the territory will naturally belong to the capable. Young friend, it's your first time taking over the Huanshan Reservoir, and you're able to send me a birthday gift. I'm very satisfied. If you run into any trouble in the future, you can come to me." Wang Mang nodded excitedly and said, "Thank you, Tree Demon King." Of course, Wang Mang did not take it seriously. Lord Hushan had already told him that monsters usually followed the law of the jungle. If you were weak, even if you died, no one would care, and no monster would stand up for you. Of course, if you were a close friend in private, that was an exception. Therefore, after Wang Mang and Lord Hushan delivered their gifts, they walked towards the crowd of monsters. Of course, after entering the place where the monsters gathered, Wang Mang found that there were many small groups of monsters. They were usually in groups of 3 to 5, and only monsters who were close to each other would gather together. Therefore, Wang Mang, Lord Hushan, and Cheetah formed a small group. In addition, Wang Mang found that after they delivered their birthday gifts, many more monsters came one after another. At the same time, Wang Mang secretly used information detection on the Tree Demon King. The Tree Demon King's information immediately appeared in Wang Mang's mind. Target: Tree Demon King. Cultivation experience: 3,500 years. Realm: Early Stage Demon King. Size: 115 meters tall. Magic: White Mist Mystifying Track, 10,000 Ghosts Devouring God, Broken Wood Rebirth. Evaluation: Lethal Threat. After reading the Tree Demon King's information, Wang Mang was even more shocked. This Tree Demon King was indeed not simple. It had been 3,500 years. That meant that this Tree Demon King had been a demon king for 500 years. Only now did it reveal that it had just become a demon king. Just as Wang Mang was secretly shocked, a cold snort came from beside him. "How dare a person with scales and armor stand next to me?" Wang Mang looked towards the source of the voice and saw a 5-meter-tall, mighty, and handsome giant golden condor proudly raising its neck as it mocked and ridiculed him. After seeing the giant golden eagle, Wang Mang's heart sank, and he felt very angry and puzzled. He thought to himself, "I didn't F*** King provoke you." Of course, Wang Mang believed that among all the demons present, there were not many who could threaten him. Therefore, Wang Mang did not take the golden eagles seriously. He immediately said in a cold tone, "You feathered beast! How dare you talk to me like that? Good, good, good. You are just a little python monster. How dare you provoke me?" Wang Mang's words obviously angered the golden eagle. It looked at Wang Mang with a pair of sharp eyes full of killing intent. Hearing that, Wang Mang was so angry that he laughed and immediately prepared to spray venom to kill this beast. Wang Mang really did not take a little golden eagle seriously. At this time, Hushan hurriedly pulled it back and said in a low voice, "Brother Giant Python, don't be impatient. It's more important to celebrate the Tree Demon King's birthday first. It's not too late to deal with this guy later." Hearing that, Wang Mang held back his anger. Otherwise, he would have killed this feathered beast immediately. Seeing that Wang Mang did not dare to make a move, the giant golden eagle proudly raised its neck and said to Wang Mang disdainfully, "If it weren't for the Tree Demon King's birthday, I would have killed you, little python monster, right now." Chapter 94. The fury in Wang Mang's heart burned even more fiercely, and he couldn't help but want to attack. At this time, Lord Hushan quickly advised, "Brother Giant Python, calm down. Please don't attack. Wait until the celebration is over." Hearing this, Wang Mang suppressed his anger and coldly stared at the golden eagle. He coldly said, "All right, I'll wait for you after the celebration is over." "Wait for me? Wait for me to kill you?" The golden eagle proudly raised its chin and spoke in an arrogant and disdainful tone. Wang Mang simply ignored the golden eagle. If he continued to talk, he would not be able to control himself and would attack. The golden eagle's arrogant attitude made Wang Mang angry. However, it would not be too late to deal with it later. Seeing that Wang Mang did not attack, Lord Hushan let out a sigh of relief and changed places with Wang Mang. At the same time, Wang Mang also noticed that many demons were sizing him up. It was clear that he had attracted their attention. Seeing this, Wang Mang did not care. There were not many demons that were worthy of his attention. Those that were worthy of Wang Mang's attention could be counted on one hand. It was clear that the number of demons that personally came was very small. Perhaps most of the greater demons had sent their subordinates. Only a few greater demons had personally come. The only ones that could threaten Wang Mang were the stone demon, the white python demon, and a few other python demons. There were even fewer targets that were worthy of Wang Mang's attention. Among the demons present, only the stone demon and the king tree demon were worthy of Wang Mang's attention. At the same time, the system's voice echoed in Wang Mang's mind. Ding. Detected that the host has been seriously provoked. The host is given the following mission to choose from. Mission 1. Facing the king tree demon's probing. Choose to remain silent and curry favor with it. Mission time. Choose to receive the reward. Mission reward. 10 million evolution points. Mission 2. Facing the king tree demon's probing. Teach the golden eagle a lesson and offend it. Mission time. 24 hours mission reward. 20 million evolution points. Mission 3. Face the Treant King's probing, kill the golden eagle, and infuriate it. Mission time. 24 hours. Quest reward. 30 million evolution points. 1 basic lottery ticket. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang suddenly understood. No wonder. He said that he didn't seem to have offended this golden eagle. So this golden eagle was actually sent by the Treant King to test him? However, the choice of the 3 missions made Wang Mang somewhat hesitant. The first mission was obviously impossible for him to choose. After all, Wang Mang had always had a bad temper. He wouldn't let himself suffer in order to please others. However, if he didn't choose the first mission, the other 2 missions were to offend the other party. This was also one of the things that Wang Mang was struggling with. To be honest, he originally thought that he would encounter many powerful demons. However, the ones who came for the birthday celebration were all lesser demons. He did not fear them at all. But this Treant king was different. His true form was over 100 meters tall. Moreover, he had 3,500 years of cultivation. How could such an existence be weak? Even if he closed his eyes and guessed, he would know how terrifying it was. Therefore, Wang Mang was also struggling with whether or not to offend the other party, because once he chose to offend the other party, Wang Mang had always offended the other party to the death. After all, the second and third missions were to offend the other party. Once Wang Mang did not choose the first mission, he would choose the one with the most rewards. In any case, if he had to offend the other party, he would offend the other party even more. It didn't matter whether the reward was rewarded or not. The main thing was that he couldn't swallow this anger. Thinking of this, Wang Mang's heart hardened. He quickly made a decision and said in his heart, "System, I choose the third mission. Since I'm going to offend the other party, I might as well offend the other party even more." In the next moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding. Host has successfully chosen the mission. Please complete the mission as soon as possible to obtain the reward. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang's heart gradually calmed down. He had already made his choice. After the birthday celebration, he would kill this golden eagle. Who told this golden eagle to recklessly provoke him? The key was that there was a reward. Wang Mang did not care who he offended. Thinking of this, Wang Mang coldly glanced at the golden eagle. But the other party immediately raised its neck proudly and looked at him with disdain. Its attitude was very arrogant. 5 hours later, the monsters that were supposed to arrived one after another. As for the so-called birthday celebration, it was the Tree Demon King inviting a group of monsters to eat some precious fruits and wine. The flesh and blood of some psychic animals were placed on the table for the monsters present to enjoy. As for Wang Mang, he did not care at all. The amount of flesh and blood of these spiritual beasts was not enough for him at all. Therefore, Wang Mang also ate some symbolically, and the birthday celebration was considered to be over. After the monsters dispersed, Lord Hushan prepared to return home with Wang Mang, because after interacting with Wang Mang for some time, he also found that Wang Mang was easy to talk to, so he had already dispelled the idea of moving. "Brother Giant Python, let's go back together." At this time, Lord Hushan warmly invited. Wang Mang was just about to speak when the golden eagle hovered in the air and shouted, "Little python demon, come here, I will take your life." Hearing this, Wang Mang did not talk nonsense and directly moved his huge body to the open space in the distance. Then Wang Mang raised his huge snake head and looked coldly at the golden eagle in the sky. He said coldly, "If you are not afraid of death, come here as soon as possible." Seeing this scene, the huge golden eagle hovering above his head sneered, "Then I will fulfill your wish." After that, he spread his wings of more than 10 meters and swooped down from above. His 2 sharp claws went straight to Wang Mang's snake eyes. "Brother Giant Python, be careful." Lord Hushan was shocked, but Wang Mang, who had been prepared for a long time, did not panic at all. His cold snake eyes stared coldly at the golden eagle. When the giant golden eagle swooped down, less than 10 meters away, Wang Mang opened his bloody mouth. Puchi, 2 black corrosive poisons were spat out from Wang Mang's bloody mouth. Seeing this scene, the golden eagle was shocked, but it was too late to dodge. After Wang Mang's corrosive poison shot at the golden eagle let out a sad cry. Then, its huge body fell to the ground beside Wang Mang. It was screaming in pain on the ground. "Ah, despicable villain, you actually use poison." Hearing this, Wang Mang sneered in his heart and was ready to swallow the huge golden eagle. At this moment, not far away, Seeing this scene, the Tree Demon King was also shocked. After coming back to his senses, the Tree Demon King hurriedly shouted, "Little friend, stop. Please spare its life." After all, this golden eagle was his subordinate. Of course, he had to protect the golden eagle. But what made the Tree Demon King furious was that the python demon acted as if it did not hear him. It even opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the huge golden eagle in front of him. At the same time, after Wang Mang ate the golden eagle, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced. Ding. "Congratulations, host. Devoured the golden eagle king. Obtained 5 million evolution points." Ding. "Congratulations, host. Mission completed." Ding. "Congratulations, host. Obtained 30 million evolution points." Ding. "Congratulations, host. Obtained beginner lottery ticket X1. Chapter 95. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang was overjoyed. He never thought that the Golden Condor King would be worth so many evolution points. 5 million. It must be known that the giant catfish monster was only worth 5 million evolution points. However, the giant catfish monster was so big that Wang Mang could understand. However, the Golden Condor King's body was much smaller. Of course, Wang Mang was more than happy. If the evolution rate of monsters was not based on their body size, then the evolution points would be given according to their strength. This was because the giant catfish monster was a great monster, and the Golden Condor King was also a great monster. If that was the case, then a great monster would be worth 5 million evolution points. Thinking about this, Wang Mang became excited. It was as if he had found a way to obtain evolution points. Didn't this mean that he could obtain a large amount of evolution points by devouring monsters? This was much better than Wang Mang's hard work of devouring pigs. It must be known that Wang Mang only got 5 million evolution points by devouring 10,000 pigs. In the end, it was not as much as devouring a great monster. It seems that a large amount of evolution points would not necessarily be obtained, but a high-quality one would definitely obtain a lot of evolution points. This was Wang Mang's guess and conclusion after devouring the Golden Condor King. This was because this was only the second time Wang Mang had devoured a monster that he had discovered this abnormality. Thinking about this, Wang Mang could not help but become excited. He even had the thought of hunting monsters specifically. Although this was a bit unethical, Wang Mang could not resist the shocking amount of evolution points he obtained from eating monsters. Moreover, Wang Mang had already obtained 30 million evolution points from completing the quest. Adding the 5 million evolution points from devouring the Golden Condor King, he had already obtained a lot of evolution points. Now, Wang Mang had accumulated almost 50 million evolution points. The distance to his next evolution could be said to be close. Thinking about this, Wang Mang's blood boiled, but he quickly calmed down. In fact, Wang Mang had already heard it. The Treant King had asked him to stop. It was just that he chose to pretend that he didn't hear it. Needless to say, he had already angered the Treant King, so he had to think of a way to get through it first. With this thought, Wang Mang inadvertently raised his huge snake head and saw the Tree Demon King not far away looking at him with a cold expression. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang naturally knew that he had slapped the Treant King's face. Now, he had completely offended the Treant King. Actually, Wang Mang wasn't the only one who saw through it. The few great demons, the stone demon, and the other python demons who had not gone far also saw that the scene was a little strange. Perhaps the other great demons did not know, but the stone demon knew that the Golden Condor King was a great demon on the surface, but he was actually a subordinate of the Tree Demon King. Therefore, the stone demon was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he stayed behind to observe the situation. He was especially pleased when he saw the King Tree Demon's ugly expression. This was because the relationship between the stone demon and the Treant King was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. The stone demon thought of himself as a genius. He had more than 2,000 years of cultivation, but he had long been dissatisfied with the Treant King's rule. This stone demon had even secretly colluded with many other demons. It was just that he did not dare to act rashly, because he did not know the Treant King's strength. In another province, there was more than one demon king. There were usually 4 or 5 demon kings in a province, and they shared the territory of the province. Some provinces with sparsely populated and large green areas could accommodate even more demon kings. This was because some provinces in the Red Empire had too many developed cities and could not accommodate too many demon kings. In provinces with too many humans, the territories where the demons were active were much smaller. Naturally, they did not have much territory. Of course, the demons on land could not compare to the demons in the sea. This was something that many demons on land were well aware of. Their strength was on a completely different level compared to the demons in the sea. The vast and endless sea was too mysterious. No one knew what kind of demons existed. At the same time, Wang Mang, who had regained his senses, pretended to be terrified and said, "Treant King, I didn't react earlier. That's why I didn't notice you speaking." After hearing Wang Mang's words, the Treant King remained expressionless and looked at him coldly. At the same time, Lord Hushan was also shocked. He did not expect Brother Giant Python to be so ruthless. The Treant King had already spoken, but Wang Mang pretended not to hear it and swallowed the Golden Condor King in front of the Treant King. This was a blatant slap to the Treant King's face. For a moment, he was worried for his valiant neighbor. "Young friend, you have some tricks up your sleeve. You seem to be quite strong." After a moment of silence, the Treant King said coldly. As it spoke, the Treant King's giant body began to move slowly. For a moment, the entire ground nearby began to tremble slightly. Seeing this, Wang Mang's heart sank. He knew that this old demon was about to attack him. He did not expect the Treant King to change its attitude so quickly. This was simply unscrupulous. Of course, even though the Treant King was about to attack, Wang Mang still asked in a terrified tone, "Treant King, I killed the Golden Condor King. I didn't offend you, did I?" To be honest, Wang Mang did not want to attack the Treant King. This fellow was a fatal threat to him. This proved that the Treant King definitely had the means to kill him. Because of this, Wang Mang chose to temporarily lower his head. After all, he was no match for the Treant King. This was also Wang Mang's last resort. Otherwise, he would have attacked without a second thought. Wang Mang's words caused the enraged Treant King to be speechless. If he did not say that the Golden Condor King was his subordinate, he really had no reason to attack. However, the Treant King was determined to attack Wang Mang. His expression was cold, and his tone was cold. "The Golden Condor King is my subordinate. How dare you kill him in front of me? You naturally deserve to die." Hearing the Treant King's words, Wang Mang knew that things were not going well. Even the Treant King had said such a thing. It seemed that it was very determined to attack him, since they had already shed all pretense of cordiality. Wang Mang naturally did not want to be outdone. Wang Mang slowly moved his enormous body and straightened his 10-meter-tall snake head. His tone was cold as he said in a cold voice, "Then let me have a taste of the Treant King's methods." Hearing this, the Treant King laughed in anger. "Little python demon, you don't know what's good for you." Just as he finished speaking, the Treant King's huge body rose from the ground, and the ground instantly cracked. Today, I'll let you know how the word death is written. After a ruthless roar, the Treant King's many roots that were hidden in the ground broke out of the ground. These roots that broke out of the ground extended like vines and attacked Wang Mang from all directions. Chapter 96. Wang Mang felt his scalp go numb as he faced the overwhelming attack of the vines. Not only were the roots of the tree branches extremely thick, but there were also too many of them. They were like countless tentacles that extended towards him. In addition, Wang Mang didn't really understand the strength of the Treant King. Naturally, he didn't choose to fight it head-on. Instead, he chose to avoid it. He quickly moved his huge body and retreated 30 meters away. However, just as Wang Mang retreated, the countless vines continued to bombard the place he was at previously. Following a series of earth-shattering noises, Wang Mang looked back and saw that the place he was at previously had a 10-meter deep crater. Dust filled the air. Seeing this, Wang Mang couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Were these tree roots that terrifying? Although Wang Mang believed that these tree roots wouldn't be able to break through his body of steel, their power was still terrifying. Moreover, if he had chosen to fight it head-on earlier, he would have been bound by countless tree roots. It was very likely that he would be entangled by countless tree roots. When that happened, it would be difficult for him to break free. This was also one of the reasons why Wang Mang chose to avoid it. Because once he was bound by the tree roots, Wang Mang didn't dare to imagine the consequences. As for counterattacking, Wang Mang couldn't find a chance to counterattack for the time being. This was because the Treant King's roots alone were enough to give him a headache. Just as Wang Mang was feeling a headache, vexed, and helpless, he saw that the earth-shattering tree roots were attacking again from within the dust. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang jumped in fright and hurriedly retreated another 30 meters, once again avoiding this sea of roots and vines. However, what made Wang Mang helpless was that the tree roots' attack range made Wang Mang's jaw drop. He had already retreated 60 meters, but the tendrils were still able to extend out and attack him relentlessly once again. Aggrieved, Wang Mang retreated again. After repeating this several times, Wang Mang retreated more than 100 meters. The tree roots finally couldn't reach him. This made Wang Mang secretly relieved. It seemed that there was a limit to how far the roots could spread. However, just as Wang Mang was about to let go, what happened next made Wang Mang's eyes widen and his jaw drop. He saw that the Treant King's huge body was actually uprooted from the ground. Even the ground was trembling. Its dense tree roots were like legs supporting its huge body and rushing towards Wang Mang. Let alone Wang Mang, Lord Hushan, the stone demon, and the other python demons were all dumbfounded by this scene. Without exception, all of them were stunned by the Treant King's actions, because not even in their dreams had they imagined that the Treant King was actually capable of moving. Moreover, although the movement speed wasn't fast, it could indeed move. Little python demon, if you have the ability, then come at me. Are you trying to make me laugh to death by hiding like this? At this time, the Treant King's huge body was rushing towards Wang Mang. At the same time, the Treant King's face was cold, and its hoarse voice was full of mockery. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang felt his scalp go numb. He was extremely shocked. Wang Mang originally planned to not come to the Treant King's territory in the future. Anyway, the Treant King couldn't move. However, not only did the Treant King move, but its movement speed wasn't very slow either. This completely broke Wang Mang's understanding. Especially when facing the approaching Treant King, Wang Mang pondered for a moment and made a decision in his heart. Of the 36 stratagems, escape was the best strategy. He really couldn't beat it. It was better to run. Thinking of this, Wang Mang's snake eyes stared coldly at the Treant King and said coldly, "The Treant King's actions today will be rewarded greatly in the future." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Mang moved his huge body and escaped without any integrity. Surprisingly, the Treant King didn't chase after him. On the contrary, the Treant King looked at Wang Mang's departing figure and was extremely furious. This was because Wang Mang's shamelessness was beyond his expectations. If he couldn't beat it, he would run away. Moreover, he ran away so decisively. He had no bottom line and no integrity. As for why he didn't chase after him, because even if he wanted to, he couldn't catch up to Wang Mang. His speed wasn't slow, but compared to Wang Mang, he was too far behind. That was why he couldn't accept it and had to let Wang Mang leave temporarily. At the same time, the stone demons and a few python demons who were watching the show not far away were speechless. They didn't expect Wang Mang to be so shameless. He ran away as soon as he couldn't beat it. The battle hadn't even started yet. Of course, they didn't think that Wang Mang's strength was weak, but because this Treant King was too strong. Just from the roots and vines that covered the sky, even they couldn't do anything about it. Moreover, Wang Mang was right to not fight it head-on because these roots and vines hid the Treant King's mouth parts. Once Wang Mang was entangled, he would be sucked dry by the Treant King. Therefore, Wang Mang's choice to run away was actually a very smart move. He really couldn't do anything to the Treant King. In addition, the Treant King only used its roots and vines, and Wang Mang was helpless. It wouldn't be good to continue fighting. Therefore, not to mention Wang Mang, even if it was the stone demon present, the other python demons would also be helpless. After regaining his senses, the stone demon also had a clear understanding of the Treant King's strength. It was very terrifying. At the same time, Lord Hushan, who came with Wang Mang, was also frightened by the strength of the Treant King, especially after seeing the stone demon and the other python demons leave. He also hurriedly left in a panic. On the other side, Wang Mang, who had already fled more than 10 kilometers, slowed down. However, Wang Mang still felt very aggrieved. The previous battle was simply suppressed. He didn't even have the strength to fight back. It could even be said that he was hung up and beaten by this Treant King. There was no other way. This Treant King was really ridiculously powerful. It could even move. It simply subverted Wang Mang's understanding. In addition, Wang Mang had already discovered, although his strength was not bad, but it was still far from being able to dominate the land. His previous thoughts were too naive. Thinking of this, Wang Mang's mood was extremely gloomy. Fortunately, thinking of the harvest this time, Wang Mang's heart was a lot happier. Now, he had accumulated about 50 million evolution points. He only needed 10 million evolution points to evolve next time. After Wang Mang returned, he would be able to evolve after eating pigs for 2 days. Chapter 97. Thinking like this, Wang Mang's mood was quite good. Although he had offended the Treant King this time, Wang Mang's harvest was quite bountiful, 30 million evolution points. This allowed Wang Mang's next evolution to be within reach. Damn Treant, just you wait. Wait for me to go back and properly develop. The next time we meet, I'll definitely take your life. After cursing out loud, Wang Mang finally moved his body and slowly hurried home. At this time, a familiar voice came from behind him. Brother Giant Python, wait for me. Turning around, Wang Mang saw Lord Hushan galloping toward him from afar. After catching up, Lord Hushan could not help but sigh at Wang Mang. He felt that Wang Mang was too impulsive and had a bad temper. He had clearly gone to celebrate the birthday, but this valiant neighbor had provoked the Treant King to attack him. Although Wang Mang had already escaped, the Treant King would definitely not let this go. It was very likely that it would send its underlings to cause trouble for Wang Mang. In short, the The Treant King and Wang Mang's conflict was very deep. Both sides were like fire and water. This was because Wang Mang had offended the Treant King and had even swallowed its underlings. But in truth, Lord Hushan also felt that Wang Mang was quite unlucky. He had not done anything and was already targeted by the Golden Condor King. When he killed the Golden Condor King, he found out that it was the Treant King's underling. This was simply a disaster falling from the sky. Sigh, Brother Giant Python, be careful. The Treant King is not to be trifled with. After all, our territories are actually within the Treant King's territory. When the time comes, the Treant King will definitely continue to attack you. Seeing that Wang Mang's mood was quite good, Lord Hushan could not help but warn him. Wang Mang did not mind and said with disdain, "What are you afraid of? Give me some time. This Treant King is nothing to be afraid of." Seeing Wang Mang's confidence, Lord Hushan was a little surprised, but he didn't say much. In his opinion, since Wang Mang said so, he must have some trump cards and preparations. Therefore, on the way back, he purposely tried to be nice to Wang Mang. He even asked Wang Mang to visit his territory more often when he had time. After chatting for a while, Lord Hushan and Wang Mang parted ways and returned to their respective residences. After parting ways with Lord Hushan, Wang Mang traveled for a few more hours before returning to his territory. Since it was night time, Wang Mang rushed to his farm as soon as he got back. After arriving at the farm, Wang Mang ate another 10,000 pigs, easily earning 58 million evolution points. Now, Wang Mang was one step closer to evolving. He believed that as long as he ate the pig for 1 or 2 days, it would start to evolve. Thinking about this, the satisfied Wang Mang left the farm. After arriving at the shore of the reservoir, he directly entered the reservoir. As his huge body swam in the water, he stirred up layers of waves. After patrolling his territory, Wang Mang entered the underwater lair to rest. When it was daytime, Wang Mang still did not leave the lair. In truth, Wang Mang was also considering whether or not he should open the reservoir. If he continued to open it, then it would not be good for Wang Mang's activities during the day. Should he continue to open it, it would be a pity to give up on such a large income. After thinking about it for a long time, Wang Mang decided to let it develop. After all, Wang Mang was rarely active during the day. If he wanted to be active, he didn't have to be active in the reservoir. He could also enter the forest. When night fell, Wang Mang once again returned to the shore and ate the 10,000 pigs in the farm. Another 450 evolution points entered his account. At this point, Wang Mang was only 2 to 3 million evolution points away from evolving. However, Wang Mang was not willing to wait any longer. Moreover, Wang Mang was prepared to evolve again tonight. This was because he still had the 10% evolution card that he had not used yet. Thinking about this, Wang Mang first went to the reservoir to wash away the smell of blood. Afterwards, Wang Mang returned to the lair and impatiently said, "System, begin to evolve. Use the 10% evolution card." In the next moment, the system's familiar voice echoed. "Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully used the 10% evolution card." Ding! After using the 10% evolution card, 6 million evolution points are required. Ding! 6 million evolution points have been deducted. Beginning evolution. In the next moment, Wang Mang lost consciousness. 2 hours later, only then did Wang Mang completely awaken from his evolution. After waking up again, Wang Mang was shocked as he observed the changes in his body. First, his body size and length had increased as expected. However, Wang Mang noticed something. His growth this time was huge. Was it an illusion? While doubting, Wang Mang said in his heart, "System, Open my personal information. In the next moment, his personal information appeared in front of his eyes. Host, Wang Mang type, deep sea python status, adult cultivation experience, 2000 body shape, 45 meters long, 3 meters wide, 17,000 kilograms weight fighting strength, 17,000 kilograms bite force, 94 kilometers per hour skills, death coil, corrosive poison, skin camouflage, steel body, super healing, water breathing, bloodthirsty fury special, storage space, probing information, elementary lottery chance, X1 divine ability, King's slavery shopping center, unlocked evolution points, 2, 1 million/130 million. After looking at his personal information, Wang Mang knew that it was not an illusion. His evolution this time was indeed huge. His body size had reached 45 meters long. His body width had reached 3 meters. His weight had also increased by 4 tons. Additionally, his cultivation had increased by 200 years. This meant that he could now fight against a demon with 2,000 years of cultivation. This evolution had increased his strength in all aspects. Every aspect had increased by quite a bit. Thinking about this, Wang Mang nodded in satisfaction. The only thing that gave Wang Mang a headache was that the next evolution points required 130 million. Logically speaking, it should have been 128 million. In the end, the system gave him 130 million. Thinking about how he would need a huge amount of evolution points for his next evolution, Wang Mang felt a headache. At this time, Wang Mang could not help but feel helpless. Suddenly, Wang Mang realized that he seemed to have a chance at the lottery. After his eyes lit up, Wang Mang immediately said, "System, I'm going to use the lottery chance." In the next moment, a lucky compass appeared in Wang Mang's mind. However, the 9 prizes this time were completely different. The prizes were as follows: frowny face, 100 million evolution points, 50 million evolution points, 10 million evolution points, 1 million evolution points, 1% evolution card, 3% evolution card, 5% evolution card, 10% evolution card. Thank you for participating. One more time. After looking at the prizes on the compass, Wang Mang immediately understood why it was called elementary lottery chance. It was because the prizes were much worse than the ones he got last time. The best prize was the 100 million evolution points and the 10% evolution card. However, since it was a free lottery chance, Wang Mang did not have anything to complain about. Thinking about this, Wang Mang expectantly said in his mind, "System, let's start the lottery." In the next moment, the system's familiar voice resounded. Ding! Host has successfully used elementary lottery chance. Soon after, Wang Mang saw the elementary lottery chance begin to spin. 1 minute later, the lottery chance stopped spinning. The system's voice resounded. Ding! Congratulations, host. Obtained 1. Chapter 98. The system's voice resounded frowny face ding. Congratulations, host. Obtained 100 million evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host. 100 million evolution points have been credited. When the system's voice stopped, Wang Mang was stunned for a long time and did not come back to his senses until he saw the lucky wheel in front of him. He was looking at the 100 million evolution points prize. Wang Mang was stunned to find out that he had really won the prize. Moreover, it was a grand prize, 100 million. Damn, 100 million evolution points is great. With this 100 million evolution points, Wang Mang could accumulate another 30 million evolution points and evolve again. After coming back to his senses, Wang Mang was wild with joy and almost cried tears of joy. Damn it! Finally, he got lucky and won a big prize. Moreover, it was soul imprint this time. I directly won it on the first try. It must be known that 100 million evolution points was one of the best prizes out of the 9 prizes. The only prize that could be better than 100 million evolution points was the 100% evolution card. Thinking about this, Wang Mang was bursting with joy. He felt as if he had won the lottery. He had never thought that he would win a prize, but in the end, he had won the grand prize. Thinking about this, Wang Mang's mood became even better. Good. System. You are finally generous for once. Wang Mang suppressed his excitement and could not help but think to himself. At the same time, Wang Mang could not help but say in his heart, System, open my personal information. He wanted to confirm whether or not the 100 million evolution points had really entered his account. Even now, Wang Mang still felt like he was dreaming. In the next moment, his personal information appeared in front of his eyes. Host, Wang Mang type, deep sea giant python status. Adult cultivation experience, 2,000 body, 45 meters long, 3 meters wide, 17,000 kilograms weight combat strength, 17,000 kilograms bite force, 94 kilometers per hour skills. Death coil, corrosive poison, skin camouflage, steel body, super healing, water breathing, bloodthirsty fury special, storage space. Information detection divine ability. King's slavery shop, activated. Evolution points, 102. 1 million/130 million. After reading the information, Wang Mang couldn't stop smiling. He had achieved his goal in another way. Mogul Wang's small goal was 100 million. After a long time, Wang Mang finally calmed down. He saw that the sky outside the nest was still dark. Wang Mang couldn't help but leave the nest and happily run around the mountain reservoir for a round. After dawn, Wang Mang hummed a tune in his heart as he patrolled the area around the reservoir. The area Wang Mang mainly patrolled was the territory west of the mountain reservoir. This was because this used to be the territory of the giant catfish. He wondered if the two of them had left any treasures behind. Thinking of this, Wang Mang began to carefully search the waters west of the reservoir. What surprised Wang Mang was that after searching for a long time, Wang Mang actually found the nest of the giant catfish. This was a body of water that was connected to a mountain. The mountain seemed to have been hollowed out, forming a huge water cave. This water cave was very big. After all, it was a water cave that could accommodate the giant catfish. It was easy to imagine how big it was. After entering the water cave, Wang Mang realized that this water cave was much better than the one he had in the water. This huge water cave was not only a paradise, but it was also 100 meters wide. The mouth of the water cave was also more than 10 meters wide. Additionally, after entering the water cave, Wang Mang discovered that on the walls of the water cave, there were some plants that were as clear as crystal. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang curiously used information detection. In the next moment, the information of the glass-like plants appeared in Wang Mang's mind. Target, geocentric marrow sprout status. Immature type, natural treasure. After reading the information, Wang Mang finally understood why the giant catfish set its nest here. It was because the geocentric marrow was growing on the walls of this huge water cave. Thinking about this, Wang Mang could not help but want to try eating it and see how many evolution points he could get. However, these sprouts were too small. They were like quiet bean sprouts. Although they had sprouts, they were not fully grown. This thing that looks like bean sprouts is the geocentric marrow. Wang Mang was amazed. After sizing it up for a while, he gave up the idea of eating it immediately. These sprouts were not even enough for him to eat. It was better to wait until they were fully grown before considering eating them. Thinking about this, Wang Mang moved his huge body and left the huge water cave. Although it was already daytime, Wang Mang was in a good mood. He was still in an excited state, so it was not suitable for him to sleep. However, Wang Meng hadn't been swimming in the reservoir for long before he discovered something unusual. He could faintly hear a huge noise coming from the water surface. After looking up, Wang Meng discovered that even a helicopter had arrived. What was this situation? Confused, Wang Meng quietly swam to the water surface and secretly looked at the shore of the reservoir. Soon after, Wang Meng discovered that there were too many people coming to the Huanshan Reservoir. In addition, Wang Meng also saw that some people had brought a lot of boats. There were also many people carrying professional video cameras. What the hell was going on? Could it be that people from the TV station came? Wang Meng secretly muttered in his heart. However, what Wang Meng did not know was that he had guessed correctly. This was because the Huanshan Reservoir had exploded a few times. They discovered traces of the giant serpent and even recorded videos. Thus, it directly attracted people from the local TV stations and many media outlets. Moreover, Wang Meng also saw many rescue teams on the shore, preparing to deal with any unexpected situations. In addition, there were simply too many people coming to join in the fun. It was several times more than the usual number of people coming and going. There was a sea of people surrounding the reservoir. Wang Meng even vaguely saw his father surrounded by a large group of media reporters on the shore. F***CK. It can't be, right? Did they really attract people from the TV station? Seeing this scene, Wang Meng muttered with some uncertainty in his heart. At the same time, on the shore of the Huanshan Reservoir, among the crowd of people who were in charge of filming from the TV station, a short-haired, beautiful reporter, holding a microphone, said with a smile, "Recently, the Huanshan Reservoir has exploded many times that there is a super giant serpent living in the water. There are even many enthusiastic netizens who have recorded traces of the super giant serpent. After professional verification, this video has been confirmed to be unedited, and there are no rumors." In order to satisfy the curiosity of the enthusiastic netizens, XX TV station's Xiao Li personally came to the scene and is about to reveal the existence of the super giant serpent in the reservoir. In addition, in order to find the trace of the super giant serpent, we have invited the most professional people to help and take safety measures. Speaking of this, the TV station's short-haired beauty, Xiao Li, said with a smile, "The target of many media interviews here is the boss of our Huanshan Reservoir contractor. Let us interview the boss. What do you think about this matter? Is there really a super giant serpent living in this reservoir?" At the same time, the TV station's reporter, Xiao Li, came to Old Man Wang's side and said with a smile, "Boss Wang, do you really think there is a water monster or a super giant serpent in your reservoir?" Hearing this, Old Man Wang felt very helpless. He had been disturbed by these reporters for a long time. After he couldn't refuse, Old Man Wang reluctantly accepted this interview. Because if he refused these reporters and media people would continue to pester him endlessly. Facing this beautiful TV station reporter, Xiao Li, Old Man Wang said righteously, "That's right. Rumor. This is definitely a rumor. It's just a simple commercial hype. There is really no giant serpent in my reservoir.